LoveLore Library. Chapter 237. Novels with content that can't be found online can be found here. After the banquet, the Crown Princess also returned to the Eastern Palace. The Crown Prince's expression was somewhat gloomy. "Your Highness." The Crown Princess walked forward. "What are you thinking about?" The Crown Prince sighed. "The third prince has been in the limelight too much recently." Actually, it wasn't that the third prince was in the limelight too much, it was that he wasn't in the limelight enough. Rui Wang herself was nothing to be afraid of. She didn't have much ambition and only focused on following Prince Ning. However, the more the third prince was favored, the more attention Prince Ning would receive from the emperor. He was originally the eldest son, so he was different from the other princes. The emperor brought Prince Ning with him to Jiangnan and left him in the court to supervise the country. It seemed that he had benefited, but who could say that the emperor's heart wouldn't favor his eldest son along the way? The Crown Princess looked at him sincerely. "Don't worry, Your Highness. The envoy from the Liang Kingdom has arrived. This is a good opportunity for Your Highness to shine in front of Father. Your Highness will definitely win Father's favor more than anyone else. I will help Your Highness." Rui Wang had originally planned to go to Gujiao after leaving the palace. However, it was already so late. She thought that Gujiao should have already gone back, so she decided to go find her during the day. Gujiao didn't know what had happened, but she was indeed not in the medical center. She was standing under the locust tree at the entrance of the Imperial College, quietly waiting for Xiao Lulang to finish school. The evening class was mainly for the teacher to answer questions and the students to study by themselves. If they had questions, they would go to the podium to ask the teacher. If they didn't have questions, they would work on their own in their seats. Now that the evening class was over, there were supervisors coming out of the Imperial College one after another. Many people were familiar with Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao was not shy about her appearance. She often sent little Jing Kong and Xiao Lulang to school. Little Jing Kong and Xiao Lulang were not shy about her appearance either. They generously let others know that she was their sister and wife. At first, when everyone saw Gu Jiao, they were just curious about her appearance. Occasionally, they would take a few more glances at her, but they would not take the initiative to greet her. However, as Xiao Liulang's reputation rose in the Imperial College, more and more people nodded to Gu Jiao in greeting. Gu Jiao clearly felt that her status had changed. This kind of change was not brought about by her treatment. It was because Xiao Lulang had made a name for himself in his studies that the Imperial College, these high and mighty geniuses of the Imperial College, were willing to take a proper look at her, a little peasant woman from the countryside. Although it was just a simple greeting, it transcended social class. How many people couldn't break through the class barrier above their heads in their entire lives? Therefore, in ancient times, studying was indeed the easiest way to change a person's fate. It was not that farming and business were bad, but for a carp to leap over the dragon's gate, it had to rely on studying. Classes have ended in Huixin Hall, but there are a few supervisors who are asking Xiao Huiyuan for advice. You may have to wait a little longer. Seeing that Gu Jiao had been waiting for a long time, a supervisor kindly said to Gu Jiao, "Do you want me to inform Xiao Huiyuan?" Gu Jiao politely said, "Thank you, I'm not in a hurry." "Then, I'll go first," the supervisor said and left. Gu Jiao continued to wait for Xiao Lulang. Xiao Lulang did not know that Gu Jiao was waiting for him outside. He was explaining to a few supervisors the key points that they did not understand in today's class. Some supervisors who were not from Huixin Hall also came to listen to him. The progress of each grade was different, but they could all understand what Xiao Lulang said. The seniors did not feel that it was too simple, and the juniors did not feel that it was too profound. They could all learn something. Xiao Lulang was not so good at the beginning. He had to tutor little Jing Kong, who knew everything, and also tutor Gu Yan and Gu Xiaoshen, who did not know anything in primary school. Gradually, he developed a powerful skill of making simple topics in-depth and complicated topics simple. The palace examination was approaching. Everyone's time was not enough. Everyone who participated in the palace examination was their opponent. At this juncture, no one was willing to help their classmates improve their grades. At first, Xiao Lulang only taught Lin Qingya and Feng Lin. Occasionally, their classmates would ask Xiao Lulang questions, and Xiao Lulang patiently answered them. Gradually, more and more people came to look for Xiao Lulang. Even the seniors from Huixin Hall came to ask him for advice. Xiao Lulang had an advantage. He did not have any selfish motives when he taught. He never worried that his disciples would starve to death. He did not put on airs. Of course, he was also good-looking. He was pleasing to the eye and had a pleasant voice. In short, more and more people came to listen to Xiao Liulang's lectures. Those who thought that he got to where he was today by luck were fewer and fewer. His knowledge, conduct, and character were all very admirable. Of course, he did not pay attention to everyone. There were female students who came to ask him for advice. They were rejected by him without any grace. Many of them cried on the spot and swore that they would never look for him again. What's there to be proud of for a poor boy from the countryside? They came to ask you for advice because they think highly of you. You really think you're a delicious cake. That's right. Even Royal Prince An is not as arrogant as you. Royal Prince An appeared in the medical hall more often recently. He was met by the daughters of the female school a few times. When someone asked him for advice, he would try his best to answer. If he could not answer, he would politely say that it was inconvenient. The two of them were ranked first in the spring imperial examination. It was inevitable that people would compare them. Look, this is how a son of an aristocratic family should be. Xiao Liulang's reputation in the capital was polarized. The supervisor of the Imperial College thought that he was approachable and did not hide anything. The female students scolded him as a little cripple who had not seen the world and did not know the immensity of heaven and earth just because he had some achievements. That's all for today. I should go home. Everyone should also go back and rest. Xiao Lulang finished talking about another important point and closed the book. Everyone knew that he had a little wife at home. He was afraid that his little wife would be anxious from waiting. Everyone was not selfish or tactless. Xiao Lulang was already giving them face by being willing to spend time talking to them. There was no reason to keep Xiao Lulang here. Brother Xiao, many thanks. Many thanks, Brother Xiao. Everyone thanked him. He was the youngest, so calling him brother was a form of respect. Xiao Lulang nodded and walked out of the Imperial College with his walking stick. He saw Gu Jiao and his eyes moved. He walked forward and said, "Why are you here? Have you been waiting for a long time?" "No, I just got here." Gu Jiao shook her head. Xiao Lulang looked at the small holes in the ground from her steps and pretended to believe her. He took her small basket and carried it on his back. If this was in his previous life, wouldn't he be carrying his girlfriend's backpack? He was not worried that people would laugh at him. Gu Jiao thought about it and felt quite happy. Here. Xiao Lulang suddenly handed over something wrapped in craft paper. What is it? Gu Jiao took it and opened the layers of craft paper. She found a piece of jerky covered in syrup. Gu Jiao looked at him in a daze. It's for you. Xiao Lulang looked straight ahead. Don't you like to eat it? The jerky was given to him by one of the supervisors in Haoxing Hall. This type of jerky covered in syrup was their family's secret recipe. They didn't do business and only ate it for the children. A few days ago, Xiao Lulang gave him a lecture. To express his gratitude, he gave Xiao Lulang a piece of jerky. Xiao Lulang took it back and gave it to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao gave it to her great-aunt and 3 younger brothers. She only tasted a small bite of the syrup and meat stuck on the craft paper. Oh, why is it so delicious? Gu Jiao, who didn't have much interest in food, was stunned by the taste. However, Gu Jiao didn't say anything. She didn't expect him to find out. Where did you buy it? Gu Jiao asked. A classmate gave it to me, he said. Actually, he asked his classmate for it. This type of meat wasn't easy to make. He asked for it last time and only made it today. The dignified Xiao Huiyuan was actually greedy for food and asked his classmate for meat. He really wasn't afraid of being laughed at if word got out. Gu Jiao wasn't willing to eat it since it was given to her by someone else. Xiao Lulang knew it would be like this. He said to her, I left some for them. This is yours. Gu Jiao looked at him. She suddenly pinched the craft paper with both hands and broke the jerky into 2 pieces. She handed the bigger piece to him. You eat too. Xiao Lulang didn't refuse. He took the jerky with the craft paper. Gu Jiao began to enjoy her food. The jerky itself was spicy, but the syrup on the outside was very sweet. It shouldn't be ordinary white sugar. It was more like honey, so it had a slightly sour taste. It was really delicious. Gu Jiao held the jerky and ate it in small bites, like a little squirrel looking for food. Xiao Lulang walked beside her and looked at her. Only when she finished eating and smacked her lips as if she hadn't had enough did he pass the untouched half of the jerky to her. As if he was afraid that she would refuse, he said, I can't eat anymore. You eat it. Oh. Gu Jiao didn't say anything. She took the jerky from his hand, but before eating, she broke off a small piece and fed it to him. Although the envoys of the Liang state had entered the capital, it didn't have much to do with the common people. Everyone still did what they were supposed to do. Little Jing Kong got up early in the morning to practice martial arts. Gu Jiao didn't have to make breakfast today, so senior servant Fong did it. Gu Jiao accompanied little Jing Kong to practice the basics for a while. When she wiped the little guy's sweat, Gu Jiao asked the question in her heart, why do you always practice these things? Little Jing Kong tilted his head and said, I only know how to do these. Gu Jiao. Oh no, she only cared about the child's learning and forgot that martial arts also needed to be improved step by step. The first few years in the temple should be focused on teaching basic skills. Once the basic skills were solid, they would slowly teach some fist techniques and martial arts routines. Little Jing Kong left the mountain early, so he didn't have time to learn martial arts. Gu Jiao knew a bit of Tai Chi and 5 animal frolics, but she wasn't proficient in them. In her previous life, she only knew how to kill and steal from people, so it wasn't suitable to teach them to children. It seemed that she had to find a martial arts teacher for the little guy. The first person that came to Gu Jiao's mind was Gu Qingfeng. Recently, she had exploited him a lot, so it was easier for her to think of him. However, that guy was a thief. What if he taught little Jing Kong to be a thief if she wasn't careful? The image of little Jing Kong wearing a mask and acting as a ninja thief flashed through Gu Jiao's mind. She decisively shook her head. Gu Jiao then thought of Gu Chongqing. Gu Chongqing was a good person, but he was too busy. He was in the military camp all year round, so it was rare to see him. Gu Jiao secretly kept this in mind. After breakfast, Xiao Lulang and little Jing Kong went to school at the Imperial College. Gu Yan and Gu Xiaoshan went to school at the Qinghe Academy. Gu Jiao went to the medical center. Not long after she arrived at the medical center, concubine Rui Wang came. She was holding the zither case in her hands. In fact, she knew that the zither was very precious after she played it yesterday. The reason why she didn't show it in public was that she didn't want to attract too much attention. The two of them went to Gu Jiao's courtyard. Concubine Rui Wang told her that she took the wrong zither. My little eunuch didn't do his job well. I'm sorry. Gu Jiao already understood what happened. She shook her head. It's my negligence. Little Jiangli was a child after all. She should have checked the zither case. Concubine Rui Wang held Gu Jiao's hand. Then I really should thank you for your negligence. If it wasn't for your zither yesterday, I would have been a duet. Concubine Rui Wang was also competitive, especially when it came to music. She was not willing to be a duet. Wen Lin Lang must have known this, so she didn't tell me in advance. I was going to play with someone. And musician Xia, why did he suddenly fall and hurt himself? I think she didn't want musician Xia to play. She had already asked around. Musician Xia was not injured. Humph. She wants to sacrifice me to please the envoys from the Liang Kingdom. After Rui Wang returned home last night, she had already comforted concubine Rui Wang. She said that from a diplomatic point of view, the crown princess made the right move. It was just that concubine Rui Wang was wronged. A princess could marry into a distant country for the sake of the relationship between the two kingdoms. As a princess of the imperial family, it didn't seem like a big deal to sacrifice herself for the sake of the big picture. In the end, the crown princess was a politician, but concubine Rui Wang was not. Therefore, the two of them had conflicting views. Concubine Rui Wang was furious. Even her man was speaking up for that woman. Why doesn't anyone think that she did something wrong? Shouldn't she have told me about this matter first? Doesn't she think that she doesn't respect me enough? Concubine Rui Wang's views were very advanced in ancient times. She had awakened a part of her feminist consciousness. Then, are you good at playing? Gu Jiao asked. Concubine Rui Wang raised her chin and said smugly, of course I'm good. She was still very reserved in the fu and didn't dare to be too ostentatious. However, in front of Gu Jiao, she was very relaxed. The little excitement and smugness that she had suppressed for an entire night were all expressed. Didn't you see that their eyes were wide open? Prince Yu even applauded for me. That Lord Yu Ying's direct disciple is only a so-so. Look, look, look. Her little tail was so proud. The gloominess from before had completely disappeared. However, concubine Rui Wang was smug, but she didn't forget to deny it. Actually, it was all thanks to your zither. With my own zither skills, it would have been very difficult for me to gain an advantage in that song. Gu Jiao wasn't too surprised. After seeing the golden abacus and house deeds in Little Jing Kong, Gu Jiao had long stopped treating this lousy zither as a normal lousy zither. That musician from the state of Liang actually wanted to buy your zither, but I refused. Concubine Rui Wang looked at her as she spoke. Yes. Gu Jiao nodded in agreement. The zither was given to me by Little Jing Kong. I'm not selling it. Concubine Rui Wang breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that she was right to refuse John Doe yesterday. Her gaze fell on the zither. By the way, what kind of zither is this? It has Fushi engraved on it. Could it really be that Fushi zither? Concubine Rui Wang thought that Gu Jiao would deny it. Unexpectedly, Gu Jiao thought for a moment and said seriously, maybe. Concubine Rui Wang, the medical center was not busy in the morning. Concubine Rui Wang sat in Gu Jiao's courtyard for an hour and chatted with her for a while. Concubine Rui Wang only said one thing about the envoys. After all, she was not a politician, and she had no ambition, so she didn't care much about the envoy's visit. On the contrary, because concubine Rui Wang and concubine Yao were both pregnant, Gu Jiao was also interested in this topic. The two talked about pregnancy and the baby. After that, the medical center became busy, and concubine Rui Wang also returned home. On the other side, in a magnificent courtyard in the imperial garden, there were low coughs coming from inside from time to time. The servants guarding outside the door all looked dignified and didn't dare to breathe loudly. Inside the room, concubine Yu held her son, whose face was red from coughing, and asked worriedly and anxiously, "When will His Highness come back?" The attendant said, "Replying to Your Highness, His Highness and the ministers of Zhao country are quarreling fiercely. This servant can't see His Highness at all." Negotiations between two sides were like this. They were always quarreling, and when it was serious, they would even flip the table. Concubine Yu didn't care about what they were quarreling about. She was only worried about her son's illness. Her son had been coughing for 10 days. The imperial physician they brought had been using medicine, but he obviously couldn't cure her son's illness. The attendant hesitated and asked, "How about, this servant goes to the palace to see Empress Xiao and ask her to send an imperial physician from Zhao country?" Concubine Yu thought for a while, "Wait, don't go to the palace first." At an important moment in the negotiation, she was worried about putting her son's life in the other party's hands. Although the imperial family of Zhao country would definitely not harm her son, if someone wanted to use the imperial family of Zhao country to rebel, her son would be in danger. Furthermore, even if no one rebelled, the imperial family of Zhao country raising the price by treating her son was not beneficial to the Liang country's negotiation. After all, she had been a princess for so many years, so she had more thoughts than ordinary people. Concubine Yu ordered, "Go and find out which famous medical centers are there in the capital. Be careful not to be discovered." "Yes." The attendant changed into the clothes of an ordinary manservant and left the garden without being noticed. 2 hours later, he returned, "Princess, this servant has inquired. There are 3 largest medical centers in the capital, Lingji Hall, Tongda Hall, and Huichun Hall. There is also a miracle hall. It is said that their medical skills are not bad." Concubine Yu asked, "Which is the nearest medical center?" The attendant said, "Miracle Hall." Chapter 238. Novels with connotations that cannot be found on the internet are all available here. Jiang Shi's recovery was a pleasant surprise. Gu Jiao prepared to perform the last operation on him. This was only a minor operation. After that, he could rest in peace and did not need to be operated on again. Gu Jiao had just put on sterile gloves when Princess Yu brought her son to the door. In order to hide her identity, Princess Yu wore the dress of an ordinary noblewoman. She only wore 2 or 3 pearl hairpins on her head. But even so, those 2 or 3 hairpins were extremely precious in the eyes of the common people. The second boss personally received her. The second boss had good eyesight. This madam's complexion was rosy and did not seem to be ill at all. However, the 10-year-old child in her arms was pale and coughed softly from time to time. He said, "May I ask if this young master is here to see a doctor?" The chamberlain stepped forward and stood between him and his master. How could the common people be qualified to speak to the princess of the Liang country? The status of the Liang country was higher than that of the Zhao country. The princess of the Liang country was naturally more valuable than the princess of the Zhao country. Not to mention a small medical center owner, even an official of the imperial court may not be qualified to speak to his princess. "Mother." Ming Er felt uncomfortable. He pulled on Princess Yu's sleeve and leaned his small body softly in her arms. Princess Yu did not have time to talk to the second boss. She touched her son's forehead to comfort him. "Don't be afraid. We are at the medical center. There will be a doctor to treat you soon." The second boss touched his nose embarrassedly. It seemed that the other party was not easy to get along with. After opening the medical center for so many years, he had seen countless people. He had seen all kinds of people. Naturally, he would not feel uncomfortable because of this. He politely looked at the chamberlain and said, "May I ask what is wrong with the young master? Tell me the symptoms so that I can recommend a suitable doctor for the young master." "Who is the most skilled doctor here?" the chamberlain asked bluntly. "That must be his Xiao Gu." But his Xiao Gu was performing an operation on Jiang Shi and could not come. What's more, the child's illness was not an emergency. The second boss thought for a while and called Dr. Song over. "Song Dafu, you check this little Gongzi." Dr. Song said to Princess Yu and her son, "Please come inside. You're the best doctor in the clinic." The servant looked at him suspiciously. "You don't look very old. You're only 20 years old, right? You can't even afford to hire an experienced doctor? How did the reputation of your medical center come about?" In the eyes of ordinary people, a doctor's medical skills were often linked to his age. The older he was, the more experience he had. However, those who had seen Gu Jiao knew that this was not absolute. Gu Jiao was the youngest doctor in the clinic, but no one doubted her medical skills. Dr. Song didn't want to argue with the patient right now, but he was not as tactful as the second boss, so he said, "I usually treat children, so I have a lot of experience in this area. But in terms of medical skills, I'm indeed not ranked as the most skilled doctor. But Miss Gu is busy now. If you're not in a hurry, you can wait in the lobby." The chamberlain was about to get angry when he heard this. "Even the Liang country's emperor didn't dare to neglect my princess. You're just a small doctor. I think you're too arrogant. You're dismissed." "Princess Yu said." The chamberlain. "Yes. How long will that person take?" Princess Yu asked Dr. Song. Dr. Song said, "Soon, it's a small operation. It'll be done soon." Princess Yu nodded, "Okay, I'll wait." The chamberlain whispered, "Princess." Princess Yu gave him a look that told him to shut up. The chamberlain didn't say anything. Gu Jiao didn't let Princess Yu wait for too long. She came out in a quarter and a half. When Princess Yu saw that it was a 15-year-old girl, she realized that the doctor had indeed said Miss Gu and not Dr. Gu. But, she was a little too young. Gu Jiao was used to this kind of questioning gaze. She calmly brought the person into the consultation room. She first checked the child's pulse, then took out a clean tongue depressor from the jar on the table. "Open your mouth." Ming had never been examined like this before and was a little scared. Princess Yu also looked at Gu Jiao strangely. Gu Jiao said, "This won't hurt. I have to press your tongue to see your throat." Hearing this, Princess Yu was relieved. "Be good, listen to the doctor." Gu Jiao didn't like to be used with tongue depressors when she was young. Too much pressure would make her feel uncomfortable. Her movements were quick and gentle. Before Ming could feel uncomfortable, she had already taken out the tongue depressor. The tonsils were a little red and swollen. Gu Jiao took out the stethoscope and hung it on her ear, undress. Princess Yu had never seen such a strange thing, an examination method, but she just thought that it was an original invention of the clinic and didn't think much of it. She went to undress her son, but her son grabbed her wrist. "Men and women should not touch each other. I will not undress in front of her." Since ancient times, there was a saying that men and women should not sit together when they were 7 years old. He was already 10 years old and was a man. Gu Jiao looked at him fiercely. "You have to undress whether you want to or not. Especially a female hooligan." Ming who didn't listen to the doctor when they came to the clinic. Ming clothes were successfully removed. He looked at Gu Jiao in humiliation as she used a strange thing to listen to his chest and back. He felt that he was being touched all over. How shameful. Pneumonia. Gu Jiao gave the diagnosis. Is it serious? Princess Yu asked worriedly. Gu Jiao took off the stethoscope. Mild pneumonia, not too serious. Take some medicine first. Princess Yu frowned, but he has been coughing for more than 10 days. She meant that coughing for more than 10 days was not serious. Gu Jiao understood, but Gu Jiao couldn't go against her heart and say that her son's condition was serious. His life would be in danger immediately. Pneumonia was considered serious in ancient times, but it was not a problem for her. She had anti-inflammatory medicine. Gu Jiao said, it will slowly spread to the lungs. He has to take medicine seriously from now on. Otherwise, he would have to be on an intravenous drip. Gu Jiao didn't say anything about this. Gu Jiao stamped the written list and handed it to Princess Yu. Go to the counter and pay the bill. I will give you the medicine later. Princess Consort Yu took the list and left, half believing it. Although this little girl looked like an experienced doctor, she didn't dare to believe that she could cure her son's illness so easily. Princess Yu took her son out. Gu Jiao opened the small medicine box. There was children's cough syrup in it. It was a medicine independently developed by the Research Institute. It was safer and more effective than similar medicines on the market. Of course, the price was several times more expensive. She gradually found a problem. Everything in the medicine box was from the Research Institute, not from the market. Did this mean that she could only use things from the Research Institute? Or, as long as it was from the Research Institute, she could use it? So far, there were only the medicines she needed and simple surgical supplies in the medicine box. There were no instruments for the time being. Otherwise, she would be able to operate on Gu Yan. Gu Jiao put the anti-inflammatory medicine and cough syrup in separate porcelain bottles and gave a small spoon of 10 milliliters, syrup 3 times a day, 1 spoon each time. Pills 2 times a day, 2 pills each time. Take it after meals. She paused and looked at the sky. Can I drink it once now? Have you eaten? This sentence woke her up. Today, she was so focused on treating her son that she even forgot to give him breakfast. Of course, it was not that she didn't prepare it, but when she took it out, Ming-er didn't want to eat it, so she put it aside and planned to eat it later. But after a while, he got on the carriage and came to the clinic. It was almost noon now, but the child didn't drink a sip of water. Princess Yu looked at her son guiltily. Are you hungry? It's all my fault. I forgot that you didn't eat breakfast. Ming-er was sick and had a bad appetite, so he didn't feel hungry. But Princess Yu didn't want to delay and canceled the idea of going back immediately. There would be no one there. At this time, Prince Yu must be quarreling with the ministers of Zhao country in the palace. Princess Yu brought her son back to the side room of the clinic and ordered the servants to buy some delicious snacks. When she learned that there was a chef in the clinic, she gave the chef money to prepare some food. After eating, Ming-er drank the medicine and fell asleep. Princess Yu didn't disturb him and let him sleep. Unknowingly, it was afternoon. After the elementary school of the Imperial College, Lu Quan went to pick up little Jing Kong and sent him to the clinic. After that, Lu Quan went to the Qinghe Academy to pick up Gu Yan and Gu Shaoshan to learn from Master Lu. Little Jing Kong squatted on the sand in the backyard of the clinic and taught little Jiang Li how to write with a bamboo stick. Jiang, this is your Jiang, and this is Li, then how do you write my brother's name? Jiang is the same as you. Sure is like this. Little Jing Kong wrote a big sure on the sand. There was no sand in the backyard. Little Jing Kong wanted to play, so Gu Jiao got a pile of sand for him. Little Jiang Li wrote his brother's name seriously. His brother's name was easy and he wrote it quickly, but hers was difficult. Little Jing Kong was a smart child, but he was not an experienced teacher. Although he often checked Gu Yan and Gu Xiaoshuan's homework, he always became angry halfway through teaching. It was the same for teaching little Jiangli. Little Jiangli could never learn, so he became a little pufferfish again. He was a gentlemanly pufferfish. He could not get angry at the little girl, so he could only sulk behind a big tree. "Ah! I'm so anxious." Princess Yu went to the kitchen. On the way back to the room, she saw a little bean under the big tree baring his fangs and brandishing his claws. That little bean was very cute. His little head was round, his face was red, his eyes were black and bright, and his eyelashes were long and curly. The way he waved his little fists was really amusing. Princess Yu's heart trembled when she saw how cute he was. Chapter 239. She couldn't help but walk over and ask softly behind the little boy, "Baby, where's your family?" "Baby?" Little Jing Kong, who had never been called that before, trembled and turned around in a daze. He looked around and looked at her adorably. "Are you calling me?" There didn't seem to be any other children here. But baby, oh, so embarrassing. He's already 4 years old. Little Jing Kong's little face suddenly turned red, and he became even more adorable. Princess Yu's heart softened. She squatted down in front of little Jing Kong and looked at him at eye level. "Are you alone? Where's your family?" Little Jing Kong tilted his head and said, "My family is busy." Princess Yu was stunned by his cuteness. "You're from the medical center." Little Jing Kong thought for a while and nodded with his hands behind his back. Little Jing Kong was wearing the Imperial College's uniform and cap. He looked like a mini official, but his hair was a little short. Rumble! Little Jing Kong's stomach growled. He lowered his head and looked at his little belly with resentment. Why was he growling at this time? Did he not want to lose face? Princess Yu chuckled and put the food box on a stone. She opened the box and took out a small plate of crab cake for him. "Here." This was crab cake bought from outside. It was a little cold, so she took it to the kitchen to heat it up. This kind of thing could be done by the servants, but she had been cooped up in her room for the whole afternoon and wanted to go out for a walk. Little Jing Kong looked at the yellow dessert and swallowed his saliva. He sighed and said, "Thank you, but I can't eat meat." Little Jing Kong had seen Su Zhozhou and Chu Yu eat the crab cake, so he knew there was meat inside. Even if there was no meat, most desserts would use lard for texture. Gu Jiao had told him about this, so little Jing Kong usually didn't eat outside. Princess Yu was stunned. "Why can't I eat meat?" The little fellow was too embarrassed to admit that he was dizzy. He thought for a moment and said, "Maybe it's because I used to be a monk." Princess Yu was even more puzzled. Such a cute little fellow had actually become a monk. Was that why his hair was so short? Princess Yu looked at his little head again and asked gently, "When did you become a monk?" Little Jing Kong said honestly, "I was very young. Master said that I was born in a temple. I grew up in a temple, so I became a monk." Princess Yu asked again, "Then why didn't your parents bring you down the mountain?" Little Jing Kong shook his head. "I don't have parents." "No, I have parents now. Jiao Jiao's parents are my parents." When he said these words, there was not a trace of complaint or sadness in his eyes. He was a completely sunny and cute little boy. However, Princess Yu felt her heart clench as if it was in pain. She looked at little Jing Kong and asked anxiously, "How old are you this year?" Little Jing Kong raised his finger. 4 years old. Princess Yu's heart suddenly ached. If her child was still alive, he would be 4 years old now. After Ming woke up, Princess Yu took her back to the Imperial Garden. Along the way, the Chamberlain didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that the Princess Yu was in a particularly bad mood. On the other side, in the Imperial Palace, the envoys of the Liang Kingdom represented by Prince Yu were quarreling with the ministers of the Zhao Kingdom in the Qilin Hall. The Liang Kingdom actually tried to use a lime mortar technology to exchange for the most advanced bellows technology of the Zhao Kingdom and the new glutinous rice mortar technology. To be honest, the lime mortar technology was the newest technology of the Liang Kingdom compared to the low-level water drainage technology that the Liang Kingdom gave the Zhao Kingdom. However, the Zhao Kingdom didn't need this technology. The Zhao Kingdom already had a better glutinous rice mortar. Furthermore, they didn't think that one technology was enough and wanted to exchange the bellows technology. Wasn't that too shameless? The imperial court was very glad that they managed to control the bellows in time. Otherwise, with the Liang Kingdom's shameless behavior, they might have stolen the technology from the small county and turned around to accuse the Zhao Kingdom of stealing from them. This wasn't the most infuriating thing. What was more infuriating was that the Liang Kingdom actually wanted to open up an unequal trade between the two sides, using the Liang Kingdom's inferior handicrafts to exchange for the Zhao Kingdom's superior silk and tea leaves. It was said that Grand Secretary Yuan fainted on the spot. The prince's expressions weren't any better. No matter how they fought internally, they should always be on the same side. The Liang Kingdom was really too much. How was this a negotiation? This was simply a blatant robbery. But what could they do? They could only blame the Zhao Kingdom for being too weak and the Liang Kingdom for being too strong. After arguing for a whole day, both sides' officials were fuming with anger. Only Prince Yu was leisurely and didn't seem to be affected at all. It was as if he was very confident in the negotiation. It's getting late. Everyone should go back first and think about it for a night. There's no rush. In any case, this prince will stay in the capital for a few days. The Zhao Kingdom's officials were so angry that they couldn't roll their eyes. Of course you're not in a rush. You're here to slaughter a fat sheep. In any case, you're not afraid of not being able to slaughter it. Prince Yu didn't care about how everyone's faces were as black as charcoal. He walked out of the palace with a smile. The Crown Prince and Ning Wang looked at each other and saw the sparks in each other's eyes. This negotiation was very important. Whoever could take back the initiative from the Liang Kingdom's envoy would be able to prove to Fu Huang that they had the ability to inherit the throne. Because Imperial Consort Rui Wang had made a name for herself at the welcoming banquet, Prince Yu, who loved music, had a good impression of Rui Wang and her husband. The emperor saw this and sent his third son to be Prince Yu's guide. These few days, his third son took Prince Yu around the capital to play as a host. Just from this point alone, Prince Ning's line had many opportunities to privately contact Prince Yu. After leaving the palace, Rui Wang invited Prince Yu to tour the lake. Prince Yu had been to the capital before and had a deep impression of the capital's pleasure boats. He was very willing to go. The two boarded the 3-story luxurious pleasure boat that Rui Wang had prepared earlier. However, no one expected that halfway through their tour, Prince Yu's room would suddenly catch fire. The fire was fierce and soon, the entire pleasure boat was on fire. Because Prince Yu was roasting fish with Rui Wang on the deck, he wasn't trapped in the room by the fire. However, because the pleasure boat was on fire, everyone had to jump into the water to escape. Prince Yu was no exception. It was a nice tour of the lake, but he almost swam to death. Prince Yu returned in disappointment. The pleasure boat was burned to ashes, so there was no way to find out how the fire had started. The news quickly spread to the imperial palace. The emperor called Rui Wang over and scolded him. "What are you doing? I had you receive the envoy, but you caused such a big mess. Didn't you take precautions in advance?" Rui Wang felt very wronged. He swore that he had taken precautions. He didn't know how many times he had checked, afraid that something would go wrong. Who would have thought that the boat would catch fire in the end? Rui Wang was scolded by the emperor. When he came out of the imperial study, he met Ning Wang, who had been waiting for him outside the imperial palace. Ning Wang asked worriedly, third brother, are you okay? Rui Wang said with red eyes, I'm fine, it's just. I messed up. Father said. I don't need to worry about the envoy. He told me to go kneel in the hall of prayer for years. Ning Wang patted his shoulder and said with relief, it's best that you're fine. Big brother will kneel with you. Ning Wang accompanied Rui Wang to kneel on the stone path of the hall of prayer for years. The hall of prayer for years was where the emperor reflected. If a prince made a mistake, he would only kneel in the imperial study. Kneeling in the hall of prayer for years meant that the matter was very serious and the emperor did not plan on forgiving it easily. Rui Wang hurriedly shook his head, Big brother, this matter has nothing to do with you. I didn't do it well. Ning Wang looked at him and said, you are my younger brother. You made a mistake. As your big brother, I didn't teach you well. Ning Wang and Rui Wang were punished to kneel together. The emperor did not say anything. Everyone knew Ning Wang's temper. He was the most protective of his younger brothers. The emperor sighed, the crown princess has been to the Liang kingdom and has a certain understanding of the envoys. Leave the reception to her and the second prince. The crown prince received the order in the face of danger and went to the imperial garden with the crown princess to check on Prince Yu's situation. Prince Yu was actually fine. The fire started in the side room. He was on the deck and jumped into the lake early. He came back to change his clothes and was fine. He did not want Princess Yu to worry and planned to play it down. When he entered the room, he found that his Princess Yu's expression was not right. Ming-er slept too much in the afternoon and went to play in the garden. Princess Yu sat alone in front of the window with a dull look in her eyes. Madam, what's wrong? Prince Yu walked over nervously. Has Ming-er's condition worsened? Princess Yu turned around. Only then did Prince Yu realize that her eyes were red and swollen, as if she had cried. He hurriedly said, Madam. What happened? Tears appeared in Prince Yu's dry eyes again. Your Highness, do you think that child, could it be that she is not dead? Prince Yu was stunned for a moment before he understood who she was talking about. Prince Yu had 2 sons and 1 daughter, but they were not his own flesh and blood. They were the children of his brother. His brother died in battle and his sister-in-law died of illness. He adopted his 3 nephews and nieces under his name. Ming-er was the youngest and was not even a month old when she came to their family. Ming-er was pregnant when she was 4 years old. So strictly speaking, the child who died early was their only flesh and blood. Chapter 240. There are novels with connotations that cannot be found online here. Prince Yu understood that his wife had been wrong these years. Although his brother had announced to the public that he had died in battle, he had actually committed a great crime. The monarch, who was their father, was so angry that he wanted to banish his entire family to the frontier fortress and demote his grandchildren to commoners. In order to protect his children, he had asked for an imperial decree to adopt them under his name. She had treated them as her own, especially Ming-er. She had really raised her with a lot of shit and urine. He had also wanted to give her a child. Unfortunately, they were unlucky. They had finally gotten pregnant, but unfortunately, they had died. He knew that she had never recovered from the pain of losing her son. Prince Yu and his wife were talking when an eunuch came to report, the crown prince and crown princess of Zhao country have come to visit. Only then did Princess Yu look at Prince Yu with a puzzled expression. Why are they here? Visit what? About Ming-er's illness. But I did not say Ming-er was sick. Could it be that the news had leaked when she went out to treat her illness today? It's not Ming-er, it's me. Prince Yu evaded the important details and told his wife about the boat catching fire. The boat caught fire, but everyone is fine. Princess Yu was still afraid that she had been targeted. This was not a good feeling. Fortunately, it was not. Are you really fine? Princess Yu looked at her husband. Prince Yu smiled and shook his head. I'm really fine. If you don't believe me, I'll let you check at night. Princess Yu gave him a displeased look. With such a tease, Princess Yu was not as grief-stricken as before, but she was not in the mood to see guests. Princess Yu stayed in the room to rest. Prince Yu went to see the Crown Prince and Crown Princess. The imperial family of Zhao country was not bad-looking. At least the princes were all good-looking, unlike the imperial family of Liang country. Other than Ming, who was unbelievably beautiful like his mother, the rest could not compare to the imperial family of Zhao country. The crown prince was the heir to the throne of a country. His mannerisms, words, and actions were most similar to the emperor of Zhao country. There was also a sense of maturity in his youth, but he did not lose his scholarly elegance. Actually, at the very beginning, Prince Yu had the intention of marrying his daughter to the crown prince of Zhao country. When he came to Zhao country 5 years ago, he had seen the crown prince and felt that this child was not bad. The age was also suitable, and it just so happened that the two countries had plans for a marriage alliance at the time of the monarch. However, after the death of his youngest son, he was no longer in the mood and this matter was delayed. When he came to arrange his daughter's marriage, he heard that the crown prince of Zhao country had already been betrothed by the emperor. In the end, the two countries did not have a marriage alliance. This did not affect the country of Liang much. After all, the country of Liang was superior. In comparison, the country of Zhao needed the country of Liang more. The crown prince, his wife, and Prince Yu were seated in the reception pavilion. The crown prince brought along an imperial physician and had the imperial physician take Prince Yu's pulse. Prince Yu waved his hand. No need, this prince is fine. The crown prince said guiltily, this time, it was third brother's negligence that almost caused a disaster. Fortunately, Prince Yu is fine. Your third brother's negligence. Prince Yu pretended not to know that the crown prince's line and King Ning's line were in a mess. He took a sip of tea and did not speak. The crown prince originally planned to get close to Prince Yu. After all, the crown princess had been to the country of Liang and met Prince Yu. However, Prince Yu did not have much interest in the crown princess at all. The main reason was that he really did not have any impression of the crown princess. Back then, the crown princess followed the envoys to the country of Liang because her teacher, Zhuang Xianji, was one of the envoys. The second reason was that she was a talented girl of the country of Zhao, and the country of Zhao was counting on her to win glory for the country. However, the status of the country of Zhao was too low. At that time, the envoys to the country of Liang were also from the Jin and Yan countries, both of which were superior countries. They did not need to prepare any geniuses, and the glory was theirs. The crown princess could not use her fists and feet. She could only watch as the two fools from the Jin and Yan countries messed up the questions that she knew how to solve. She did not even have the chance to pick up a pen. 10 years ago, when Lin Lang was only an 11-year-old girl. She couldn't be expected to dress up so beautifully at that age that it would be unforgettable. Now, she was really so beautiful that it was suffocating. Unfortunately, Prince Yu was not lustful either. The scene was awkward, and the crown prince braced himself to chat awkwardly. A child's voice came from the courtyard, and the crown princess suddenly said, "Is the young master outside?" Prince Yu nodded. "Yes, it's my son." The crown princess smiled. "I'll go accompany the young master." Prince Yu doted on his son, and this was one of his weaknesses. He did not object to the crown princess's words. The crown princess went to the courtyard. Ming He was playing on the swing alone in the courtyard. She was not like this a few days ago and was very listless. Gu Zhao's medicine must have taken effect. The child did not know how to pretend and began to play around when she was comfortable. However, even when she was playing, Ming-er was quieter than ordinary children. Qin Chuyu, on the other hand, wouldn't sit quietly on the swing. He would either climb onto the pole or curl up on a rope like a monkey. Ming-er. The crown princess came to his side and called him softly. Ming-er turned her head strangely. Who are you? The servants and palace maids bowed to the crown princess. The crown princess smiled. My surname is Wen. You can call me Sister Wen. Do you like to play on the swing? Or do you want to play something else? There's nothing here, Ming-er muttered. The crown princess smiled and reached out her hand. There was a crystal-clear bead in her palm. This is for you. Ming hesitated and reached out to take it. However, the moment he was about to touch the bead, the crown princess clenched her hand. When she opened it again, the bead turned into a red flower. Ming-er's eyes widened. The crown princess threw the red flower up and a miracle happened. That red flower actually turned into a little bird and flew away with a flap of its wings. Ming-er was dumbfounded. Wow! Your hair. The crown princess reached out to stroke Ming-er's hair. Her fingertips circled behind his ear. When she brought it to Ming-er's eyes, her fingertips happened to pinch the first jade bead. Ming-er, who was always reserved, couldn't help but clap. Amazing! Is this an immortal spell? She smiled and said, it's a trick. In truth, it was just a smokescreen. The item was hidden in her sleeve. The technique had to be fast and beautiful. Only then could people not see through the trick. Ming-er was deeply attracted by the crown princess trick. Do you still want to see it? The crown princess asked. On. Ming-er nodded like he was pounding garlic. The crown princess said, then let me play with your swing. In exchange, I will perform a magic trick for you. Fun that came with a price was always more cherished than fun that came with no effort. Ming-er played very happily. Prince Yu and the crown prince finished their awkward conversation and walked out to see this scene. A look of surprise flashed through their eyes. Prince Yu was surprised because Ming-er was not an easy child to get close to. He was naturally intelligent and had seen a lot. Normal people could not attract him. The crown prince was surprised because he had never seen such a childlike Wen Linlang. She was always dignified and reserved in front of him. She did not overstep her boundaries, but she also lacked some spirit. But he found that when she was coaxing the child, she also smiled like a child. It was as though he saw the Linlang from many years ago with Aheng. It was getting late. The crown prince and his wife bid farewell to father and son. Sister Wen, are you also coming to play tomorrow? Ming-er called out to the crown princess. The crown princess looked at Prince Yu, then looked at Ming-er, gently saying, I can't leave the palace tomorrow. If you want, you can come to the Eastern Palace to look for me. Ming knew that entering the palace was a big matter, thus she looked up at her Lord Father with an expression that said, if you don't let me go, you're not a good Lord Father. Prince Yu cleared his throat and said, if you want to go out to play, you need to ask your mother. If your mother agrees, you can go. Leaving the imperial family's gardens. The crown prince and the crown princess sat in a carriage returning to the palace. The crown princess in the carriage returned to her former dignified and reserved self. The crown prince sighed. The crown princess looked at him. What is your highness thinking? The crown prince said truthfully, this monarch is thinking, did you also coax Aheng like this in the past? The crown princess was slightly startled. The crown prince said, when Aheng was young, he was a crybaby. This monarch could do nothing about him, but this monarch heard that he was very obedient to you. When you coaxed him, he would stop crying. The crown princess smiled and said, that was something that happened when we were young. This concubine had nearly forgotten about it. How could your highness still remember? Your highness is someone that will become the emperor. Your highness cannot keep thinking about such useless things. The crown prince thought for a bit, then nodded, holding the crown princess' hand. Lin Lang is right. This monarch will not do it in the future. You have done very well this time. Prince Yu and his wife have a deep affection for each other. For the sake of their son, their attitude toward the Eastern Palace will not be too bad. The crown prince's expectations were correct. The next day, when the envoy from the country of Liang came to the imperial palace to discuss the matter of technology and trade, Prince Yu's attitude toward the crown prince was much better. Princess Yu was worried about her son entering the palace alone, so she personally brought Ming to the Eastern Palace. In truth, she was worried about the child that she had met at the medical clinic. She kept thinking, could it be that her child did not die that year, and they had made a mistake? After the child was buried, he was dug out of the coffin by someone. It was not as though this sort of situation had never happened before. A few hours after a child was buried, he would let out a weak cry. Could it be that some kind-hearted person passed by and heard the child's cry? Could that fatherless and motherless little monk be? Princess Yu could not wait to see little Jing Kong again. Mother, mother. Ming shook Princess Yu's shoulder. Princess Yu returned to her senses and looked at her son embarrassedly. What's wrong? Ming said aggrievedly, I called you so many times just now, but you didn't hear me. Princess Yu touched her son's cheek. I'm sorry, it's mother's fault. What do you want to say to mother? Ming said, I want to go fishing with Sister Wen. Mother will go too. Princess Yu looked troubled. She was not in the mood to do anything now. The crown princess said pleasantly, Ming, it's been hard for princess to take care of you. Princess is tired. How about letting princess rest here for a while? The two of us will go fishing and catch 2 big and fat fish to nourish princess's body. Ming heard that it was feasible. All right then, mother, wait for me here. Princess Yu wanted to say something but stopped. The crown princess said, it's not very far away, just at the small pond in front. You can see us from the corridor of the attic. Hearing this, Princess Yu was relieved. Ming looked very quiet and obedient, but in fact, she was not an ordinary child. Princess Yu went up to the attic. The palace maids of the Eastern Palace were very considerate. They moved a soft couch to the corridor and brought over a wooden table to place tea and snacks. The railings were one by one. Princess Yu lay on the rattan chair and could see the scenery below. The sun was especially strong today, so it was very comfortable to lie here. Princess Yu looked at Ming, who was feeding the fish and fishing by the pond, and a smile flashed across her eyes. However, when she thought of the child who died young, her smile gradually faded. Today, the elementary school of the Imperial College ended very early. Little Jing Kong went to Su Kanji's house to play after getting Gu Jiao's permission. Qin Chuyu also went. Recently, the 3 of them had become the 3 scumbags of elementary school. They were a scary group that all children would avoid when they saw them. Su Kanji's house was being renovated recently, so it was very noisy. Qin Chuyu couldn't stand it and invited the 2 of them to the Imperial Palace. Little Jing Kong and Su Kanji went to the Imperial Palace once. When they came back, Su Kanji showed off to his father and grandfather about what he saw and did, which made his father and grandfather envious. This time, they didn't say anything and let him go. Little Jing Kong didn't have time to inform Zhao Zhao, so he planned to act first and report later. After all, it was just a game, so it didn't matter where they played. The 3 of them went to the Imperial Palace. Qin Chuyu's eunuch already knew what to do. He brought the little master and his little classmate into the Imperial Palace safely. The arrival of the Liang State's envoy didn't affect them much, but they weren't allowed to use the small bucket to paste the wall. The three of them had enough and didn't want to use it anymore. Qin Chuyu suddenly said, "Let's go feed the fish." A few days ago, the Eastern Palace bought a lot of koi fish. They are very fat. Little Jing Kong was a little sad when he mentioned this. Because the piranha that Su Kanji gave him was eaten by Little Nine, this was a very sad story. Su Kanji didn't mind at all and even comforted him. "You raised them for so long before eating them. Mine was eaten by the cat at home the next day." Little Jing Kong, okay. Little Jing Kong felt less sad when he thought about how the fish lived in his house for a long time. The three of them went to the small pond in the Eastern Palace. At this time, the Crown Princess and Ming-er were also at the small pond. There were only two palace servants beside them. One was the Crown Princess's maid, and the other was Princess Yu's eunuch. Ming-er was no longer interested in fishing because the Crown Princess was telling him a story. The maid saw Qin Chuyu and whispered to the Crown Princess, "Master, His Highness is here." The eunuch didn't know Qin Chuyu, but he knew that there was an 8-year-old prince in the imperial palace of the Zhao state. His gaze wandered between Qin Chuyu and Su Kanji. They were about the same age and were both wearing the imperial college uniform, so he couldn't tell who was who. The Crown Princess turned her head and saw Qin Chuyu and his two classmates. She smiled and said, "Little Qi is here." "Ha! You're little Qi too." Little Jing Kong tilted his head and looked at Qin Chuyu. Qin Chuyu explained, "I'm the 7th son in my family." Little Jing Kong widened his eyes and said, "What a coincidence. My chicken is the same." Qin Chuyu. He felt offended. "Are these the two friends you often talk to me about?" The Crown Princess's gentle gaze landed on Su Kanji and Little Jing Kong. Su Kanji had never seen such beautiful people and was so shocked that she couldn't close her mouth. Little Jing Kong was very calm. He wasn't as beautiful as Jiao Jiao. Jiao Jiao was the most beautiful. The Crown Princess couldn't help but look at Little Jing Kong again. Qin Chuyu introduced his friends to her and then introduced her to his friends. "She's my sister-in-law." He didn't say sister-in-law. Little Jing Kong and Su Kanji didn't wonder why Qin Chuyu's sister-in-law was in the imperial palace. Instead, another uninvited guest caught Qin Chuyu's attention. He pointed at Ming-er and asked, "Who is he?" The Crown Princess introduced him gently. "This is a young guest from the Liang Kingdom. You have to call him Brother Ming-er." They had learned several languages in the Imperial College and knew that the world was divided into 6 countries, one of which was the Liang Kingdom. This was the advantage of studying in the capital. Their knowledge and experience couldn't be compared to those in the countryside. Ming-er was a little aloof. At first, she was not very willing to play with the three of them. However, the three of them were very interesting children. Ming-er was gradually attracted by their interactions. In the end, no one knew who called who first, but they played together. The 4 of them fed the fish, caught the fish, and played with the top. They even blindfolded themselves to catch the fish. The 3 of them had a lot of fun. Of course, Ming-er was also very happy. The Crown Princess showed a satisfied smile. The female official said, "His Highness is much more sensible than before. It seems that he has been teaching you well." The Crown Princess smiled and didn't say anything. She was having her period today and wasn't feeling well. She said to the female official, "I'm going to the washroom. Keep an eye on him." "Yes," the female official replied. But who would have thought that the 4 children would start fighting while she was in the washroom? To be exact, it was the 3 little kids who ganged up on Ming-er. Chapter 241. The Crown Princess's perfect expression cracked. The story started from when the four of them blindfolded each other. This game was inspired by Ming. When he was in the state of Liang, he often saw his grandfather and concubines play this game, so he remembered it. The four of them played rock paper scissors to decide who would be the first to be blindfolded, and it was Qin Chuyu. After Qin Chuyu blindfolded himself, he started to catch people. Little Jing Kong and Su Tangzong didn't know the rules of the game, so they laughed out loud and were successfully caught by Qin Chuyu. Ming didn't get caught because the first person caught would start to count until 100. If the blindfolded person couldn't catch the other three people within 100, they would lose. The first person caught would be the blindfolded person for the next round. The second person was Su Tangzong. Qin Chuyu couldn't help but laugh out loud and was successfully caught by Su Tangzong. Little Jing Kong was a wrestling kid. He fell and made a lot of noise, so he was successfully caught. Ming continued to win. This repeated several times, but Ming wasn't caught even once. Finally, it was little Jing Kong's turn to be blindfolded. He caught Ming first. Ming thought little Jing Kong was cheating. I didn't. Little Jing Kong pulled down the cloth and said seriously. Ming then how did you know I was here? You made a sound. Little Jing Kong meant that he heard his voice. I didn't. Ming was confident that he didn't make any noise. Little Jing Kong was furious. You did. You did. You breathed out. You breathed out 5 times. 3 times and 1 light. Little Jing Kong practiced his basic skills every day. He could even hear the rustling of a leaf, so how could he not hear people's breathing? But Ming didn't believe it at all. He said arrogantly, You are cheating. Su Tangzong and Qin Chuyu stood on their good friend's side. Su Tangzong, Jing Kong is very smart. Qin Chuyu, yes. He knows everything. If you don't believe me, test him. Just like that, the topic was diverted by the 2 protective teammates. The 2 of them started a recitation competition, from the 3-character classic to the 1,000-character classic, and from the 300 ancient poems to the 4 books and 5 classics. In the beginning, the 2 of them were on par with each other. However, as time went on, Ming gradually became exhausted while little Jing Kong was still at ease. Because the palace servants saw that they were just comparing notes and reciting books, they didn't think it was a big deal, so they didn't stop them in time. Little Jing Kong easily finished the sentence for the 3rd time. Ming suddenly lost his temper. He reached out his hand and pushed little Jing Kong to the ground. It was a grassland, so it did not hurt. Little Jing Kong was a little confused. Su Tangzong could not stand it anymore. How dare you bully my friend? I'll make you walk on your knees today. Su Tangtang pounced over and punched Ming to the ground. The maid and eunuchs hurried forward to pull them apart, but they were too late. Little fatty Qin Chuyu also joined in the beating. Little Jing Kong was too small to squeeze in, so he hugged one of Ming's legs to prevent him from kicking Su Tangzong and Qin Chuyu. In short, the 3 little kids were very strong. When the 4 of them were separated, Ming's face was swollen. The 3 little kids were completely fine. Princess Yu had fallen asleep in the sun, so she didn't hear the commotion immediately. When she arrived, Ming's face was already swollen like a bun. The crown princess hurriedly explained the situation to Princess Consort Yu. She did not embellish or deliberately conceal anything. The crown princess thought that Princess Yu would be furious and avenge her son, but unexpectedly, she calmly said to the eunuchs, "Take Ming away to change his clothes." Yes. The eunuchs took Ming away. Princess Yu never punished servants in front of her son. Ming-er looked back at Princess Yu as he walked. But to his surprise, his mother didn't punish the little kids who bullied him. Instead, she squatted down in front of the youngest one and took out a handkerchief to wipe his face. He didn't hear what his mother said to the little kid, but his mother was very gentle to him, which made his heart ache. After such a big incident, the crown princess naturally had to strictly educate Qin Chuyu. Qin Chuyu used to be so timid, but now he knew how to sacrifice himself for his friends. If this matter spread to the emperor's ears, he would blame the crown prince and crown princess for not teaching their brother well. As for Su Tangtang, the minister of war was already scared out of his wits. He trembled as he entered the palace to take his grandson out. Only little Jing Kong was left. He didn't inform his family when he came, so no one came to pick him up. He drooped his little head and stared at his little toes gloomily. For a moment, he felt like he was abandoned by the whole world. He wanted to jiao. His nose was sore. Suddenly, a tall shadow enveloped him. "Are you crying?" A teasing and magnetic voice sounded above his head. "I'm not crying." As little Jing Kong spoke, he looked up and saw a handsome face. It was the face he saw at the courier station and himself. The most handsome uncle. Marquis Xianping hooked his little clothes with one finger and lifted the little guy up. Little Jing Kong landed firmly in his arms. The palace maids and eunuchs guarding little Jing Kong were stunned. They were just about to bow when Marquis Xianping raised his hand to stop them. They thought it was shocking enough that Marquis Xianping appeared here, but they didn't expect him to carry this troublesome little kid. This child was said to be a commoner's child, and his sister was just an ordinary female doctor. Was this lowly commoner worthy of Marquis Xianping's treatment? Little Jing Kong didn't feel wronged at first. He just missed his family and Gu Jiao a little. But after being carried into Marquis Xianping's arms, he suddenly felt wronged. There was a familiar aura on the handsome uncle, but he didn't know it was very similar to his bad brother-in-law's aura. This aura made him feel at ease. Being like Yi made him feel wronged. He would only feel wronged in front of people who cared about him. He sat on Marquis Xianping's strong forearm, grabbed his clothes with his small hands, and lowered his eyes to prevent Marquis Xianping from seeing his red eyes. Marquis Xianping clicked his tongue. "Cry if you want. Don't cry." He shook his head. Tears rolled down her cheeks. Marquis Xianping carried him to the carriage. A palace maid said, "Marquis, the crown princess ordered us to wait for his family." Lord Su has already gone to inform him. Marquis Xianping cast a cold glance at her. The palace maid shivered and didn't dare to say anything. Marquis Xianping carried little Jing Kong and walked out of the palace. Marquis Xianping had Xiao Yulong's aura. It was the bloodline, the aura that came from his bones. Little Jing Kong also had Xiao Yulong's aura, but because they slept together every night, he was tainted with his aura. Marquis Xianping carried this little guy and felt at ease. Because they were the same person, they felt a little closer to each other. After getting on the carriage, Marquis Xianping asked the little guy what happened. Little Jing Kong didn't say anything. Marquis Xianping chuckled. "If you don't tell me, I won't help you hide it from your family later." Little Jing Kong was forced by a certain person's despotic power to tell the story of the beating. Marquis Xianping wasn't interested in the recitation part. He chose to be deaf, but the reason was very interesting. "You mean you can really hear people's breathing? How many times have I breathed now?" Little Jing Kong was silent for a while. After he breathed a few times, he said, 7 times, 6 light and 1 heavy. Marquis Xianping took a deep breath and narrowed his eyes at him. "This little guy is a little interesting. While Marquis Xianping sent little Jing Kong home, Prince Yu also took his wife and son back to their residence. Ming was already asleep. Princess Yu was covering him with a blanket. "Is it that child?" Prince Yu suddenly asked. When he went to pick up his wife and son, he naturally saw the 3 children who ganged up on his son. One of them was a prince of Zhao country, one was the son of a minister, and the other was a commoner's child. He was 4 years old and looked very clean and cute. If he didn't stop her, his wife might have brought the child back on the spot. "It's him." Princess Yu nodded while choking with sobs. "You saw it too, right? He's our son." "I've asked, he was born in Leu. Our son too." Prince Yu's firm heart suddenly wavered. That child was fair and cute, and he liked him at first sight. Could it be that the child really came back to life? It wasn't difficult to prove this point. He just had to go to the place where the child was buried and dig out the coffin. But this was a very difficult decision. However, in order to prove the child's identity, Prince Yu gritted his teeth and went. He came to a place with good feng shui that he had chosen and ordered the guards to dig out the coffin. When the guards were about to open the coffin, he suddenly stopped them. "Wait! Your Highness." The guards looked at him in confusion. Prince Yu said with a complicated expression, "This prince will do it personally." He reached out and slowly touched the coffin. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. With a click, the coffin opened. Chapter 242. Princess Yu waited anxiously in the room. She paced back and forth, extremely nervous. On one hand, she felt that the child must be hers, but on the other hand, she was worried about what if it was not. After some time, the sky turned completely dark. Lanterns were hung on the corridor, and a few oil lamps were lit in the room. Footsteps came from outside the door. Princess Yu walked forward impatiently. Before she reached the door was pushed open and Prince Yu walked in. Princess Yu's expectant gaze landed on his face, and her voice trembled slightly. "How is it? It's our child, right?" Prince Yu's gaze was gentle, and he did not deny it immediately. Princess Yu's heart immediately calmed down. "I knew it. I knew it. Our son did not die, he came back to life, he was saved by a kind person. Towards the end, she was so emotional that she covered her face and started crying. Ming was woken up by her. He opened his eyes and looked at her in a daze. "Mother, what's wrong?" Princess Yu wiped her tears, but they could not be stopped. They were not tears of sadness, but tears of joy. Ming Princess Yu hugged Ming emotionally. Because she was too emotional, she hugged Ming a little too tightly, hurting him. I'm sorry. Princess Yu hurriedly let go of him. Everything happened so quickly that Princess Consort Yu still felt that it was unreal. As for whether she should hide it from Ming Princess Consort Yu felt that it was better not to hide it. Ming was also her child. Even if she did not crawl out of her womb, she had endured hardships and raised her up with all her might. They were mother and son. This would not change no matter what. Of course, she was worried that Ming would not be able to accept it. After all, Ming was not an ordinary child. He looked easy to get along with, but he was very competitive and could not tolerate being inferior to others. Otherwise, he would suddenly become irritable, just like in the palace today. Princess Yu was not sure if Ming could accept that child who was smarter than him as his younger brother. After hesitating for a while, she still said it. Ming you actually have a younger brother. Mother gave birth to him 4 years ago. Mother thought that he had passed away, until a few days ago, Mother met him again, Princess Yu tried her best to choose her tone and words so that Ming could understand and accept this fact. Ming only remembered that when she was 4 years old, her parents went out for a year, but she didn't know what happened to them during that year. He has a younger brother. This was truly a miraculous thing. He was used to being the youngest son in the family. Now that he had suddenly become the elder brother, there was a huge difference in his mentality. This meant that from now on, he was no longer the one who was held in the palm of others' hands. His younger brother was. No matter how his brothers and sisters gave in to him, he had to give in to his younger brother just like his brothers and sisters. His mother's embrace no longer belonged to him alone. His younger brother was even younger. Not only could he be carried by his mother, but he could also sleep with her. Anyway, he slept with his mother when he was 4 years old. Then, who is your little brother? He asked nervously. Clearly, he already had some guesses in his heart. That heart-wrenching scene kept flashing through his mind. He desperately screamed in his heart, "No, no, it can't be him. You've seen him before." Prince Yu held Ming-er's face and said gently. The string in Ming-er's heart snapped. The 4-year-old little bean that he had seen in Zhao country, other than that hateful little dumpling, there was no one else. Why did it have to be him? Princess Yu did not deliberately avoid the conflict between the two. She said firmly, "Mother knows that there are some misunderstandings between the two of you, but you are a very good child. Mother believes that one day, he will discover your good points, and you will also discover his good points." These words were better said. If she blindly said, "He will be a good younger brother. You will understand after spending some time together," then Ming would be even more disgusted and jealous. But Princess Yu spent a lot of time saying that after spending some time together, the other party would discover Ming-er's good points. This made Ming-er very happy. At least he didn't feel that his mother didn't love him because he had a younger brother. However, he still couldn't get over it in his heart. How could he lose to a little bean? He was angry. On the other side, after Minister Su picked up his troublemaker grandson, he sent the manservant who usually took care of his grandson to the medical center to inform little Jing Kong's family. The manservant of the Su family didn't know where little Jing Kong's family was. He only knew that the three of them often played in the medical center. Little Jing Kong's sister seemed to be a female doctor in the medical center. The Su family manservant's horse was naturally not as fast as Marquis Xianping's horse. He was stopped halfway by Marquis Xianping. "All right, you can go back," Marquis Xianping said lightly. The Su family manservant looked at Marquis Xianping and then looked at little Jing Kong, who was sitting beside Marquis Xianping and holding snacks with both hands. He was so shocked that an egg could be stuffed into his mouth. What was going on? Yes, did the Crown Princess ask Marquis Xianping to handle this matter personally? The Su family manservant didn't dare to guess that little Jing Kong's family was related to Marquis Xianping. Compared to this, he would rather believe that the Eastern Palace asked Marquis Xianping to teach this child's family a lesson. But wasn't this child too careless? He dared to eat beside Marquis Xianping. Not only did little Jing Kong eat, but he also habitually put his mouth over. Wipe it. Just when the Su family manservant thought that Marquis Xianping would definitely slap him, he saw Marquis Xianping carelessly pick up a clean white handkerchief and carelessly wipe little Jing Kong's mouth. The Su family manservant thought, "Am I stupid or blind?" After little Jing Kong finished eating, he burped and swayed his short legs. He looked very cute. When Marquis Xianping was young, he was either fighting outside or training in the military camp all year round. He didn't have much time to accompany his son. But when he wasn't paying attention, all of them had secretly grown up. After people spent a long time with each other, they would easily be influenced by each other's aura and even get used to it. Little Jing Kong naturally had some of Xiao Liulang's habits, such as his expression when he frowned and his disdainful sneer. But these were Xiao Liulang's habits, not Xiao Hang's. Xiao Liulang didn't have Xiao Hang's shadow, not even a little bit. Marquis Xian Ping couldn't help but wonder if he was thinking too much. Xiao Liulang was the illegitimate son of him and Qin Yun's mother, not Xiao Heng, not his legitimate son. Marquis Xian Ping's thoughts drifted away. Suddenly, a small head bumped into him. Little Jing Kong had fallen asleep. Marquis Xian Ping went directly to the Imperial College. He waited outside for a long time until Xiao Liulang came out. He carried the sleeping little Jing Kong out of the carriage. He had already thought about it. In a while, he would tell Xiao Liulang that his brother-in-law had a good aptitude and he planned to take him as his disciple. In this way, he could successfully enter the enemy's son's inner circle. Whether he was a legitimate son or an illegitimate son, he would be exposed after a long time. But unexpectedly, Xiao Liulang just gave Marquis Xian Ping a cold look. Without saying a word, he carried little Jing Kong and left. He didn't even give Marquis Xian Ping a chance to act shamelessly. Marquis Xian Ping was so angry that his teeth itched. With my bad temper, if I find out that you're not the illegitimate son, I will really chop you up. Marquis Xian Ping looked gentle, but like most generals, he had a bad temper. If he was really an illegitimate son, to be honest, he really didn't care whether he recognized him or not. Humph. Marquis Xian Ping got out of the carriage with a dark face. The next day, the Liang Kingdom's envoy suddenly stopped the negotiations and said that they would rest for a day and continue the negotiations the next day. The ministers of Zhao Kingdom were very surprised, but when they thought of how Prince Yu's son was beaten up by the seventh prince and his classmate, they understood. Prince Yu was angry. The ministers really misunderstood Prince Yu. He knew what kind of character his son was. He was the one who attacked first, no wonder he was beaten up. Prince Yu didn't go to the negotiations because he accompanied Princess Yu to the medical center. Be polite to her later, she adopted our son. Ming Er's illness was also cured by her. Before getting off the carriage, Princess Yu didn't forget to remind Prince Yu. Prince Yu nodded repeatedly, I'll remember what you said. Don't worry, I won't bully a little girl. Princess Yu thought about it and still wasn't assured, so she reminded him, you're also not allowed to give her attitude. Okay. Prince Yu agreed helplessly, but there's something I have to tell you. What is it? Princess Yu looked at him. Prince Yu said, if we say that Jing Kong is our son, I'm afraid they won't believe us. After all, we don't have any conclusive evidence. Why don't we say that we adopted him first? Princess Yu felt that there was no need to go through so much trouble. Her son was hers, what evidence did she need? She was the Princess Yu of Liang Kingdom, how could she lie? Prince Yu said, listen to me, this is not the Liang Kingdom. The relationship between the two sides is already tense, so it's not easy for us to win their trust. Princess Yu saw that he was serious and hesitated for a moment before nodding, okay, I'll listen to you. When we return to the Liang Kingdom, Prince Yu hurriedly said, immediately announce to the world that you're my son, on the genealogy, on the jade butterfly. Also, bring him to meet the emperor. Only then did Princess Yu smile. The two of them entered the medical hall. The second master greeted Princess Yu. Seeing that she didn't bring that snobbish attendant, he warmly cupped his hands, Madam, you're here. This is my husband. Princess Yu warmly introduced. The second master bowed to her, looked behind them, and asked, your son didn't come? How's his condition? Is he better? Princess Yu nodded, much better, he doesn't cough much anymore. He's at home. May I ask, is Miss Gu here? The second master said, yes, she should be done soon. Please wait for a moment, I'll go take a look. Gu Jiao was giving Jiang Shiren 4 drip in his ward. When she heard the second master say that the noble madam was here, Gu Jiao thought about who it was. The second master said, her son is 10 years old, the one who coughs badly. She came here with her husband, and I suppose they are here to thank you as before. It wasn't that the second master hadn't encountered such a situation before, so he was already very calm. Gu Jiao also thought that the other party was here to thank her, but when she saw them, she realized that they were here to snatch him away. Since Princess Yu wanted to find a place to talk, Gu Jiao brought her to her small courtyard. At this moment, the 3 of them sat in the reception hall of the small courtyard, and the atmosphere was terrifyingly quiet. Prince Yu had seen countless people, and wasn't someone who judged people by their appearance. He didn't care about Gu Jiao's appearance. But he vaguely felt that this little girl's aura was different from her peers. Princess Yu broke the awkwardness. Miss Gu, I know that I'm a little abrupt, but I really hope to meet your parents and discuss with them about little Jing Kong. We sincerely want to adopt little Jing Kong as our son. Gu Jiao asked, you don't want to take him away? Princess Yu choked, we want to take him back. Gu Jiao didn't even ask where they wanted to take him back, and flatly refused, impossible. Princess Yu's face turned pale. Miss Gu Jiao interrupted her, there's no room for discussion. I won't send Jing Kong away. If you really like him, and he likes you, you can come and see him. Yes, the premise was that little Jing Kong had to like them. She wouldn't mistreat little Jing Kong. If there's nothing else, please leave. Gu Jiao ordered them to leave. Prince Yu was stunned and did not interrupt for a moment. It was only when Gu Jiao stood up to leave that he stopped and asked, You? Aren't you going to ask who we are? Gu Jiao looked at him coldly. No one can think about it. Miss Gu. Princess Consort Yu stood up, and Prince Yu could not stop her even if he wanted to. She took a few steps forward and said to Gu Jiao, Jing Kong is our son. We are his parents. Gu Jiao paused and turned back. Are the people who left him in the temple worthy of being his parents? Princess Yu was so anxious that tears came out of her eyes. It's not like that. Miss Gu, let me explain. I never thought of leaving him. We thought he died, is that so? Gu Jiao's gaze fell on Prince Yu's face. This woman didn't seem to be faking it, but the man's expression was very calm from beginning to end. Prince Yu calmly met Gu Jiao's gaze, but Princess Consort Yu was too excited and fainted before she could catch her breath. Prince Yu quickly supported her. Gu Jiao pulled her hand over, checked her pulse, and let go of her hand. It was nothing serious, and she wasn't faking it. She really fainted. Prince Yu hugged his wife in his arms, no longer showing the gentleness he forced in front of his wife. He looked at Gu Jiao. How much do you want? Name a price. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Girl, you're still young and don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. No one in the capital can protect the person I want. Gu Jiao, then you can try. Prince Yu looked at Gu Jiao coldly, and left the medical center with his wife in his arms. That night, Prince Yu's confidant went to the palace and conveyed his prince's intentions to the emperor. The Liang state could compromise on the terms of the peace talks, but the condition was that child. Chapter 243. When the news reached the imperial palace, the emperor was in the imperial study discussing the peace talks between the two countries with several ministers. Zhao and Chen had fought many battles and suffered a great loss. After a few years, the treasury was still half empty. Liang was so powerful that they didn't care about Zhao at all. In this peace talk, Liang's attitude was unyielding and there was no room for compromise. The emperor and the ministers were so worried that their hair was about to turn white. But suddenly, Prince Yu sent someone to say that Liang could compromise on the condition of a child. What child? The emperor asked. The minister said, it's an orphan. My prince and princess consort hit it off with that child and want to adopt him. In return, my prince will try his best to make concessions in the peace talks. How much? Grand Tutor Zhuang asked. The trusted official smiled and took out a list from his wide sleeve. Eunuch Wei walked forward and took the list. After confirming that it wasn't poisonous and had no hidden weapons, he presented it to the emperor. After the emperor looked at it, he gave it to Grand Tutor Zhuang and the others. Grand Tutor Zhuang, Grand Tutor Yuan, and the old ministers all stared at it. They couldn't believe it. The original terms of the negotiations were that Liang would exchange its lime mortar technology for Zhao's bellows technology and glutinous rice mortar technology. They would also open a trade at the border between the two countries and exchange Liang's cheap handicrafts for Zhao's high-quality silk and tea leaves. Now, there was a colored glaze technology. Colored glaze was Liang's unique handicraft. It was exquisite and hard to find. In the 6 countries, only the imperial family had the right to use colored glaze. As for a poor country like Zhao, they couldn't afford it at all. The temptation of this technology was huge. At least they could see Liang's sincerity. It was rumored that Yan also coveted Liang's colored glaze technology but was rejected by Liang. Yan was a superior country and its status wasn't below Liang's. Liang didn't pass on the technology to them but passed it on to Zhao. If this news spread, Yan might be offended. Did Prince Yu know what he was doing? Did he think he could do whatever he wanted just because he was the son of Liang's king? Could it be a trap? An old official asked. The trusted minister laughed sarcastically. My prince's words carry enormous weight, why would he need to play tricks with you? Are you even worthy? This was like an elephant wanting to crush a bug. All it needed to do was to stomp on it. Was there a need to jump up and down to confuse it, make it dizzy, and let its guard down? Everyone thought it made sense. But, just for a child. Everyone could not understand Prince Yu's confusing behavior. The emperor also did not understand. He was not in a hurry to agree. He faintly felt that things were not simple. He let the officials return first and left the trusted officials of the state of Liang for questioning. Why would Prince Yu take a fancy to the orphans of Zhao country? The emperor opened the window and said a few words. The envoy of the Liang kingdom was not afraid that the emperor would demand an exorbitant price after learning the truth. After all, the emperor of the Ren Zhao kingdom was not easily fooled. He repeated the words that Prince Yu had given him. Does your majesty still remember the visit of Prince Yu and his Wang Fei 5 years ago? The emperor nodded. Of course I remember. The emperor said, at that time, Wang Fei Yu was pregnant. She stayed in the state of Zhao for several months and did not leave until she gave birth. It is said that the child died prematurely. When I heard it, I was very distressed. As the emperor spoke, his brow furrowed. Is this matter related to that child? The envoy of the state of Liang smiled. My Wang Ye accidentally discovered that the child did not die. That year, he might have been rescued from the coffin. Considering that your state of Zhao had raised the Wang Ye's son for many years, in return, my Wang Ye made concessions in the peace talks. If it was like this, then everything made sense. The emperor nodded. Soon, he asked with suspicion, is it really the son of Prince Yu? The envoy of the state of Liang said, is it possible that my Wang Ye would pay such a high price for a fake son? The emperor also felt that it was not possible. He asked again, where is the child now? The envoy of the state of Liang smiled. He was adopted by a young female doctor at a medical hall. Hearing the words medical hall, a faint sense of unease rose in the emperor's heart. Which medical hall? The return of Spring Hall. The envoy of the state of Liang smiled. Ah, no, it's the miracle hole. The emperor's expression changed. After 2 classes in the afternoon, little Jing Kong was released from school. Gu Jiao went to the Imperial College to pick him up. Little Jing Kong thought that Uncle Lu was coming to pick him up. He sighed and walked slowly. When he reached the door, he realized that it was Gu Jiao. He instantly felt that he had missed out on 1,000,000 yuan. If he had known earlier, he would have run faster. It was rare for him to spend so much time with Jiao Jiao. Jiao Jiao, Jiao Jiao. He ran towards Gu Jiao with his short legs. Gu Jiao bent down slightly and wiped the sweat on little Jing Kong's forehead with a handkerchief. Recently, the temperature difference was huge. It was very cold in the mornings, so he wore a little too much when he went out. But in the afternoon, the sun was shining brightly, and the little guy was sweating profusely. Gu Jiao touched his back. Fine, his underwear was drenched. Did you have a race this afternoon? Gu Jiao asked. No, there was no race. Little Jing Kong shook his head. The teacher taught us how to play kuju. Was it fun? Gu Jiao asked. It was fun. It was little Jing Kong's first time playing, so he found it very novel. Some people played it better than me. They have played it before. Little Jing Kong was not a competitive child. It was normal for him to win first place. If he did not win, he would not be depressed for too long. Especially when it came to fields that he had not dabbled in, he usually learned with an open mind. This was also the reason why even though he and Xiao Lulang were clearly at odds with each other, the knowledge Xiao Lulang taught him would still be absorbed like a sponge. Gu Jiao took little Jing Kong directly to the medical center. Miss Gu, the patient is here. Xiao Sanzi came to the courtyard and urged Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao had just found little Jing Kong's clothes. Little Jing Kong said obediently, Jiao Jiao, you go ahead. I can change my clothes by myself. Gu Jiao said, it may take a while. Little Jing Kong patted his small chest. It's okay. I can take care of myself. I will do my homework after I change my clothes. How could there be such an obedient child? Gu Jiao smiled and touched his little head. Okay. There are snacks on the table. Eat first if you are hungry. Little Jing Kong said cutely, I will wait for Jiao Jiao to eat together. This child. Gu Jiao's heart melted from his cuteness. Gu Jiao went to the medical center. She really thought it was a patient, but unexpectedly it was Eunuch Wei who served the emperor. Eunuch Wei already knew that the emperor was a prostitute, but he didn't know that Gu Jiao also guessed that the emperor was a prostitute in the county. Of course, Gu Jiao would not say it out. Eunuch Wei smiled embarrassedly. Miss Gu, I came here today because I have something to confirm with you. Gu Jiao looked at him. What's the matter? Eunuch Wei laughed dryly. You are the only female doctor in your medical center. Yes. Gu Jiao nodded. Eunuch Wei cursed inwardly. It was over. His Majesty's guess had come true. What he was afraid of had come true. Prince Yu could have taken anyone's child, but why did he have to take the little divine doctor's head? Why do you ask this? Gu Jiao noticed that Eunuch Wei's expression was not right. Eunuch Wei sighed helplessly. Miss Gu, you are in trouble. Eunuch Wei told Gu Jiao the whole story of Prince Yu asking the emperor for his son. There was nothing to add. The matter was too big and there was nothing to add. Gu Jiao suddenly realized. Oh. No wonder his tone was so big, saying that the entire capital could not protect her. It turned out that he was the prince of Liang country. Eunuch Wei said sincerely, His Majesty is also in a difficult position. It is not that he covets the conditions he offered, but it is natural for father and son to recognize each other. He can't stop him from bringing his own son back. Miss Gu, don't you think this is reasonable? Gu Jiao's eyes turned cold. Is it his son just because he said so? Eunuch Wei said, isn't it obvious? With Prince Yu's status, it was not wrong to call a deer a horse, not to mention recognizing a son. There was no need for evidence for this kind of thing. The terms that he offered for peace talks were the strongest evidence. From the civil and military officials of the court to the people of Zhao country, there was probably no one who would not believe and agree. This was the benefit of having absolute power. No matter how powerful a person was, he was still an individual. Prince Yu had a strong country behind him. Eunuch Wei sighed. Miss Gu, don't blame His Majesty. His Majesty has no choice. He can't stop the father from bringing his son back. I know. Gu Jiao nodded slightly. She stood up and did not say anything. She opened the door of the consultation room and walked out. Little Jing Kong had changed into a set of clean clothes. He was sitting at the small wooden table in the courtyard and doing his homework. His small body sat upright, and his expression was extremely serious. There was a box of freshly baked desserts on the table. The aroma filled the whole courtyard. It was his favorite date paste osmanthus cake. But he did not eat a single bite. He wanted to wait for Jiao Jiao to eat it together. Chapter 244. Ever since the old marquis returned, Gu Qingfeng hadn't gone out to stir up trouble for a while. Today, the old marquis went out to meet with friends. Gu Qingfeng also took the opportunity to go out and take on a small task to save up the money that Gu Qinglin had squandered away. The new mask that he had ordered last time was robbed by Gu Jiao, so he found someone to make a new one. The half-face mask with peacock feathers and obsidian was eye-catching and coquettish. Gu Qingfeng was very satisfied with the new mask. Today was another happy day. Just as Gu Qingfeng raised his hand to put on the mask in front of the bronze mirror, a small black shadow suddenly appeared in the mirror. Gu Qingfeng was so scared that his hair stood on end. Ah! The small black shadow looked at the eye-catching new mask and hooked the corners of its lips into an evil smile. Nyahila Gu Jiao snatched the peacock mask, threw away the old mask on her face, and tried on her new mask. Oh, it looks good. Gu Jiao was very satisfied. Gu Qingfeng, of course it looks good. She didn't even think about how much money he spent to make it. What are you doing here? Gu Qingfeng looked at Gu Jiao with disdain. This girl was getting more and more ridiculous. What did she think his courtyard was? A vegetable garden. She came and went. Gu Jiao looked in the mirror, admiring her new mask as she said, "Didn't you want to take on a job? I'll give you one." Gu Qingfeng remembered the last time he risked his life to barge into the tribute court to exchange test papers for her. In the end, he only received 1 copper coin. He laughed and said, "Not interested. The pay is very high." Gu Jiao looked at him from the bronze mirror. "Ha ha ha, as if I'd believe you." Gu Qingfeng rolled his eyes. Still not interested. Gu Jiao thought seriously and took out a banknote. Gu Qingfeng narrowed his eyes. He was a bit surprised and tempted, but said calmly, 100 taels is not enough. Gu Jiao took out another banknote. Gu Qingfeng extended 5 fingers. At least this much. Okay. Gu Jiao cooperated and took out 3 banknotes. Why was this girl so easy to talk to? Gu Qingfeng, who had been squeezed into a habit, simply couldn't believe that this was real. He held the banknotes in his hands and looked at them over and over again. After confirming that the banknotes were not fake, he looked at her strangely. You're not asking me to kill people, are you? Gu Jiao tilted her head and looked at him. Can I? Gu Qingfeng exploded. Of course not. He was a bandit, not a bandit. He only stole things and didn't kill people. Of course, if someone wanted to kill him, it would be a different story. In short, he did not accept assassination missions. Gu Jiao shrugged. That's great. Gu Qingfeng was even more worried now. He had a feeling that nothing good would come out of meeting this girl. So what exactly do you want? Gu Jiao, I want to steal something. When Prince Yu came, he did not mention what had happened. It was Eunuch Wei who mentioned it when he came over. Prince Yu's consort gave birth to a child, but the child died not long after. Prince Yu then found a coffin to bury the child. Eunuch Wei said that there were two theories at the time. One was that the child died after being born, and the other was that she gave birth to a stillborn child. After all, it was a sad matter and not many people knew about it. Only a few people in the imperial family knew about it. Gu Qingfeng was thoughtful. So what they mean is, the child did not actually die. After being buried, he cried and was heard by a kind person who was passing by and dug up the child. That child is your younger brother. That little monk. Who is the person who wants to adopt him? Gu Jiao calmly said, Prince Yu and his wife. Gu Qingfeng sucked in a breath of cold air. He knew that nothing good would come out of meeting this girl. He even stole from the prince of the Liang kingdom. Was he going to become an international bandit in a second? Gu Jiao looked at him sternly. A bandit who does not want to be an international bandit is not a good bandit. Gu Qingfeng. I don't want to do it. It was too dangerous. If he was discovered, he would lose his life. Add another 500 taels. Gu Jiao paused and said, in addition to curing your younger brother's baldness. Gu Qingfeng, ever since little Jing Kong shaved half of Gu Qinglin's head, that half of Gu Qinglin's hair stopped growing. At first, in order to achieve the same effect, he shaved off the other half, but the other half grew by half an inch. The half shaved by little Jing Kong was still barren. This was a fucking consecrated hand. Gu Qingfeng gritted his teeth and agreed. The two sneaked out of the Marquis's residence. Actually, Gu Qingfeng was still a little afraid of this matter. Along the way, he thought of countless ways, such as letting Gu Jiao beg the old Marquis, and then the old Marquis would beg the Emperor. But on second thought, Prince Yu's attitude was too strong. Letting the Emperor offend the Liang Kingdom for an orphan was not a good deal. Zhao Kingdom could not afford to offend the Liang Kingdom. Even if they had better technology and did not want the Liang Kingdom's technology, they could not tell the Liang Kingdom. Zhao Kingdom could not be too high profile, or else it would only be the Liang Kingdom that came to cut their fat meat. If the matter got out of hand, the Jin and Yan kingdoms might come too. This matter could only be started with Prince Yu. But how could it be easy to make Prince Yu give up the idea of acknowledging his son? He even took out the glazing technology, which showed how determined he was. The two walked on the roof. Gu Qingfeng suddenly looked at Gu Jiao. Hey, I say, you really don't want to consider sending that little guy away? That little guy was really annoying. If his younger brother was like that little guy, he would have gone crazy. Gu Jiao glared at him. Shut up if you don't want me to kick you out of here. Gu Qingfeng bitterly shut his mouth. The two's goal tonight was very clear, which was to find the place where the child's bones were buried and see if the bones were still there. If they were, it would prove that little Jing Kong was not Prince Yu and his wife's son. The two arrived outside the walls of the imperial garden. Gu Jiao gave Gu Qingfeng a look. Go in. Gu Qingfeng clenched his fists. Why was he always the one to do such dangerous things? Gu Jiao would not go in. Gu Jiao pouted at him. Gu Qingfeng gritted his teeth and climbed over the wall. The imperial gardens were heavily guarded, and Prince Yu's courtyard was surrounded by many hidden guards from the Liang kingdom. However, Gu Qingfeng still managed to sneak into Prince Yu and his wife's courtyard with his excellent qinggong and many years of experience. After about half an hour, he came out. "How is it?" Gu Jiao looked at him. Gu Qingfeng wiped the sweat from his forehead. "It's on the eastern grassy slope in the south of the city." Gu Jiao coldly said, "Lead the way." Gu Qingfeng speechlessly glanced at her. "You're not going to ask me how I found out?" "I'm not going to ask." Gu Qingfeng, who wanted to show off, he would tell her even if she didn't ask. The more she didn't want to hear, the more he wanted to talk. "I went to check the soles of Prince Yu's shoes. Prince Yu must be like us. To prove the child's identity, the first thing we have to do is investigate the place where the bones were buried. I found yellow clay and red moss under the soles of the shoes of Prince Yu and his two guards. You've seen a lot of green moss, but rarely red moss. Other than that, there are also pine needles. The only place that fits this landform is the eastern grassy slope in the south of the city." Gu Jiao, oh. Aren't you surprised by this young master's intelligence? Horse grass slope wasn't too far away, and the two of them were fast. They arrived in just over an hour. Prince Yu probably didn't want anyone to find this place, so he purposely destroyed all traces of the scene before leaving. However, this couldn't escape Gu Jiao and Gu Qingfeng's eyes. The two of them quickly found some clues. "It should be around here." Gu Qingfeng looked around as he spoke. Generally speaking, the color of the ground that had been moved would be different from the nearby ground. It was very easy to distinguish, but when they looked around, they didn't see any difference. Suddenly, Gu Jiao's gaze fell on a pile of shrubbery. She walked over and pushed the shrubbery aside, revealing a large stone inside. "Move the stone away," Gu Jiao said. Gu Qingfeng walked over and used all his strength to move the stone away. It was obvious that there was new soil under the stone. It was darker and moister than the nearby soil. Gu Jiao held the lantern and took out a small shovel from the small basket on her back. She threw it to him. "Dig." Gu Qingfeng, did he come here to do manual labor? Gu Qingfeng sweated profusely as he dug for a quarter of an hour before he finally dug out a small coffin. Gu Qingfeng looked at the coffin and hopped back to the ground. "Dig, dig, dig. I dug it out, you do it." Gu Jiao cast a sidelong glance at him. "You're afraid of ghosts." Gu Qingfeng confidently said, "Who said I'm afraid of ghosts? I'm just tired. I can't do all the work by myself." A grown man still afraid of ghosts, he. Gu Jiao jumped down and used her dagger to pry open the nails of the coffin one by one. When she reached the last nail, Gu Jiao hid behind Gu Qingfeng. Gu Jiao opened the coffin and looked inside. She said to Gu Qingfeng, "Look." Gu Qingfeng turned his face away. "I won't look." "No, look." "I won't look. I won't look. I won't look even if I die." Gu Jiao grabbed him from behind and forced him to look at the coffin. Gu Qingfeng only took one look and was stunned. Chapter 245. Gu Jiao and Gu Qingfeng were busy the whole night. Gu Jiao only let him go when the sun was about to rise. Gu Qingfeng worked hard and was scared the whole night. He was tortured to the point that his eyes were not his eyes and his nose was not his nose. But when he thought of the 1,000 taels he earned, he felt that it was worth it. Right, he still hadn't told third brother that his baldness could be cured. Gu Qingfeng was tired but excited as he returned to the mansion. Gu Qinglin still lived in his courtyard. He didn't bother to change his clothes and strode to Gu Qinglin's room. Third brother. He was just about to knock on the door when he heard the door creak open from the inside. Gu Qinglin was wearing a hat. He looked at Gu Qingfeng with a startled expression. Eh? Second brother. So early. Gu Qingfeng frowned. Why are you so early? Gu Qinglin cleared his throat. I'm going to the clinic. Gu Qingfeng, why are you going to the clinic? Gu Qinglin, cure hair growth. He didn't say the word baldness, no matter what. Gu Qingfeng frowned strangely. That's not right. He didn't seem to have told third brother about curing baldness. How did third brother know? Could it be that the two brothers have telepathy? Gu Qinglin said, second brother, I'm leaving. You're leaving just like that? No more instructions. Gu Qinglin didn't understand what he meant and thought that he was worried about him. He thought about it and said, don't worry about the money. I've already given it. Gu Qingfeng was puzzled. Gave it to who? How much did you give? Gu Qingfeng curled his lips. Who else could it be? That girl, 1,200 taels. Wait, this number was a bit familiar. Gu Qingfeng looked at him suspiciously. Where did you get 1,200 taels? Gu Qinglin said, oh, you took it from your room. Gu Qingfeng almost spat out a mouthful of blood. That was all he had, idiot. He thought that he had earned 1,000 taels. But in the end, he lost 200 taels. Aw. He really wanted to die. Having cheated Gu Jiao of a new mask and 200 taels of silver, Gu Jiao returned to Jadewater Alley in satisfaction. Inside the kitchen, Nanny Fong was already busy cooking. After Madame Yao and senior servant Fong moved in, Gu Jiao had a lot less work to do. She saved time to make breakfast, so she could exercise by herself or practice martial arts with little Jing Kong. Xiao Lulang had to attend the morning classes at the Imperial College, so he left before dawn. Little Jing Kong was practicing in the backyard. Gu Jiao practiced with him for a while. Her body was much more flexible than when she first arrived. She could do a split with ease. There were no classes at Qinghe Academy today, so Gu Yan and Gu Shaoshan were both sleeping in their rooms. Gu Jiao did not wake the two up. After eating breakfast with Yao Shi and little Jing Kong, she sent little Jing Kong to the Imperial College. When she walked into the alley, she ran into Master Zhao's eldest daughter-in-law, Madame He, and his grandson, Zhao Xiaobao. Madame He chased after Zhao Xiaobao all over the courtyard to feed him. Xiaobao. Little Jing Kong passed by the door and greeted him. Brother Jing Kong. Zhao Xiaobao greeted him and then ran away to hide from his mother. Gu Jiao had never mentioned this topic to little Jing Kong before because she felt it was a bit sensitive. However, the arrival of Prince Yu and his wife made her have to pay attention to this issue. Jing Kong. Jiao Jiao. Little Jing Kong looked up at her cutely. Gu Jiao asked, do you want to have parents? Little Jing Kong said, Jing Kong has parents. Jiao Jiao's parents are Jing Kong's parents. Gu Jiao paused, I mean, your parents, your biological parents. Little Jing Kong stopped and looked at Gu Jiao with hurt. Jiao Jiao doesn't want me anymore. This sentence made Gu Jiao's heart feel as if it was pierced by something. She was too abrupt and forgot that he was actually a sensitive and fragile little guy. Gu Jiao patted his little head. How could that be? You are so cute, I can't wait to like you. I knew it. Little Jing Kong jumped up and down happily. After sending him to the Imperial College, Gu Jiao did not go to the medical center, but went to the Imperial Garden. Today, Prince Yu still did not enter the palace. He stayed in the garden to accompany Princess Yu. Princess Yu thought that she would be able to bring her son back soon and was so excited that she did not sleep the whole night. She made a pair of shoes for her son overnight. She was a princess and this kind of thing was left to the servants to do. Therefore, she was not familiar with the craftsmanship and the shoes she made were not very good. She held the ugly shoes and asked her husband shyly and happily, "Your Highness, do you think he will like it?" Prince Yu looked at the shoes in his wife's hand. "You made it very well. He will like it. He is a sensible child. I mean us." Princess Yu looked at him nervously. "We have not been by his side for so many years. What if he doesn't like us? What if he is not willing to go back with us?" Prince Yu held his wife's hand, his eyes deep. "Don't worry, we will definitely bring him back." Princess Yu's heart sank back into her stomach. "I want to build a small courtyard for him. He is still young and can sleep with us for the time being. But he should have his own courtyard and not be looked down upon. Can you build your sword practice platform later?" Princess Yu chattered on, her eyes full of longing for bringing her son back to the Liang kingdom. Prince Yu looked at her quietly and responded from time to time. Suddenly, a servant came to report, "Your Highness, Princess Yu, there is a person outside who claims to be Miss Gu." "Miss Gu? Is she a sister from Jing Kong? Did you tell her who we are?" Princess Yu fainted from excitement yesterday. When she woke up, she had already returned to the garden. She knew that Prince Yu and Gu Jiao must have talked about something, because her husband assured her that everything was settled. Prince Yu frowned slightly. He did not reveal his identity. After a quarter of an hour, Gu Jiao appeared in the reception pavilion. Prince Yu looked at Gu Jiao. This time, there was an additional look of inquiry and scrutiny in his eyes. He realized that even though Gu Jiao's face was damaged, she did not show any signs of weakness. Her actions were calm and natural, not at all like a lowly female doctor. Princess Yu had a good impression of Gu Jiao. She smiled and went up to her. "Miss Gu, you have come so early. Have you not eaten yet? I will get someone to set the table." "No need, I have already eaten." Gu Jiao flatly refused. "I am here today because I have something to say to you." She glanced at the couple. "You cannot take Jing Kong away." Princess Yu was stunned. Why? Is it because Jing Kong does not agree? Gu Jiao said bluntly, "He does not agree, and I do not agree." Prince Yu said coldly, "I am afraid that this matter is not up to you to decide. The Emperor of Zhao country will make his own decision." Princess Yu saw that the two were about to quarrel, so she quickly stood between them and said to Prince Yu, "Speak properly." She then said to Gu Jiao, "Miss Gu, don't be angry. It is our fault for not giving you enough time to prepare. If Jing Kong does not agree, I can wait for him. I will stay in the capital. I will bring him back when he agrees. If you really cannot bear to leave Jing Kong, and if you are willing, Prince Yu's residence welcomes you at any time. I will treat you as my own daughter." This was the biggest concession that Princess Yu could make. She could wait. If her son did not agree for a day, she would wait for a day. If her son did not agree for a year, she would wait for a year. But she would not give up. Because that was her son, and she was a mother. Gu Jiao paused, then looked at Princess Yu and said, "You do not have to wait." Princess Yu's eyes lit up. "You agree?" Gu Jiao shook her head. As if realizing what Gu Jiao was about to say, Prince Yu's expression changed, and he said sternly, "Shut up." How could Gu Jiao be frightened by him? Gu Jiao said to Princess Yu, "Jing Kong is not your son, so you do not have to wait." Princess Yu hurriedly shook her head. "No, he is my son." "He is? Isn't he 4 years old? Wasn't he born in December?" "My son is the same. Also, I like him so much when I see him, he can't not be my son." Like was a kind of affinity, but it could also be a projection of one's heart. Gu Jiao looked steadily into Princess Yu's eyes, without a trace of avoidance. Princess Yu's heart sank. Prince Yu hurriedly stepped forward, shielding Princess Yu behind him, blocking the line of sight between the two. His unfriendly gaze fell on Gu Jiao's face. What nonsense are you talking about? He is the son of this prince and my princess. If he is your son, then what is this? As Gu Jiao spoke, she took out an old swaddling cloth wrapped in something from the small basket on her back. Prince Yu's expression changed. His gaze turned from unfriendly to extremely sharp, and the veins on his forehead bulged. He raised his hand to grab Gu Jiao, trying to snatch the swaddling cloth away. However, he had never expected that he, a military general of his country, would actually come up empty-handed. Gu Jiao's movements were extremely fast. Not only did she dodge Prince Yu's attack, she also circled in front of Princess Yu. Princess, you are not unfamiliar with this swaddling cloth, right? Princess Yu was stunned. Of course, she was not unfamiliar with this swaddling cloth. She had personally chosen it for the child in her womb. She had even asked an embroiderer to embroider 2 small flowers on the swaddling cloth. In her dreams at night, she had dreamed countless times of the child who had died young being wrapped in this swaddling cloth. However, the color of the swaddling cloth in front of her had faded, and it was also dusty and damaged. Princess Yu's expression immediately tensed up. Miss Gu, where did this swaddling cloth come from? Inside is. Before Princess Yu could finish speaking, Prince Yu stepped in front of her, blocking her behind him. He gritted his teeth and said to Gu Jiao, don't think that you can fake it here just because you made a fake swaddling cloth. There are many of these swaddling clothes in the entire Zhao country. What are you trying to say? Gu Jiao said indifferently, there are indeed many swaddling clothes like this in the entire Zhao country, but there is only one buried in Matsaupa. Since you think that I am faking it, fine, I will burn it. As she spoke, she turned her finger and poured the oil from the lamp on the table onto the swaddling cloth. Then, with a flick of a match, she threw the swaddling cloth into the courtyard of the flower hole. The swaddling cloth caught fire with a whoosh. Prince Yu's expression changed drastically. Actually, when he heard about Matsaupa, he could not hold it in any longer. However, he told himself to remain calm and not fall for this girl's trick. Who would have thought that this girl would be so ruthless that she would not even let go of the skeleton of an infant? Amidst the raging flames, a piece of white bone was revealed. Prince Yu could no longer pretend to be calm. He flew up and tore apart the swaddling cloth that was on fire, revealing the small skeleton wrapped in swaddling cloth. The skeleton fell to the ground and broke into pieces. Prince Yu's entire face was twisted in anger and pain. He did not bother to find trouble with Gu Jiao. He took off his clothes to wrap up the skeleton, but when he touched it, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. Wait, this was not a real bone. It was wood. That's right, this was the result of Gu Jiao and Gu Qingfeng's hard work for an entire night. Although the two's craftsmanship was not as good as Gu Xiaoshuan's, they still made it very well. At first glance, there were not many flaws. It was just that the process of making it was very troublesome. Gu Qingfeng was also afraid of ghosts and almost died from fright several times. Gu Jiao did not touch the things in the wooden coffin. Even the swaddling cloth was stolen from the cloth store by Gu Qingfeng. The two made a little change. Prince Yu finally realized that he had been tricked by the girl in front of him. How dare this girl? Even the emperor of Zhao country did not dare. Prince Yu still wanted to hide something, but it was too late. Princess Consort Yu was not a fool. How could she not see what Prince Yu's disregard for his own safety meant? Her entire person was like a winter flower that quickly withered. In an instant, her eyes lost all light. Her body swayed and she almost fell to the ground. Prince Yu threw away the wooden skeleton in his hand and quickly walked over to support the tottering princess consort Yu. This is not a child skeleton. It's made of wood. Don't be sad, Yu. Listen to my explanation. Princess consort Yu's tears fell down in large droplets. Gu Jiao had already done what needed to be done. The rest was up to the two of them. Princess consort Yu was very innocent, but her tragedy was not caused by Gu Jiao. The person who should reflect was Prince Yu. After experiencing great hope, the despair that Princess consort Yu endured was unbearable. It was as if she had experienced the pain of losing a child again. She curled herself up in her room and cried herself hoarse. When Ming-er opened his eyes, he heard his mother crying. Ever since he could remember, he had never seen his mother so sad. He put on his shoes and ran out. At the end of the corridor, he saw his lord father standing outside anxiously. What happened in Jing Kong was my fault. I shouldn't have done that, it's all my fault, Jing Kong. The younger brother who was going to be recognized. We still have Ming-er, even if you don't think for yourself, think for Ming-er. What did Lord Father mean? What did he mean by still having him? Did he not have a younger brother? Was his younger brother not willing to go back with them? That's great. Without a younger brother, his mother would be his alone again. His older brothers and sisters had grown up. They had long stopped fighting with him for his mother. But, why couldn't he be happy? His mother was sad, and he was also sad. Ming-er's nose was sour. He wiped the tears in his eyes, gritted his teeth, turned around and ran out. Chapter 246. Ming-er knew how to avoid the guards in the garden. He rushed out of his residence and came to the busy street. He saw a carriage waiting by the side of the road and walked over, panting. Go to the Miracle Hall. The driver looked at him strangely. He pulled a jade pendant from his waist. Here. It was a high-quality mutton fat jade. Although the driver did not know whether it was real or fake, there was a gold ingot hanging from the pendant. It was real gold. The driver was suddenly happy. Okay, little brother, come on up. Miracle Hall, right? The one on Xuanwu Street. I promise I'll send you there. You have to be fast. Ming-er said to the driver. The driver smiled. Okay. Hurry up. Ming-er was lucky. This was indeed a carriage for running errands and not a private carriage of a rich family. Otherwise, they would not be doing business with Ming-er. Moreover, the driver was not a pawnbroker. The carriage arrived at the Miracle Hall. Ming-er jumped out of the carriage. His throat was itchy, so he coughed twice. He left in a hurry this morning and forgot to take his medicine. The people in the clinic recognized this young patient. A young medicine boy came forward and asked, "Young master, are you here for a follow-up visit? Where are your parents?" Ming-er did not answer his question. Instead, he asked seriously, "Where is Jing Kong?" He was the son of a prince and the grandson of the king. He had the aura of a royal family. When he became serious, the medicine boy was stunned. The medicine boy said blankly, "Are you talking about Miss Gu's brother? He did not come to the clinic. He must have gone to school." "Where does he go to school?" Ming-er asked again. "The Imperial College," the medicine boy said. "How do I get to the Imperial College?" Ming-er asked. "Go forward. You can see the cloth store in front. Go west and you will reach it." As soon as the medicine boy finished speaking, Ming-er ran out. The medicine boy scratched his head and was confused. Ming-er went to the Imperial College. The Imperial College was not over yet. He could not enter. He used his identity as the envoy of the Liang Kingdom, but no one believed him. He could only wait at the door. He had forgotten to put on extra clothes when he went out, so he was wearing casual clothes at home. His clothes were a little thin. It was a sunny day today, but the wind wasn't weak either. It was chilly and made him shiver a little. He paced back and forth at the entrance, sometimes squatting under a tree to look at the ants, sometimes looking up to count the leaves on the tree. He didn't know how much time had passed, but the Imperial College was finally dismissed. The gate was opened and a large number of Imperial College students filed out. He plunged into the crowd and went against the flow into the Imperial College. As long as one had a mouth, it wouldn't be hard to find basic knowledge. Little Jing Kong slowly walked out of the elementary school. The elementary school children all went to the cafeteria to eat. They ran very fast. Among the large group of 7, 8, and 9-year-old children, only the 4-year-old little Jing Kong was particularly eye-catching. Ming-er saw this glutinous rice ball at a glance. Her little face was serious and cute. Did mother like this? Ming-er felt that this little fellow was not that annoying after all. He strode over. Jing Kong. Little Jing Kong was startled by the sudden appearance of the huge creature. He raised his head to take a look. That's right, he raised his head. Because he was too short, he had to raise his head to look at everyone. How annoying. It's you. Little Jing Kong's little face became serious again. Do you want to fight again? No. Ming-er felt that there were too many people here, so it was inconvenient for him to fight. He grabbed little Jing Kong's hand. Oh my God, what a small hand. Ming-er was afraid that he would break this little hand. But why was this little hand so soft? Ming-er pinched it, then pinched it again. Oh, it was so fun. What do you want? Nyo Hulu, Grandpa little Jing Kong, asked in disdain. He almost forgot about the important matter. Ming-er was embarrassed and said to little Jing Kong, follow me. After that, he dragged little Jing Kong out of the Imperial College. Little Jing Kong exclaimed, where are you taking me? I still have to go home to eat. Today, Meng's school started class a little early, and Hun Xing Tang ended class a little late, so Xiao Lulang and little Jing Kong missed each other perfectly. This situation had happened before. Little Jing Kong wouldn't run around. He would obediently wait for Xiao Lulang at the entrance of Meng's school. Today, little Jing Kong was dragged out by Ming-er. Ming-er dragged little Jing Kong to a corner where no one was around. She said to him solemnly and hesitantly, all right, maybe what I'm going to say next will be hard for you to accept, but I swear that every word I say is true. He was indeed a child from the prince's mansion. His words were so eloquent. Little Jing Kong looked at him strangely. What are you going to say? Ming-er took a deep breath and said resolutely, you're my brother. Ha! Little Jing Kong rejected him. You're not my brother. Ming had an I knew it expression. See, you don't believe me. But I'm really your brother. My mother is your mother. You've seen her. Don't you like her? Little Jing Kong and Princess Yu had met twice. The first time was at the medical center, and the second time was at the palace. Princess Yu was a very kind madam. Like Yao, little Jing Kong liked her. But somehow, little Jing Kong felt that Ming-er's like was not what he understood. Little Jing Kong was in a dilemma. Ming-er took another deep breath and made the next decision with difficulty. I was wrong in the palace. I shouldn't have lost my temper at you. I shouldn't have pushed you. Don't refuse to go back with us because of this. Mother is very sad. She even cried. Children's thoughts were always simple. Ming felt that Princess Yu was the best mother in the world. If she liked her, her brother must like her too. Her brother didn't want to go back because of her. Then she would apologize to him. Ming held little Jing Kong's hand and promised, "I won't bully you anymore. I'll protect you. The prince's mansion is very good. It has a very big courtyard, a lot of delicious food, and many servants and horses. I can teach you how to ride a horse. I can also teach you how to shoot an arrow. Come back with me." Seeing that little Jing Kong didn't speak, he said again, "Every child has a father and mother. You should be with your father and mother. Mother didn't abandon you on purpose. She thought something happened to you. Now she and father have come back to look for you. If you don't want to acknowledge them, mother will continue to be sad." Little Jing Kong thought seriously for a moment and said to Ming, "But I want to be with Jiao Jiao." Ming was surprised. "Jiao Jiao is not your mother." Who was Jiao Jiao? Ming had said everything that needed to be said, but mother was still crying in the courtyard. Ming couldn't wait for Jing Kong to nod. She directly pulled Jing Kong to the direction of the Imperial Garden. He remembered the way he came and also remembered that it wouldn't take long to get there by carriage. But he underestimated the speed of the carriage and overestimated the speed of walking. They were sweating profusely. Little Jing Kong looked at him speechlessly. "Where are you taking me?" "Home." Ming held his hand with one hand and used the other to wipe the sweat on his forehead. He held his hand tightly, afraid that he would lose his younger brother. Ming's luck seemed to have run out. They walked to a deserted street. Suddenly, a well-dressed middle-aged man came over. He had a kind face and a kind smile. He looked like a good person. He stopped in front of Ming and little Jing Kong and said with a kind smile, "Little brother, where are you going? Why aren't your parents with you? Did you get separated from your parents?" Ming looked at him vigilantly. "It's none of your business. Back off." The young master from the imperial residence was used to ordering people around. Naturally, he wouldn't take a commoner seriously. His orders were always effective. He didn't know that it was because he was always followed by the imperial residence's guards. Now that he was alone with a 4-year-old child, he instantly lost all of his deterrence. After all, no matter how fierce a cub was, it was still a cub. No adult sheep would be afraid of a tiger cub. The middle-aged man smiled. Instead of backing off, he reached out his hand to touch little Jing Kong's head. "Don't touch my brother." Ming slapped his hand away decisively. Little Jing Kong suddenly pointed across the street. "Uncle, someone is calling you over there." The middle-aged man turned his head to look. Little Jing Kong took the opportunity to grab Ming and run away. They ran until they reached a crowded place. Ming was out of breath. Little Jing Kong had a good physique and didn't pant too much. Why are we running?" Ming asked weakly. "That's a trafficker," little Jing Kong said. "A trafficker is a human trafficker. He will kidnap children." Ming was puzzled. "How do you know?" Little Jing Kong said, "I guessed. When he was walking chickens in the countryside, the villagers always liked to joke with him, saying that he was too young to be taken away by a trafficker. Jiao Jiao also taught him not to talk to strangers casually." Ming looked back. The man didn't seem to catch up with them, but he was still a little scared. "Then let's go." They continued to walk forward. Unfortunately, Ming's good luck had already run out on the way here. The middle-aged man whom they had avoided finally caught up with them. In public, he actually walked up to the two of them angrily and picked up little Jing Kong. Then, he slapped Ming to the ground. He pointed at Ming and scolded, "What kind of brother are you? I just said a few words to you, and you ran away with your brother, right? Don't you know that your brother is still sick? How did I give birth to such a bastard like you? Ming-er was furious. Nonsense. You're not my father. The middle-aged man pointed at his nose. Fine, fine, fine. Bastard, you don't even recognize your father now. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. People surrounded them. A woman cried and rushed over, protecting Ming-er in her arms. Master, don't hit the child. It's all my fault. I didn't take good care of him. Go away. Ming-er struggled. Big drops of tears fell from the woman's eyes. She was truly anxious. Son, don't be stubborn with your father anymore. Your father forced you to go to school for your own good. Ming-er shouted angrily, go away. You're not my mother. The man slapped Ming-er again, and Ming-er fainted. How is she not your mother? She's your stepmother. She's your mother. It turned out that stepmother and biological father had such a relationship. No wonder this child kept saying that he didn't recognize them. He probably hated his stepmother, and even his biological father. This kind of thing was not rare, so no one suspected that it was fake. The middle-aged man kicked the woman a few more times. Every kick landed on the woman's body. This way, the show was even more real. Ming-er's struggle was seen as rebellion in the eyes of the crowd. Ming-er's heart was filled with endless anger, and he felt deeply afraid and helpless with Shi. If he had known, he wouldn't have come out by himself. He was abducted by the pawnbroker, and so was his younger brother. The two of them would never see their mother again. In the end, the middle-aged man carried little Jing Kong, and the woman supported Ming-er, who was already weak, and left the scene. No one would report this kind of family matter to the authorities, so the crowd quickly dispersed. The two of them came to a secluded courtyard, and threw the two children into the house. The middle-aged man wanted to use some drugs on the little one, but the little one was scared silly from the beginning. He didn't even know how to cry, so the middle-aged man didn't want to bother. After all, the knockout drug was very expensive, and it could easily harm the body. Such a small child was very delicate, and if he didn't wake up, they would lose a lot of money. Master, these two children are good. The woman changed her weak and dazzling image in front of others, and showed a sarcastic and proud look. The middle-aged man looked at the two children lying on the ground with satisfaction, and said with a smirk, yes, it's been a long time since I got such high-quality goods. They can definitely be sold at a good price. Where's old Lou? The woman said, he went to prepare the carriage. We'll send them out of town in a while. The middle-aged man looked at the two coldly, and said, let's change their clothes first. Shave their heads too. Okay. The woman went to another room to prepare clothes and a razor. The man closed the door of the two children's room, and walked to the front yard. He poked his head out to look around, and then closed the door vigilantly. The fear in little Jing Kong's eyes disappeared. He crawled to Ming, pushed his arm, and whispered, Brother Ming, wake up. Chapter 247. The man's two slaps were ruthless. Ming-er was injured and dizzy. Little Jing Kong took out a peanut candy from his pouch and put it in his mouth. Have some candy first. Jiao Jiao said that eating candy will give you strength. I'm sorry. Ming-er said weakly. What did you say? Little Jing Kong didn't hear him clearly. He leaned close to Ming-er's mouth, wanting to hear what he said. At this moment, the woman came over with a razor and clothes. At the same time, a few men's voices could be heard from the front yard. There were more than 3 bad guys. The woman went into the house. Little Jing Kong had to give up on waking Brother Ming. The little one looked obedient and didn't get beaten or tortured. He was very clean. The woman grabbed him and shaved his head. Little Jing Kong felt like he had nothing to live for. The hair that he worked so hard to grow out was gone just like that. Jiao Jiao said that he would be able to prune his hair in a month. Ah! After the woman shaved little Jing Kong's head, she changed little Jing Kong into a poor child's clothes. To be honest, the child didn't cry or make a fuss. Other than being a little timid, he was actually quite likable. For a moment, the woman wanted to keep the child and raise him so that he could take care of her and her master. However, she shook her head when she thought about her master's attitude. Forget it. The money was more important. Besides, he wouldn't agree anyway. The woman shaved the children's heads and changed their clothes. Then, she applied some yellow powder on their faces to make them look malnourished and emaciated. She also drew some spots on their faces with cinnabar. They looked completely different from before. Even their own parents wouldn't be able to recognize them at a glance. Are you done? The middle-aged man urged from outside. Yes, yes. The woman walked out and asked, do you want to give them some medicine? The middle-aged man looked at the 2 people in the house. Just now, he had used too much force and injured the child. He was worried that the child would die from the medicine. As for the little one, he was scared silly. What medicine should he use? No need. You and Old Lu send them out of the city. Old Li and I still have 2 jobs to do. This was a new business opportunity. His luck today was simply too good. The woman smiled like a blooming flower. All right. The woman and Lao Lu carried the 2 children into the carriage. They had to leave the city before dark, but they could not take the main street because it was easy to run into patrolling city guards. They took small paths and twists and turns, all of which were sparsely populated alleys and hutongs. After walking for some time, the candy in Ming-er's mouth melted completely and flowed into his stomach. He actually regained some strength. He slowly opened his eyes and realized that one of his hands was tightly held by little Jing Kong. He opened his mouth and was about to speak when little Jing Kong beat him to it. Mother, I want to drink some water. The woman trembled. What did you call me? Mother. Little Jing Kong said in a silly and adorable manner. Was this child an idiot? He actually called her mother. The woman looked at the beautiful little face and was completely mesmerized. I want to drink water, little Jing Kong said coquettishly. The woman's heart suddenly softened. She greedily held little Jing Kong's shoulder and said softly, what did you call me? Call me again. Mother, little Jing Kong said softly. The woman was overwhelmed by little Jing Kong calling her mother. She quickly took a water bag and gave it to little Jing Kong. This was clean water. She had not drunk it yet. Little Jing Kong gulped down a few mouthfuls and returned the water bag to her. Thank you, mother. The woman was grinning from ear to ear. Even if it was just a short moment, she still enjoyed the moment in front of her. Mother, I want to pee. Little Jing Kong suddenly covered his little buttocks and said. The woman was shocked. She lifted the curtain and looked outside. Then, she looked at little Jing Kong. You can pee in the carriage. I can't pee in the carriage. Little Jing Kong's face turned red. When a person compromised on one thing, it was not difficult to compromise on the second thing. The woman hesitated for a while and asked Old Lu to stop the carriage. Old Lu said, he wants to pee. Just ask him to pee in the carriage. Don't bother. The woman said, I want to pee too. Do I have to pee in the carriage too? Old Luke cursed a few times. In the end, he stopped the carriage in an alley and said impatiently, "Hurry up, don't let anyone see you." The woman glared at him and got off the carriage with little Jing Kong. Of course, the woman would not bring little Jing Kong to a restaurant or tea house to use the toilet. At most, she would find a corner for him. "It's here." "Pee." The woman pointed at a dirty corner. "Oh." Little Jing Kong lowered his head to untie his belt. "I can't untie it." "Why don't you know how to untie your belt? You're such an idiot." The woman thought the child was cute, but in the blink of an eye, her patience ran out. Just as she bent down to untie little Jing Kong's belt, little Jing Kong suddenly raised his hand and threw a handful of sand into her eyes. There was a small sandbag in his pocket, and he had secretly opened it when they were in the carriage. The woman was blinded by the sand and screamed, "Little bastard! Old Lou! Catch him!" He ran away. Old Lou, who was in the carriage, heard the noise and quickly jumped off the carriage. He rushed towards little Jing Kong. Little Jing Kong tried to run, but in the end, he fell and rolled to Old Lou's feet. Old Lou was speechless. Little Jing Kong was speechless. "Would you believe me if I said I didn't do it on purpose?" "Ha!" Old Lou picked the little guy up. Calm down, little Jing Kong touched his little bald head. "Ah, I got it. Iron head technique. Watch my iron head technique." Squeak, little Jing Kong used his little bald head to hit Old Lou's head. It was a very forceful hit. Both of them were stunned. Little Jing Kong was the first to react, because he was in pain. Didn't they say he wouldn't feel pain after he practiced the iron head technique? Little Jing Kong touched his little bald head with his two little hands. He was confused. "Where's my iron head technique? Where's my iron head technique? Iron head technique. I don't have the iron head technique." Little Jing Kong, who finally remembered that he didn't have the iron head technique, suddenly broke down. Wah! Old Lou was so scared that he threw away the child in his hands. Little Jing Kong fell to the ground, got up, and ran away. He shouted, "Help! Help! Help!" No, he couldn't shout like that. "Fire! Fire! What a big fire! The house is burning down. We'll be burned to death if we don't come out." Sure enough, the residents who didn't care about what was happening outside ran out of their houses one after another, and the number of people on the streets suddenly increased. At this time, Ming-Er also got down from the carriage. He had recovered some of his strength, and the two of them ran forward desperately. The bandit had never seen such a cunning child. How did he think of shouting fire? There were too many people, and Old Lou and the woman were blocked halfway. They successfully escaped from the clutches of the two people. However, they didn't expect that although they got rid of the two people, they met the other two people. The middle-aged man held a wooden stick and walked towards them sinisterly. "What are you shouting for? Why aren't you shouting?" "Little Jing Kong, of course, I'm shouting at the top of my lungs." "Little thing, you've been pretending to be stupid and spoiling my plans." He had a new goal, but it was ruined by this child's shouting. The middle-aged man couldn't take it anymore. He raised the wooden stick in his hand and hit little Jing Kong to vent his anger. Seeing that the wooden stick was about to fall on little Jing Kong's head, Ming-Er suddenly took a step forward. With his back facing the man, he used his weak body to protect little Jing Kong tightly in his arms. Ming-Er couldn't feel anything after the wooden stick fell on him. He slowly fell to the ground and looked at little Jing Kong, who was gradually blurring, and shouted with the last of his strength, "Hurry! Go!" When Ming-Er woke up, he was lying on an unfamiliar bed. The ceiling was made up of strange beams. He couldn't see the beams in the prince's mansion because of the Qingqin. Ming had been unconscious for so long that he forgot that he wasn't in the Liang kingdom. Ming-er, you're awake. Princess Yu's tear-filled face entered Ming-er's sight. Mother. Ming-er said weakly. His voice was so soft that he almost couldn't hear himself. Mother is here, mother is here. Princess Yu wiped her tears, held her son's hand and kissed it. She choked with sobs and said, "It's good that you're awake. You scared mother to death." Ming-er felt that something was missing. He suddenly remembered everything. He turned to look at Princess Yu and asked, "Brother. Is he all right?" Princess Yu didn't expect that the first thing this child asked was about his brother. Of course, she knew why he asked this. Little Jing Kong had told her everything. She choked and shook her head. "He's fine. Jing Kong is fine." Ming-er raised his hand weakly and wiped away Princess Yu's tears. "I found my brother. Mother, don't cry anymore." Chapter 248. The novel will be updated faster. There are all kinds of novels that can't be found on the internet. In the next room, Gu Jiao was treating little Jing Kong's injuries. He didn't have any injuries on his body, but his heart was hurt. His hair, which he had grown for several months, was gone. He was so sad that he kept twitching. He couldn't show it in front of others, but when he was in Gu Jiao's arms, he couldn't bear it anymore. His little body curled into a ball and his little head drooped. He pressed his little head with his two little hands and said with tears in his eyes, my hair is gone again." Gu Jiao said, "It will grow back. I'll make a few more sesame pills for you to eat later. I'll also wash your hair with Chinese knotweed to make your hair grow faster." "Okay." Little Jing Kong nodded coquettishly. Gu Jiao looked at his little bald head and asked, "Does it still hurt?" The little guy actually used the iron head skill, which he had never practiced before. It really scared her to death. "It hurts. I need to blow on it." Little Jing Kong patted his little bald head. Gu Jiao gently blew on his head. Little Jing Kong lay in Gu Jiao's arms and buried his little head in her neck. He was so happy that he kept bubbling. Gu Jiao remembered the scene when she brought the little guy back to the medical center. At that time, the little guy didn't know that Ming-er misunderstood their relationship and thought that he was really Princess Yu's son. He said to Princess Yu seriously and embarrassedly, "I'm sorry. Although you're my mother, I still can't go back with you. I want to be with Jiao Jiao. Jiao Jiao took care of me, and I also want to be like Gu Jiao." In the end, who was the one who saved who? Gu Jiao kissed the little guy's little bald head. "Jiao Jiao, did you just kiss me?" The little guy asked softly with a hint of expectation. "Yeah, I kissed you." Gu Jiao nodded. Little Jing Kong was so shy that he grabbed Gu Jiao's clothes and buried his head in Gu Jiao's arms, turning himself into a little mimosa. In another room of the clinic, Prince Yu and Xiao Lulang were thanking Lu Yixing, the hero of this incident. Lu Yixing happened to be nearby when Ming-er was knocked down by the stick. Lu Yixing didn't know Ming-er, but he had seen little Jing Kong and Gu Jiao together from afar. He was afraid that even Gu Jiao didn't know about this. Lu Yixing was a weak scholar. It was impossible for him to beat some beggars, but he was Lu Yixing. With just one sentence, "I, Lu Yixing, am here," half of the people in the capital wanted to come and beat him up. He pointed at the middle-aged man and the beggar called Old Li, "These are my sworn brothers. With them here, you can forget about hurting me." Then the beggar was beaten up. Lu Yixing brought the two children back to the clinic. This was the whole story of the incident. Xiao Lulang and Prince Yu had only heard of Lu Yixing, but had never seen him before. They only knew that he was a descendant of noble consort Lu's mother's family. He was implicated by noble consort Lu and her family, so his life in the capital was difficult. They didn't expect that the two children would be saved by him. Prince Yu personally presented a gift of thanks. "Thank you, young Master Lu, for saving my son. I hope young Master Lu will accept this small gift of thanks." Lu Yixing was short on money, so he didn't refuse and accepted it generously. Prince Yu was very satisfied. He didn't like to owe people favors. Since the other party accepted the gift, it meant that the other party had the same intention. He couldn't help but look at the other party. "I heard about your situation in the capital. Are you willing to go to the country of Liang?" The Lu family had colluded with the country of Qin, not the country of Liang. Lu Yixing and Prince Yu's residence did not have such a sensitive political relationship. Even if there was, with Prince Yu's ability, he could still protect Lu Yixing. Lu Yixing said, "Thank you, Prince, for your kindness. For the time being, I don't want to leave." Lu Yixing did not beat around the bush no matter what he said or did. In this aspect, he was much better than those hypocritical and polite young people. Prince Yu did not ask Lu Yixing. With his situation like this, what was there in the capital for him to stay? After saying a few words of gratitude, Prince Yu went to the next room to visit Ming Er. Thus, only Xiao Lulang and Lu Yixing were left in the room. Xiao Lulang naturally wanted to express his gratitude. He had recently earned some money from writing articles for others and had planned to give it to Gu Jiao. Now, it was not a bad idea to use it as a reward. Other than the reward, he also took 2 books that Elder Feng had left for him and put them in a brocade box. However, he did not expect that Lu Yixing would not accept it. Why? Xiao Lulang looked at him in confusion. Lu Yixing looked at Xiao Lulang and said, "When Dr. Gu treats me, she either receives less or no treatment. I owe Dr. Gu a favor and cannot accept your gift." Xiao Lulang looked at Lu Yixing again. Other than his pale complexion, he had handsome features, red lips, and white teeth. He really had a good appearance. So, one royal prince and was not enough, and now there was another Lu Yixing. Xiao Liulang's eyes suddenly became cold. Lu Yixing, Ming Er's injury was a little serious. When the rod hit him, it almost broke his spine. Although his spine was saved, his spleen was ruptured. After little Jing Kong fell asleep in Gu Jiao's arms, Gu Jiao put little Jing Kong on the bed and covered him with a blanket. Then, she turned to the next room to check on Ming Er. Ming Er was also asleep. Princess Yu's eyes were red and swollen. Since Ming said that he had found her younger brother and asked her not to cry, her tears had not stopped. It was heartache and self-blame, but also the satisfaction and happiness of being loved deeply. The pain of losing her son seemed to be no longer important. Looking at the child who had almost lost his life for her, she suddenly felt that it was the greatest honor in her life to be his mother. "Miss Gu, thank you so much this time. Thank you for saving Ming Er again." Princess Yu stood up and thanked Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao stopped her from bowing and shook her head slightly. "You don't have to thank me. The person who really saved him is you." When Gu Jiao was operating on Ming Er was in a critical condition of hemorrhage and needed an emergency blood transfusion. Unfortunately, Ming Er turned out to have a very rare blood type. No one at the scene matched his blood type, except for Princess Yu. It was Princess Yu who gave Ming Er a second life. Gu Jiao said seriously, "From now on, your blood flows in his body." Princess Yu nodded with a choked voice. She leaned over and touched Ming Er's forehead with her forehead. 2 drops of hot tears fell. Even without this, he would always be her son. Ming Er was recuperating in Gu Jiao's small courtyard. Little Jing Kong came to the medical center to accompany him after school. Obviously, the two of them who had been through the same ordeal became real brothers. Even though little Jing Kong already knew that he was not his biological brother, it did not affect the revolutionary friendship between the two of them. Ming-er spoke Xiao State dialect very well, but little Jing Kong's Liang State dialect was not good enough. Ming-er often tutored him. With the language environment, little Jing Kong's Liang State dialect improved a lot. On this day, little Jing Kong accompanied Ming-er to the courtyard to bask in the sun. Ming-er suddenly said to little Jing Kong, "I want to be a general in the future." "What about you?" Little Jing Kong thought for a while and said seriously, "I want to study and be the top scholar." Ming-er was disappointed. "It would be great if you could be a general. If the two countries are at war in the future, I will retreat 30 miles for you." Little Jing Kong was successfully led astray by him. He imagined himself leading the army and patted his chest, "Then I won't kill your soldiers." In the blink of an eye, it was April. Ming-er's injury gradually healed, and the negotiations between the two countries were coming to an end. Although Prince Yu did not ask for the child, he did not take back the glazing technology. He still gave it to Zhao State as an equivalent exchange. As for the unequal trade, there was not much room for compromise. Kindness was kindness, and politics was politics. Moreover, the kindness was Gu Jiao's personal behavior, and it had nothing to do with the imperial court. Prince Yu was an excellent politician. He would never act on impulse. The glazed glass technology was already his biggest concession. If he acted first and reported later, he would be scolded by the monarch when he returned. To be honest, the emperor was quite surprised by this result. There was no doubt that Liang State was here to cut their meat. In the past, they exchanged the drainage technology for 3 large and small mines in Zhao State. In comparison, they were quite merciful this year. The world was divided into 6 countries. Yan State, Liang State, and Jin State were the upper countries, while Zhao State, Chen State, and Zhao State were the lower countries. In fact, there was Tujua State, but the 6 countries did not recognize it as a country. Chen State had a good relationship with Jin State in recent years, and its relationship with the other countries was not too bad. Zhao State could not break its relationship with Liang State, or it would become isolated and helpless. At the end of April, the envoy from Liang State also finished his trip in the capital. The emperor personally sent the envoy from Liang State off in the throne room, and then the crown prince and Marquis Xianping sent the envoy out of the capital. Before leaving, Ming went to the medical center. He had already removed the stitches. Although he could not jump around, he recovered quickly, and it was not a problem for him to move around on the ground. He came to say goodbye to his little brother. "If you go to Liang State in the future, remember to find me at Prince Yu's mansion. I will treat you to delicious food." After knowing that little Jing Kong had a boundless appetite, Ming categorized little Jing Kong as a foodie. Little Jing Kong, actually, the real foodie in the family is my great-aunt. This is for you. Ming-er gave his favorite scimitar to little Jing Kong. This was not an ordinary scimitar. It was a gift he caught during the catch ceremony. The people of Liang State valued the catch ceremony very much, and they would not give it away easily. Little Jing Kong was actually a little confused. He was a scholar, why would he need a scimitar? He would not need it in the future. But since it was a gift from Ming-er, he happily accepted it, and then planned to give Ming-er a gift in return. In order to avoid the same situation as Ming-er, he opened his small box and let Ming-er choose by himself. "You can pick whatever you like." Little Jing Kong's things were in a mess. Gu Jiao cleaned it up, but it was messed up by little Jing Kong after a few days. For Ming-er, who was used to using gold, silver, and jade, it was like a big car accident scene. Ming-er suddenly sympathized with his little brother. His little brother's family was too poor, and he could not even afford a decent toy. When he returned to the country, he would definitely send his little brother the best toy. In order not to hurt his little brother's self-esteem, Ming-er resisted the urge to quickly close the box, and chose the most inconspicuous small box. He did not take the big pieces of junk inside. Maybe his little brother could exchange them for some money in the future. Ming-er felt that a scimitar was not enough, so he asked the eunuch, "Do you have money with you?" "Yes," the eunuch said. "Give it to me. Give it to me." Ming-er robbed the eunuch of his money, and took out an old yellowed paper from the box, and put the banknotes in it. He also kept the box for his little brother, in case the box could be sold for some money. After that, Ming-er reluctantly bid farewell to little Jing Kong. After that, the family set foot on the road back to Liang State. The visit of the Liang State's envoys had a huge impact on Zhao State, but for the people, it was just something to talk about. Of course, in the near future, they might feel this change personally. Zhao State had the imperial examination in spring this year, and the two sides inevitably talked about the imperial examination. The imperial examination system of Liang State was much more complete than that of Zhao State, not only because Liang State did not test the military examination, but also because Liang State did not test the 8 parts of the body, but added mathematics, law, agriculture, and astronomy. To a large extent, this broadened the comprehensive ability of talents. If it was changed to Gu Jiao's words in her previous life, it would be like taking the liberal arts and science examination together, and not only liberal arts students would have a way out. Of course, the 4 books and 5 classics were still the most important. The emperor felt that this kind of imperial examination was very good. He liked astronomy and mathematics, and maybe Zhao State could imitate it in the future. On the surface, the old duke had resigned, so he did not have to worry about receiving the envoys. He had been recuperating in his mansion these days. Last time, when he got drunk and woke up, the old duke remembered what he had promised at the dinner table. He regretted it. How could he be hot-headed and say that his son should call the other person father? That little brother was really too much. At such a young age, how could he have such a strange hobby? But a gentleman's word cannot be taken back. He, Gu Chao, was a person who kept his promises. He would not go back on his words. Therefore, on the first day that Marquis Gu recovered, the old duke stepped into his room with a cordial expression. Ever since Marquis Gu had been beaten up by his father, this was the first time he saw his father, and he was pleasantly surprised. He cupped his hands and bowed, "Father." "Yes." The Marquis cleared his throat and asked, "How's your injury? Have you recovered?" His father was here to show concern for him. Marquis Gu was flattered, "I'm much better. I made father worry, it's my fault." "There was no need to worry about you." The old duke coughed again and said, "I came to tell you something. I found a father for you." Marquis Gu was confused. "No, I can understand you finding a mother for me, but what do you mean by finding a father for me? Have you become so hardcore as you get older? What's wrong with not respecting your elders?" The old duke also realized that he had said something wrong and hurriedly corrected him, "I found a father for you." This sentence was no better than the one just now. Why else would military generals be said to be dumb with words? If the old chancellor was here, there would definitely be 100 ways to explain it beautifully and clearly. "It means that I have become sworn brothers, sworn brothers. According to seniority, you are also his son, so you have to call him father." The old duke simply brought him to meet his brother. Gu Jiao told the old duke that her surname was Gu. She used this surname when she was in the martial arts club, so it was not convenient to change it. Moreover, Gu Jiao was too lazy to change it. There were many people with the surname Gu in the capital. Not only did the old duke not suspect, but he also felt that the two of them were fated. They both had the surname Gu and even became sworn brothers. This kind of fate was hard to find. The old duke and Gu Jiao contacted each other through Taihe Martial Arts Club. They would leave letters and replies in the martial arts club. The old duke left a letter for Gu Jiao, inviting him to meet at the tea house tomorrow evening. He would bring his unfilial son. Gu Jiao quickly replied to him. There was only one word on the letter, okay. After Gu Jiao finished her work in the medical center, she changed into a gongzi outfit, put on a coquettish peacock feather mask, and happily went to the tea house. Today, someone was going to call her father. Gu Jiao waited quietly in the room of the tea house. Because she was a little excited, she swayed her legs in front of the chair a few times. The old duke was a punctual person, so he didn't let Gu Jiao wait for too long. He took Marquis Gu to the second floor of the tea house. Master Gu is here. The waiter said with a smile. Gu. Father. Your sworn brother's surname is also Gu. Marquis Gu inexplicably felt strange. The old duke glared at him. Don't offend him later. I know. How would I dare to offend your sworn brother? The old duke had been saying this all the way, as if he was afraid that he was insensible and would do something to the other person. What a joke. He was a marquis after all, and had been in the bureaucracy for many years. How could he not know how to deal with people? Wasn't it just calling him father? Godfather and godfather were both fathers. It wasn't a loss to call him father's brother. Creak, the old duke pushed the door open and said in a refreshed manner, Little brother Gu, big brother is here. Little brother. Shouldn't he call him little brother? Marquis Gu's mind was thinking of an old man about the same age as his own father. Who would have thought that when he entered the room, he would see a young man as white as jade? The young man was even wearing a coquettish peacock feather mask. Marquis Gu was completely dumbfounded. He was going to call this kid, father. Gu Jiao couldn't hide her excitement any longer. She sat upright and still with her eyes wide open, looking at Marquis Gu. Hurry up and call him. Chapter 249. Marquis Gu must not call him that. How old is this kid? Don't judge him by his mask. His eyes, hands, and even his figure revealed his age. He's about the same age as Yen. How can I call him father? His father is really too much. It's one thing to become sworn brothers at such an old age, but how did he get his own son involved? Did he really just pick him up? Otherwise, how could he cheat his son's father? What Marquis Gu didn't know was that not only did he have a father who cheated his son, he also had a daughter who cheated her father. Call him father. Old Marquis Gu reminded him with false bravado. Actually, he also knew that he went overboard. How could he let his son call his brother father? At most, he would call him uncle. But it was still the same sentence. He had already agreed. He was a person who cared about face, so he could only cheat his son. I won't. It was too embarrassing. Marquis Gu was also a person with integrity. His father cared about face, so did he. If he said he wouldn't call him father, he wouldn't call him father even if he was beaten to death. Old Marquis Gu couldn't back down and really raised his hand to slap him. It was simply too natural for a father to hit his son. Marquis Gu closed his eyes. Fine, hit me. I'll let you hit me. Call me father, I lose. However, Gu Jiao stopped the old marquis and used a charcoal pencil to write on a small piece of paper, Don't listen to teach. Slowly. As a father, you have to be patient. Gu Jiao wrote a few more words and showed them to Marquis Gu. Come, eat dinner. Marquis Gu glanced at the messy words and the corner of his mouth twitched. He seemed to understand how his father became sworn brothers with the other party. Just based on this ugly character, it was simply the same as the men of the Gu family. In the Gu family, even someone as outstanding as Gu Chongqing could write indescribably with a brush. So his father must have found a sense of intimacy with the other party's calligraphy. But then again, he couldn't speak. Was he a little mute? Marquis Gu sized him up. The mask covered half of his face, but judging from his eyes and chin, he should be an exquisite young man. What a pity. Marquis Gu sat down beside him. Now that her status was different, Gu Jiao looked at Marquis Gu differently from before. She showed great interest in Marquis Gu. She looked at Marquis Gu like an old father. Marquis Gu felt his hair stand on end. Is it really okay for a teenager like you to look at people like that? The dishes were quickly served. Marquis Gu was shocked. Why were they all his favorite dishes? Marquis Gu peeled a prawn. Gu Jiao showed a gratified and praising expression. Marquis Gu, no, I'm just peeling a prawn. Is it necessary? I'm not a retard. Then, Marquis Gu began to eat. Gu Jiao didn't say anything during the whole process, but Marquis Gu felt that her eyes were like this. Look, look. He ate prawns. He knew how to eat prawns. Look, look. He ate fish. He knew how to spit thorns. This was just Marquis Gu's imagination. He felt that she didn't mean that, but what was the meaning of her excited expression? You want to eat? Marquis Gu held the peeled prawn and asked Gu Jiao. He didn't want to ask, but he felt his hair stand on end from her gaze. Gu Jiao nodded. Marquis Gu put the prawn in her bowl. Gu Jiao tilted her head proudly. Marquis Gu seemed to read another sentence from her small eyes. Wow, so filial. Marquis Gu was shocked by his own conjecture. Stop your brain. Stop your brain. The old Marquis met an acquaintance and went out to greet him. Only the two of them were left in the room. Gu Jiao didn't give up on the idea of making him call her father. She wrote with a charcoal pencil, if you call father, I'll give you a red packet. Marquis Gu peeled the prawn. Ha ha ha, if you call me father, I'll give you a red packet. Gu Jiao thought for a while and wrote, give more or less. Marquis Gu Jiao wrote again, I don't study good writing. Not good. How do you pronounce this word? The word was written crookedly. Marquis Gu tried his best to make out the outline. He frowned and said uncertainly, drop. Gu Jiao, yes. Marquis Gu. What kind of sly little thing was this? Wait, there was something wrong with the voice. It seemed to be a little girl. Marquis Gu's body trembled as he suddenly looked at Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao touched her fingers. She was too excited just now and accidentally answered. Marquis Gu looked her up and down, not letting go of a single strand of her hair. You are, Gu Jiao shook her head decisively, I'm not. Marquis Gu stood up suddenly. You are, Gu Jiao punched him. Ah. Marquis Gu had a panda eye and he covered his left eye. In this moment of distraction, Gu Jiao rushed out of the door. Marquis Gu took a while to recover. This familiar strength, this familiar formula. Why was it so similar to that stinky girl? Although Marquis Gu didn't have any evidence, he felt that there was no other person in the world who was so daring other than that stinky girl. In order to confirm his guess, Marquis Gu didn't care if his father was still in the tea house receiving guests and chased after her with large strides. How could his body, which had been recuperating for half a month, be compared to Gu Jiao who trained every day? He lost her in a short while. He went to the medical hall. Gu Jiao wasn't there. Not there. Very well. He immediately went to Jadewater Alley. He wanted to see where that girl could hide this time. The courtyard door was left ajar. He angrily walked in. Just as he was about to yell for that stinky girl to get out here, he saw Yao Shi wearing a loose yellow dress and sitting on a rattan chair in the front yard embroidering. After not seeing her for a long time, Yao Shi's face had become rounder and her complexion was ruddier. She wasn't fat, but she looked much more beautiful. Marquis Gu was immediately stunned. Senior servant Fong was the first to notice him and bowed. "Marquis." Yao Shi slowly turned her face. Perhaps it was because she was comfortable here, but the gloominess between her brows had disappeared. Her eyes were clear and her entire body exuded a motherly gentleness. Marquis Gu had never seen Yao Shi like this before. Yao Shi put down the needle and thread in her hand. "Marquis, why have you come?" I came to see you." Marquis Gu walked forward and said. Yao Shi pointed at the stool to the side. "Marquis, please sit. I'll go make a pot of tea for you." Senior servant Fong said and left. Marquis Gu looked at Yao Shi and could not move his eyes away. He held Yao Shi's hand. "It was my fault for not coming to see you these days." "It's fine." Yao Shi asked, "Is Jean Yu doing well?" Ever since Yao Shi moved out, she had not returned. Jean Yu had come to see her at first, but he had not come recently. "He's doing well. He just misses you a little." After Marquis Gu said this, his gaze fell on her slightly plump figure. He wanted to ask if she had gotten fat, but when the words reached his lips, he felt that this was a suicidal question. He changed the topic. "That's right, is Jiao Jiao home?" Yao Shi gently said, "She hasn't woken up from her afternoon nap." "You're looking for her?" Marquis Gu muttered, "What time is it now?" "She's still taking an afternoon nap." Yao Shi said, "She slept late. Do you need something from her?" Marquis Gu cleared his throat and shook his head, saying, Nothing, I'm just concerned about her." "Has she been home all afternoon?" Yao Shi nodded, "And there's nothing going on at the clinic today. She's been at home the entire time." Could it be that it wasn't that girl? Was he thinking too much? Yao Shi would not lie to him. It seemed that he was thinking too much. The dates for the court examination were out. The minor exam was set for the 15th of the 4th month, while the main exam was set for the 17th of the 4th month. The minor exam was a test before the court examination. It was held in the Imperial Palace. The purpose was to let the examinees familiarize themselves with the examination environment and listen to the rules. This was to prevent them from losing their composure in front of the emperor. The minor exam did not count towards the results, but they could not blindly take the exam as it would offend the examiners. On the 11th and 12th day of the 4th month, the examination hall would give out matching cards and examinations to all the examinees. The matching cards were used to enter the palace, while the examinations were used to enter the examination hall. The examinations and matching cards had to be personally received by the examinees. Early in the morning of the 11th day, Feng Lin and Lin Qingye came to Bai Shui Alley to find Xiao Lulang. The three of them brought their examinees' documents and went to the examination hall to exchange for matching cards and examinations. The documents had to be kept at the examination hall. After the examination, they had to return the matching cards and examinations to exchange for the examinees' documents. The three of them met Du Ruhan at the entrance. In the examination, Feng Lin was ranked 176th while Lin Qingye was ranked 123rd. Both of them were ranked towards the bottom. Du Ruhan was ranked 15th and was just a few places away from entering the top 10. He was a seeded candidate that everyone had high hopes for. Feng Lin patted Du Ruhan's shoulder. Good luck, little belly. Do well in the court examination and strive to rank alongside Lu Lang. Du Ruhan snorted. Why should I go with him? Can't I rank on my own? Also, what's wrong with the two of you? Don't you want to rank on the imperial examination? Du Ruhan's aptitude was considered to be one of the best in the capital. Otherwise, Zhuang Xianji would not have personally spent time and effort to teach him. Feng Lin and Lin Qingye were both hardworking geniuses. If they had not met a formidable teacher like Xiao Lulang, the two of them might not even be able to pass the examination. Rank on the imperial examination. The two of them should just forget about it. Du Ruhan saw that the two of them did not have much fighting spirit and hurriedly said, all right, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's go and line up. Let's see if the four of us can line up together. Although they could not cheat if they lined up together, it was still a psychological comfort in this unfamiliar and dignified environment. Xiao Lulang did not say anything and silently lined up behind the three of them. Lulang, come to the front. Feng Lin said. Du Ruhan snorted. You only know how to spoil him. Lin Qingye also took a step back to make room for Xiao Lulang. Du Ruhan's mouth twitched. The examination numbers were the same as the court examination, and the seats were the same as well. When the four of them received their examination tickets, they saw two people sitting together. It was Du Ruhan and Xiao Lulang. HTML Genius memorized this website's address in a second, www.zhbqg.com Bikuj mobile reading website, zhbqg.com. Chapter 250. Feng Lin said enviously, I really envy you for being able to sit next to Lulang. Their numbers were connected. If they were not front and back, then they were left and right. Du Ruhan rolled his eyes, what's there to be envious about? If you like it, I'll swap with you. He did not understand. When they were young, he and Feng Lin were the closest. Xiao Lulang was an outsider and had only lived here for a short time. How did he succeed in pushing him down? Feng Lin said, I want to swap, but I need the examiner's permission. Lin Qingye also showed great envy. He also wanted to sit next to Xiao Lulang. Du Ruhan did not understand, no, what's wrong with you two? Sitting next to him means you can copy his exam papers or something. Feng Lin gave him a look that could only be understood, but not explained, you don't understand. As long as I sit next to Lulang, my heart will be at ease. Lin Qingye also nodded. He felt the same. Feng Lin was from Song County. Although his family lived in the county, his grandparents and family lived in the countryside. To put it bluntly, he was a poor country boy who had never seen the world. The court exam was about to begin. He was about to meet the emperor of Zhao country. Just thinking about it made his legs go weak. Although Lin Qingye was the son of the richest man in Yuzhou, since ancient times, merchants had a low status and were not respected in the world. When the Imperial College's students mentioned him, it was mostly because his family was filthy rich. There were even people who said that his ranking was bought with money. In short, Lin Qingye was more afraid of meeting the emperor than Feng Lin. Xiao Lulang looked at the two, don't think too much. Just take the exam normally. The emperor is not a poisonous snake or a beast. He will not punish the examinees for small matters. Du Ruhan snorted, you haven't seen him before. How do you know? Xiao Lulang did not respond. In fact, he was the one who felt the real pressure. He had a premonition that as long as he entered the palace, he would definitely attract the attention of the emperor. Although he had enough confidence to deal with it, he could not guarantee what the emperor's attitude would be. Feng Lin was also convinced by Du Ruhan. She was always targeting Lulang. He said, all right, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's go back. Little Belly, are you going back to the Zhuang family or are you coming with us? We plan to go to Liulang's house to bet on the exam questions. Du Ruhan originally wanted to say that she didn't want to go, but she thought of something and asked, is Jianyang around? Xiao Lulang looked at him coldly. She's not here. Du Ruhan, in the end, Du Ruhan still went. Zhuang Xianji was an old-fashioned man. He would never bet on the exam questions. He believed that whether a person could pass the exam had nothing to do with luck. Therefore, for Du Ruhan to be able to reach where he was today, other than his own excellence, he had indeed put in more effort than ordinary people. Zhuang Xianji never talked about the exam questions, but Du Ruhan was full of knowledge. Gu Jiao wasn't at home today. She had just received a letter from Xuaningxiang. In the letter, Xuaningxiang said that her mother-in-law's health was deteriorating. Xuaningxiang asked her to pass a letter to Zhou Erzwang to see if he could come back to see his mother for the last time. Gu Jiao knew about Xuaningxiang's mother-in-law's health. She was aging normally. All the major organs were failing, and medicine couldn't reverse it. Gu Jiao didn't know much about the situation in the barracks. She wasn't sure if Zhou Erzwang could ask for leave to go home. It was said that Xuaningxiang's mother-in-law could, but hadn't she passed away? Gu Jiao thought about it and decided to go to the barracks. Deputy General Hu was transferred back to the Hushan barracks. Gu Chongqing was also in this barracks. Gu Jiao didn't bother him. She only asked the guard to pass a message to Zhou Erzwang, saying that she would wait for him outside the barracks. Zhou Erzwang became Deputy General Hu's personal guard. His status was much higher than before, and no one would treat him perfunctorily anymore. The guard went to report. However, Zhou Erzwang was in the middle of training. He was the target of training, so he couldn't leave halfway. The guard asked Gu Jiao to wait. Gu Jiao didn't wait for long. Gu Chongqing came out from inside. Gu Chongqing was also in the middle of training. However, he was the one training others, so it didn't matter if he walked for a while. What a coincidence. Gu Jiao greeted him. Gu Chongqing nodded. How could there be such a coincidence? It was just someone's deliberate plan. Gu Chongqing had already told the guard that if a girl surnamed Gu came to the Hushan barracks, he must be informed. Just now, the guard went to inform Gu Chongqing first, and then went to inform Zhou Erzwang. Gu Chongqing didn't say anything about this. Gu Chongqing saw that she was holding a letter in her hand. He asked, "Are you going to send a letter to Zhou Erzwang?" Gu Jiao nodded. Yes. There's a letter from his family. His mother is seriously ill and hopes to see him for the last time. Can your barracks ask for leave? Of course. Gu Chongqing said lightly. The guard on the side was dumbfounded. Lieutenant, is it really okay for you to lie through your teeth like this? The general of the Hushan barracks was famous for being unreasonable. It was harder for a small guard like Zhou Erzwang to ask for leave than to ascend to the sky. Unless he didn't want to mingle in the barracks, he would be demoted when he came back. Gu Chongqing stretched out his hand. Leave it to me. You go back first, and I will tell him. Gu Jiao thought for a moment. Okay. Tell him to go to the medical center before he goes back. I have some things to take back. Gu Chongqing took the letter and watched Gu Jiao get on the carriage. Then, he turned around and entered the barracks. Deputy General Hu was not his subordinate, nor was he his immediate superior. He was General Rand's subordinate, and Deputy General Hu was General Qin's subordinate. He didn't have many personal relationships with General Qin and Deputy General Hu. He hesitated for a moment, but still went to Deputy General Hu's tent and told him about Zhou Erzwang. My younger sister and his sister-in-law are old friends. He also explained why he helped Zhou Erzwang several times. Deputy General Hu suddenly realized why Zhou Erzwang could ask the heir of the Marquis of Ding and Fu to personally deliver something. It turned out that there was this layer of relationship involved. Zhou Erzwang was a bumpkin from the countryside. His brother and sister-in-law were also countrymen. Their old friends should also be countrymen. Deputy General Hu had long heard that the daughter of the Marquis Fu was born with a wrong person and grew up among the commoners. Presumably, this was her. Gu Changqing stopped talking about the matter of the family. Deputy General Hu also tactfully didn't probe further. He smiled and said, "This boy has been by my side for several years and has suffered a lot. He is bold and careful, and has also performed meritorious deeds. One year, he passed by Yuzhou while delivering a letter for me. In order to not delay the military situation, he didn't pass through the door. It's time to give him a vacation." There was an element of exaggeration in these words. Zhou Erzwang's ability to endure hardships and his bravery to kill the enemy was not fake, but to pass through the door and enter was a bit of a stretch. He had passed by Yuzhou on the waterway and was about 100 li away from Qingchuan village. Gu Changqing saw through these superficial words but didn't expose them. "It was my younger sister who requested this, so I'll have to trouble Lord Hu." His Highness was always talking about his sister. Was their relationship that good? Growing up in the countryside, they hadn't seen each other many times. Gu Changqing was famous for his cold face in the military camp. He had never heard him mention any family members, including his two younger brothers and the talented daughter in the mansion. He thought that he didn't like his younger brothers and sisters, but his eyes softened when he mentioned his younger sister today. Deputy General Hu touched his nose. Today was really strange. However, Deputy General Hu was flattered that the military commandant, who never made friends with others, took the initiative to come to him. Today's matter was equivalent to Gu Changqing owing him a favor. As for General Liao Qi, he had a suitable reason. The next day, Zhou Erzwang carried his luggage and went to the medical center. "Excuse me, is Gu Jiao's mother here?" he asked shopkeeper Wang. Shopkeeper Wang looked at Gu Jiao, who was checking the medicine cabinet, and said, "Miss Gu, someone is looking for you. These medicinal materials are a little damp. Take them out to dry." Gu Jiao ordered the medicine boy and turned to the counter. "Who is looking for me?" Shopkeeper Wang pointed to Zhou Erzwang. Zhou Erzwang looked at Gu Jiao, stunned. This is Jiaonyang. She was different from what he remembered. Even if Xuanningshiang repeatedly emphasized in the letter that Gu Jiao's illness had been cured and she was a normal girl, Zhou Erzwang still didn't associate the girl in front of him with the little fool in his memory. The difference was too big. If there was any feature that hadn't changed, it would probably be the birthmark on her face. Zhou Erzwang. Gu Jiao guessed the other person's identity. "Ah, yes. I'm Zhou Erzwang." Zhou Erzwang awkwardly came back to his senses. He had learned some manners when he was with Deputy General Hu. It was very impolite to stare at people like this. Gu Jiao didn't mind. She looked at the bundle on his back and asked, "Are you going to set off?" Zhou Erzwang said, "Yes, Deputy General Hu has a task for me. I have to deliver a letter to Governor Liu in Yuzhou. I have to personally deliver it to Governor Liu. Deputy General Hu allowed me to go home after delivering the letter." It sounded good. This was a task, so it was better to go home on the way. It was better than simply asking for leave. Gu Jiao didn't know that this was the result of Gu Changqing's intervention. She said to Zhou Erzwang, "Wait a minute. I have something to ask you to bring back." "Okay." Gu Jiao went back to the small courtyard and took out a big bundle. She told him in detail what was for Xuanningsiang, what was for Dean Li, and what was for Luo Lizheng. Finally, she gave Zhou Erzwang a bundle of traveling expenses. Zhou Erzwang hurriedly refused. "You usually give me this and that. It's enough. I can't take any more of your traveling expenses. Besides, I'm going to carry out a task this time. Deputy General Hu gave me some money. He even gave a lot of money. It was all thanks to Gu Changqing." However, Deputy General Hu didn't let him know. He insisted on not accepting it. Gu Jiao didn't force him. "Okay. Be careful." "Oh. I'll go now." Zhou Erzwang suddenly felt lucky that he didn't bully Jiaonyang when he was young. He was quite magnanimous when he met her, but he was quite surprised. Zhou Erzwang walked away, but he couldn't help but look back. The Imperial College wasn't on vacation these days, but the candidates who were going to participate in the court examination didn't go to class. They were all resting at home or in their bedrooms. There wasn't much content in the court examination. It only tested 1 or 2 subjects. It wasn't as difficult as the previous exams. It mainly depended on the parties and the emperor's preferences. At this point, everyone knew how strong they were. There wasn't much point in cramming at the last minute. It was better to relax and maintain a good state. Xiao Lulang didn't go to class at the Imperial College. He only went to pick up little Jing Kong when school was over. This afternoon, he had a Kuju class. There was a small Kuju competition. The class was delayed for a while. When little Jing Kong came out, it was already dark. Xiao Lulang looked at the little guy's sweaty face and handed him a handkerchief in disdain. "Wipe it yourself." Little Jing Kong pouted. "Jiao Jiao always helps me wipe it." Xiao Lulang, wipe it yourself." Little Jing Kong shamelessly said, "I'm tired. I'm so tired." "Okay, you're tired." Xiao Lulang raised his eyebrows, carried the little guy over, and wiped his sweat. Then, the two of them walked back. Coincidentally, the carriage from the palace that came to pick up Qin Chuyu also arrived. The curtain was lifted, and a beautiful figure walked out of the carriage. Who else could it be but the Crown Princess? The Crown Princess usually didn't get out of the carriage. Today, she was bored out of her wits and wanted to get some fresh air. Unexpectedly, she bumped into Xiao Lulang. Xiao Lulang wasn't wearing the Imperial College's uniform. Instead, he was wearing a simple but elegant white robe. The Crown Princess froze. The Crown Princess had seen Xiao Lulang from afar in the carriage before. It was completely different from up close. At that time, it was just a blurry side profile. Now, it was a full frontal view. For a moment, she seemed to see the little Duke again. However, he seemed to be more beautiful. He had a youthful and reserved temperament that was between a teenager and a man. One couldn't look away from him. The two female officials were also stunned. They were also stunned by Xiao Lulang's appearance. But soon, the three of them noticed little Jing Kong beside Xiao Lulang. The Crown Princess had seen little Jing Kong before. He, Qin Chuyu, and the Minister of War's grandson, Su Zhozhou, had beaten up Prince Liang Guoyu's son. She heard that he was a commoner. Was he related to this person? Was this person really someone who looked similar to the young Marquis? Little Jing Kong was on the other side of Xiao Lulang. He was blocked by Xiao Lulang, so he didn't see the Crown Princess. Xiao Lulang didn't seem to see him either. He held little Jing Kong's hand and walked past the crown princess without looking sideways. The crown princess's gaze followed him. She turned around and looked at his back as he walked away with his cane. Suddenly, she asked the female official beside her, "You said last time, who took the commoner's child away?" The female official bowed and said, "Crown Princess, it was Marquis Xianping." Chapter 251. After the crown princess received Qin Chuyu, she didn't immediately return to the palace. Instead, she took Qin Chuyu to Marquis Xuanping's estate. It wasn't convenient for her to visit the Marquis's estate, but Qin Chuyu was Marquis Xuanping's nephew. It was only right for him to visit Marquis Xianping. Unfortunately, Marquis Xianping wasn't in the estate today. He was secretly stirring up trouble with the emperor and the old marquis again. The crown princess wasn't discouraged, but Steward Liu was in the estate. He was Marquis Xuanping's trusted aide and had been running around for Marquis Xianping for the past few years. He was only summoned back by Marquis Xianping last year. If there was anyone who knew Marquis Xuanping's affairs like the back of their hand, it would be Chang Jing and Steward Liu. Qin Chuyu was having a great time eating in the carriage. "I think I dropped my hairpin. I'll go down and look for it. Do you want me to go with you?" "No need." The crown princess smiled gently. Qin Chuyu nodded and continued to eat. The crown princess got off the carriage and went to another carriage. She saw Steward Liu waiting there. She didn't beat around the bush and asked directly, "Marquis, do you know a child called Jing Kong?" "Jing Kong." Steward Liu found the name familiar. The crown princess continued, "He's a student from the Imperial College's prodigy class. He's 4 years old this year and is friends with His Highness the 7th Prince." Steward Liu said, "Ah, I remember now." However, it wasn't because of His Highness the 7th Prince, but because of that student from the Imperial College's prodigy class. "Wasn't he the young master's brother-in-law?" Steward Liu asked, "Crown Princess, are you here to ask about that child?" The crown princess stared at Steward Liu. "Do you know that he has someone who looks a lot like the young marquis? You've seen him." Steward Liu was very surprised, but when he thought about it, he wasn't too surprised. Little young master was studying at the Imperial College, and His Highness the 7th Prince was also studying at the Imperial College. If the crown princess frequently went to fetch His Highness the 7th Prince, wouldn't she encounter little young master? "Who is he?" the crown princess asked. Steward Liu hesitated for a moment before telling the truth. "He is the marquis's illegitimate son." Surprise flashed across the crown prince consort's eyes. "Illegitimate child." Steward Liu sighed, "That's right. Didn't the marquis go to Jiangnan to control the flood one year? That year, the marquis fell in love with a woman in Song County, and the young master is their child." The crown princess said thoughtfully, "I've never heard the marquis mention it before." Steward Liu sighed again. "The marquis only just found out. The marquis summoned me back to the capital to investigate the young master's whereabouts. However, the young master seemed to have some misunderstandings about the marquis. He thought that the marquis had abandoned him and his mother, so he refused to acknowledge the marquis. Don't tell anyone about this." The crown princess paused and nodded. "I understand. I will keep it a secret for the marquis." After all, it was not something to be proud of. The crown prince consort didn't say anything else and turned to board the carriage. Was it because they were biological brothers that they looked so similar? But why did he feel that something was wrong? The crown prince consort brought Qin Chuyu back to the palace. When they arrived at the palace gates, they ran into the crown prince who had just returned from the Ministry of Rights. The negotiations between the Liang and the Zhao were very successful. The emperor and the ministers believed that the crown prince and the crown prince consort contributed a lot. They treated the Liang envoys very well and didn't make any more mistakes like burning the pleasure boats. The emperor greatly praised the couple and let the crown prince and the Ministry of Rites host the court examination this time. The crown prince was very focused. These days, he went to the Ministry of Rites to study whenever he had time. He didn't make arbitrary decisions. Instead, he humbly asked for advice and received a lot of praise from the Ministry of Rites. Today, he had just been praised by the Minister of Rites and was in a good mood. When he saw the crown prince consort and Qin Chuyu, he lifted the curtain of his carriage and said to them, "Lin Lang, let seventh brother return to the Eastern Palace. Come with me. I want to go too." Qin Chuyu instantly felt that the dessert in his hand didn't taste good. The crown prince said, "Go back and do your homework." Qin Chuyu's mouth twitched. The crown prince consort comforted him gently. "Do your homework first. I'll bring you osmanthus cake tonight." The palace also had osmanthus cake. Qin Chuyu was sick of the palace's cakes. He always felt that the ones outside were more delicious. Qin Chuyu said slowly, "Okay. Remember to come back early." Qin Chuyu was brought back to the Eastern Palace by the palace servants. The crown prince consort got into the crown prince's carriage. The crown prince's travels were very low-key. The carriage didn't look big and only had 2 horses. However, the interior of the carriage was very luxurious. The crown prince held the crown prince consort's hand and couldn't hide his smile. "Lin Lang, did you forget what day it is today?" "Ah." The crown prince consort was slightly stunned. Then, she lowered her head and smiled. "How could I forget such an important day? 10 years ago today, His Highness and I met at Zuayin Tavern. I was 10 years old, and the crown prince was 12. Every year on this day, His Highness would bring me to Zuayin Tavern." The crown prince squeezed her hand. "The first time I saw you, I felt that you would definitely be my crown prince consort in the future." The crown prince consort smiled with a hint of shyness. The crown prince's eyes were burning. His voice was hoarse. "I suddenly regret bringing you out." Dusk was setting in the west, and the sky was a flirtatious orange-red. The capital in April wasn't so cold anymore. There was even a hint of warmth in the evening breeze. Little Jing Kong was held by Xiao Lulang as he skipped down the alley. That's right, he skipped down the alley. He rarely gave Xiao Lulang face unless Xiao Lulang was willing to take him to the medical center to find Gu Jiao. Little Jing Kong had already showered and changed into dry clothes. He smelled good. He could give Jiao Jiao a hug. "You're not 3 years old anymore. Can't you be more mature?" Xiao Liulang's hand was almost pulled off by the little guy. Little Jing Kong spread his other hand. "But 4 years old isn't too old. The princess consort said that I'm still a baby." Xiao Lulang gave him a contemptuous look. "You're in charge of the sky, the earth, and the air every day. You even care if your brother-in-law gets first place in the exam. How can you say something like that? Baby?" Xiao Lulang was thunderstruck. Little Jing Kong didn't receive his brother-in-law's look. He was in high spirits and started to sing, "I'm the Mount Tai next door, catch the vine of love, ow ow, don't be afraid of my Lulang." Xiao Liulang's body trembled. "Shut up. Little monk. I want to eat that." Little Jing Kong suddenly stopped his beautiful throat slitting and pointed at an alley that was emitting the aroma of sesame seeds as he spoke. Xiao Lulang chuckled. "That's an alley. You can eat it if you want." Little Jing Kong was furious. "Don't you smell the aroma? It's the smell of Jiao Jiao's favorite food." Gu Jiao loved to eat the jerky made by Xiao Liulang's classmate. The jerky was sprinkled with sesame seeds, but Xiao Lulang didn't smell it. Xiao Lulang only vaguely smelled it when they passed through the alley. He looked at little Jing Kong strangely. Do you have a dog's nose? Why are you so sensitive? Little Jing Kong snorted. It's obviously your nose that's not very good. Xiao Lulang walked half a street before he found the sesame biscuit shop. Xiao Liulang's mouth twitched. You call this a bad nose? Even a dog can't smell it, right? This was a newly opened sesame biscuit shop. Today was the first day it officially opened, and business was good. Xiao Lulang led little Jing Kong to line up for a while and bought 2 boxes of freshly baked sesame biscuits. Little Jing Kong counted carefully and made sure that everyone in his family had one. Jiao Jiao had 2. Then, he was satisfied and was about to leave with the boxes. Just as he turned around, he bumped into Su Tsongtang, who also came to buy sesame biscuits. Jing Kong. Tsongtang. The 2 children were especially excited. They stood beside the shop and turned into little loudspeakers at the same time, chattering away. He didn't know what a 7-year-old and a 4-year-old could talk about. Xiao Lulang was speechless as he looked at the 2 children who were chatting happily. For a moment, he regretted bringing them along. Su Tsongtang grabbed little Jing Kong's hand and pointed to the restaurant diagonally opposite. That's my cousin's restaurant. My cousin is upstairs. I'll take you to see him. He's always wanted to see you. Brother-in-law, can I go with you? Little Jing Kong looked at Xiao Lulang eagerly. He was asking for help, so he began to act cute. Xiao Lulang took a deep breath and said helplessly, I'll wait for you here. Little Jing Kong handed the box to Xiao Lulang. Then, Su Tsongtang ran to Zuiyin restaurant diagonally opposite. Beside the sesame shop was a study room. Xiao Lulang had nothing to do, so it just so happened that he ran out of ink ingots at home. He planned to buy more the next day, so since he ran into it today, he might as well buy it. Xiao Lulang entered the study room and asked the shopkeeper for ink sticks. The shopkeeper said, the high-quality ink sticks are inside. You can choose by yourself. Xiao Lulang went in to choose ink sticks. The room was very narrow. There were 2 rows of shelves. It was difficult to turn around once you entered. However, the ink sticks here were indeed of excellent quality. Xiao Lulang was very satisfied and picked a few pieces. At this moment, the crown princess passed by the door. She came to Zuiyin restaurant to eat with the crown prince. She smelled the aroma of sesame cakes upstairs and thought that Qin Chuyu might like them. So, she came down to pick a box of sesame cakes for him. However, she saw a familiar figure when she passed by the study room. She hurried in. Madam, what are you? Before the shopkeeper finished speaking, the crown princess walked over. Xiao Lulang finished picking out the ink sticks and was about to leave when a figure walked in. The moment the figure walked in, the first row of shelves suddenly fell down, slamming the door shut and blocking it. Chapter 252. The newest chapter of this book is not finished. Millions of novels to read for free. This situation was out of everyone's expectations. Even the crown princess stilled slightly. The moment the bookshelf fell, she instinctively took a few steps forward to avoid the unexpected disaster. But this room was narrow to begin with. After taking a few steps forward, she almost collided with Xiao Lulang. Xiao Lulang was the first to hear the sound and knew that someone had entered. Following that, the bookshelf collapsed and hit the door. There were no oil lamps or windows in the room. The moment the door closed, the room plunged into endless darkness. He didn't see who it was, but he instinctively took a step back, almost pressing himself against the wall. Xiao Lulang had not been unapproachable for a day or 2. From the moment Feng Lin met him, he found that he had a serious obsession with social cleanliness. However, Feng Lin's skin was thicker and he always moved closer to Xiao Lulang. The crown princess was slightly embarrassed by the other's action of avoiding suspicion. Usually, when men encountered this kind of situation, wouldn't they be the hero saving the beauty? Of course, as the high and mighty crown princess, she would not allow herself to have any physical contact with other men. But it was one matter for her not to allow it, and another matter for others not to do so. The fragrance of a woman's rouge floated in the room. It was not the cheap rouge on the market, but the best incense from the palace. Xiao Liulang's hand that was holding the ink stick paused. While there were no lights in the room, after his eyes adjusted to the darkness, he could rely on the weak light that came through the crack in the door to open his vision a little. The other was wearing a pearl-white gauze dress. When the gauze fell, the gold and silver threads could be faintly seen in the weak light. This was shark gauze that was worth gold per inch. Supposedly, even if 100 fisherwomen worked together for a month, they would not be able to make half a bolt. This was an exaggeration, but shark gauze was a rare treasure of the palace. Palace maids did not have the right to wear it, and normal concubines did not have the right to wear it. The Ministry of Internal Affairs usually only gave it to the mistress of the inner palace, the Empress Dowager or the Empress. The Empress Dowager was no longer in the palace, and the Empress could not leave the palace. The woman's figure was graceful, like a mermaid breaking out of the water under the moonlight. It was a young woman. The room was so quiet that even breathing could be heard clearly. Xiao Lulang did not speak, nor did he take a step forward to strike up a conversation or salute. "Who are you?" After a moment of hesitation, the crown prince consort was the first to speak. Hearing this voice, Xiao Lulang tightened his grip on the ink stick in his hand, but he still did not speak. The crown princess thought to herself, could it really not be Aheng? If it was Aheng, how could he not recognize her voice? She paused for a moment and tried to walk toward him. However, she didn't know if it was intentional or not, but another row of bookshelves suddenly fell down and happened to lie between the two of them. Since she couldn't ask and couldn't pass, the crown prince consort had completely given up. The two of them didn't stay in the room for too long. The shopkeeper noticed that something was amiss and hurriedly called a waiter over to pry open the door. Unfortunately, the door was blocked, and it wouldn't be that easy to pry it open. The shopkeeper was also distressed about his own door and floor, so he did not dare cause too much trouble. Unknowingly, the opening of the door was delayed. As for the crown prince, he waited upstairs for a long time but did not see the crown prince consort return. He and the crown prince consort had come out to be alone before and did not bring any attendants. There was only a carriage driver and 2 hidden guards that were secretly protecting him. He thought for a bit then decided to go look for her himself. The crown prince consort said that she had gone to buy sesame cakes, but he did not see her in front of the sesame shop. Thus he asked the carriage driver, "Did you see the crown prince consort?" The carriage driver said, replying to master, "The crown prince consort went to the study." The crown prince frowned. What did she go to the study for? His suspicions were just suspicions, but the crown prince still strode into the study. Only after he entered did he find that something had happened in the study. His mind moved, and he walked forward, asking without getting angry, who was locked inside. The shopkeeper saw that the other party had a powerful aura and was dressed in extraordinary clothes, so he respectfully said, "I did not see clearly, it was a madam." "Out of the way," the crown prince said in a heavy voice. Everyone was intimidated by his presence and pushed to the side. The crown prince lightly knocked on the door and said, "Lin Lang, are you inside?" In the darkness, the crown prince consort turned around and looked at the bookshelf in front of her. She then looked at the tightly blocked door and said, "I am here." The crown prince pushed the door, but there was no response. The shopkeeper said, "It's no use, the bookshelf inside fell and blocked the door. The Crown Prince said with a frown, "Why aren't you prying it open?" But we can't pry it open." The shopkeeper wanted to smash it open with his axe, but he was worried that he would accidentally injure the person inside. The Crown Prince would not use his hidden guards unless he had no other choice, but he could not care so much now. He was worried that something would happen to the Crown Prince consort inside. He had the hidden guards appear. The two hidden guards were both palace experts, and a mere door was not a problem for them. The two quickly took down the door and removed the first shelf that was blocking the door. The Crown Prince hurriedly reached out to the Crown Prince consort. The Crown Prince consort took his hand and walked out of the shattered ink ingots on the ground. The Crown Prince looked her up and down and asked worriedly, "Are you okay?" The Crown Prince consort shook her head slightly. "I'm fine. Just now, the sesame cake was waiting, so I came to choose a few ink ingots for little Chi. Qin Chuyu could not use the Imperial Palace's ink ingots as it would easily expose his identity. The Crown Prince did not suspect her and said to her, "Leave this kind of thing to the servants. Don't do it yourself. If something happens to you, I will be sad." The Crown Prince consort smiled guiltily. "I made you worry, it's my fault." The Crown Prince said, "It's good that you are fine, let's go." The Crown Prince did not know that there was another person inside. The Crown Prince consort looked out of the corner of her eye but did not say anything. The Crown Prince took the Crown Prince consort's hand and threw an ingot to the shopkeeper before walking out of the study. After the shopkeeper received the ingot, he did not feel sorry for the door and the room full of broken bookshelves and ink ingots. He beamed with joy and said, "Young master, take care. Madam, take care." As he spoke, he turned and scratched his head. He looked at the messy room and said, "Huh. I remember that a scholar went in just now. Huh. Why did this bookshelf also fall? It shouldn't be." He had fixed this bookshelf properly and did not put anything heavy on it. How did it fall? Just as he was thinking, Xiao Lulang bent down and walked out from under another toppled bookshelf. The shopkeeper was stunned. There really is someone." Xiao Lulang did not say anything. He paid for the ink ingots and gave some extra money. The shopkeeper was about to ask when he said, "Loss." The loss of the second bookshelf. The shopkeeper was stunned. After little Jing Kong and Su Zhozhou met his relatives, they went back to the sesame cake shop to meet up with Xiao Lulang, accompanied by Su Zhozhou and the servants of the Su family. Little Jing Kong was a careful child. He quickly noticed that there was something wrong with his brother-in-law's hand. He stopped and looked seriously at Xiao Lulang's right hand, which was hanging in his wide sleeves. "What's wrong with your hand?" "It's nothing," Xiao Lulang said lightly. Little Jing Kong did not believe him. He grabbed Xiao Lulang's sleeve and saw a red and swollen hand. His eyes instantly widened. "It's all swollen. How did you get it? Does it hurt?" Xiao Lulang suddenly smiled and pinched his little face. "You care about me so much." Little Jing Kong slapped away his hand that was messing around with his face and said seriously, "I'm just worried that you won't pass the exam. Jiao Jiao bet that you'll be the top scorer." "I bet all my money on you." Xiao Lulang. As soon as they arrived at the medical center, little Jing Kong found Gu Jiao, who was drying medicinal herbs in the backyard. He started to complain about his bad brother-in-law. "He hurt himself when I wasn't looking at him." Gu Jiao put down the medicinal herbs in her hand and looked at Xiao Lulang, who was walking over. "Where are you hurt? Let me take a look." Then she said to little Jing Kong, "Go and play with Sister Jiangli, okay?" Little Jing Kong obediently went to find little Jiangli. Gu Jiao brought Xiao Lulang back to her courtyard. There was a consultation room in the medical center, but it was for outsiders. He was different. Xiao Lulang had been to the medical center several times, but he had never entered Gu Jiao's room. It was not like a study room with simple furniture. There was even a small bed behind the screen for her to rest on. The two of them sat outside the screen. The screen was not a landscape or flower or bird screen that ordinary girls liked. It was a plain light blue without any patterns. Her preferences were always a little different. The two of them lived under the same roof, but for some reason, this room that belonged to Gu Jiao alone made Xiao Lulang feel as if he had broken into her boudoir. Xiao Luolang's expression changed slightly. Gu Jiao rolled up his sleeves. She did not use a pulse pillow to cushion his wrist. Instead, she directly held his wrist with her hand. His wrist was very swollen. She gently touched the bone. The bone was fine. She pinched the back of his hand. It was also slightly swollen. It should be caused by the extravasated blood on his wrist. Does it hurt? She asked. No, he said. Gu Jiao also checked his fingers. His hand was very beautiful. It was thin, his fingers were slender, and the joints were distinct. His nails were very clean. Even the uninjured wrist was as delicate as jade. If it was in her previous life, it would be the hand of either a surgeon or a pianist. How did he get injured? Gu Jiao was a little angry. Usually at home, she was reluctant to let him do heavy work. She was afraid that he would hurt his hand. How did you get injured? She asked. In fact, they rarely asked about these things. When Gu Jiao treated his leg, she did not ask how he got injured. When Gu Jiao was unconscious after being whipped, he did not ask who Gu Jiao was on bad terms with. Although they eventually learned the truth, they did not know it from each other. The bookshelf was smashed, Xiao Lulang said. I didn't pay much attention at the time. Gu Jiao looked at his red and swollen wrist and frowned. Be careful in the future. Xiao Lulang nodded. Okay. On the first day, he needed to ice it to prevent the extravasated blood from spreading. Gu Jiao took an ice pack from the small medicine box and put it on his wrist. This ice pack did not need to be frozen. It could be crushed into ice. The disadvantage was that it could not be used again. Xiao Lulang had long been accustomed to strange things appearing in her medicine box from time to time. He did not ask where she got the ice. She held his wrist with one hand and put the ice pack on his wrist with the other. She changed the ice pack from time to time. Her expression was very serious and very careful. Xiao Luolang's eyes moved slightly. He reached out his hand and said, I'll do it myself. Gu Jiao picked up the ice pack and avoided his hand. No, it's very cold. Aren't your hands icy cold? Xiao Lulang stared at her. His wrist was cold and painful, but his heart did not seem to feel it. He opened his mouth and suddenly asked, Do you treat other patients like this? No. Gu Jiao shook her head and carefully put the ice pack on his hand. I only treat you like this. Xiao Luolang's heart suddenly swelled. There was a strange and strong emotion filling in. In fact, she did not specifically say what she only treated him like, but it made him unable to breathe calmly. The ice pack was probably too cold. Her left hand was completely numb from the cold. She changed the ice pack to her right hand and used her ice-cold left hand to hold his wrist bones. After changing the ice pack several times, Xiao Luolang's wrist was much less swollen and did not hurt at all. Her hands were so cold that they almost lost feeling. She went to pack things. Xiao Lulang could feel that her movements had slowed down. She closed the medicine box as if nothing had happened. She did not care about it. It was just a pair of cold hands. It was not unprecedented for her body to be frozen stiff in her previous life. However, this time, something that she did not care about was cared for by someone for her. The moment she stood up to take care of the medical supplies, a slender hand reached out and grabbed her cold hand. That hand was slender and white, and had an irresistible strength as it tightly wrapped around her hand. Her cold and painful fingertips suddenly warmed up. Gu Jiao stared blankly at him. He did not look at Gu Jiao. He only silently held her other hand in his. In the blink of an eye, it was the 15th of the 4th month. The small exam before the court examination began. Xiao Lulang left before the sun rose. He sat in the carriage driven by Lu Quan and arrived at the main entrance of the imperial palace. The main entrance of the imperial palace had a total of 3 doors. The main door in the middle was large and wide. It was at least 20 feet tall, and there was a side door on each side of the main door. The left door was for the royal family, and the right door was for the officials. Today, the examinees used the right door. The examinees were already waiting outside the right door, and they lined up according to their examination numbers. Xiao Lulang and Du Ruhan's examination numbers were the same. Xiao Lulang was 75, and Du Ruhan was 76. Du Ruhan arrived earlier than Xiao Lulang. After greeting Feng Lin and Lin Qingye, it took a long time for Xiao Lulang to arrive. "Why are you so late? I thought you were too timid to come." Du Ruhan was jealous that Xiao Lulang had squeezed out his position in Feng Lin's heart. He would always scold him when he saw him. Xiao Lulang could not be bothered to argue with him, and quietly lined up in front of him. Du Ruhan curled her lips. "Hey, are you nervous? Feng Lin and Lin Qingye are so nervous." Their examination numbers were closer to the front. One was 21, and the other was 37. It was said that they were ahead of Xiao Lulang and Du Ruhan, so the two of them were trembling. Fortunately, the rest of the examinees were trembling as well. There were not many who were not trembling. Firstly, they had never been to the palace before, so they were a little nervous. Secondly, it was especially cold today. It was already the 4th month, and the weather should have been good by now. However, it suddenly rained last night, causing the temperature to plummet. At this moment, there was even a strong wind blowing. Xiao Lulang glanced at him. "Are you nervous?" Du Ruhan snorted. "What do I have to be nervous about?" Xiao Lulang's gaze swept across him. "If you don't tremble, you will be more convincing." When the time was up, the right side door opened. The officials from the Ministry of Rites began to inspect the examinees. After the inspection, a eunuch and an official from the Ministry of Rites would lead the examinees into the Hall of Supreme Harmony in the Imperial Palace. This time, there wasn't much of a body search. After all, everyone was no longer an ordinary high scholar. Everyone was a tribute scholar. Even the weakest among them was a grand scholar. What was a scholar? That was a preparatory official of the imperial court. Xiao Liuzi, do you know who that is? Halfway there, Du Ruhan suddenly pulled on Xiao Liulang's sleeve and used his eyes to signal him to look at a square-faced tributary scholar not far away. Xiao Lulang said indifferently, "How come you talk more than Feng Lin?" The two of them really talked a lot. This was called birds of a feather flocking together. Du Ruhan clicked his tongue. "If you don't want to listen, then forget it." Xiao Lulang actually knew who Du Ruhan was referring to. That was Grand Secretary Yuan's grandson, Yuan Yu. Just now, when he was in line, he heard the officials from the Ministry of Rites greet Yuan Yu and call him Young Master Yuan. The Minister of Rites was Grand Secretary Yuan's disciple, so it was not surprising that he would take care of Yuan Yu. As for the Minister of Dependencies, he was Grand Tutor Zhuang's disciple, so he would most likely favor Royal Prince, and Royal Prince An's exam number was behind Xiao Lulang and Du Ruhan, so Xiao Lulang did not see him. All the examinees took the exam in the main hall of the Hall of Supreme Harmony. There was a mat, a writing desk, and brushes, ink, paper, and inkstone provided by the imperial court. The examinees had to sit and answer the questions. The invigilators were officials from the Ministry of Rights and the Minister of Dependencies. After the examinees listened to the Minister of Rights' instructions and singing, they cupped their hands in salute and began to sit down. The small exam only tested the 8-part essay. This time, there was no cut and match question. The question was, the Tao is not far from people. People are far from the Tao, so they must not think of the Tao. This sentence came from The Doctrine of the Mean, Chapter 13. It meant, the Tao is not far from people. If someone pretended to be profound and caused the Tao to be far from people, then they could not practice the Tao. There were many entry points for this question. It could explore the nature and form of the Tao, and it could also delve into the degree and method of practicing the Tao. The examinees were not used to being given such a simple question after going through rounds of cruel childhood examinations, provincial examinations, and metropolitan examinations. Thus, a strange scene appeared in the examination hall. All the examinees looked at the exam papers on the table in confusion, seriously suspecting that the invigilators had given them the wrong answers. The exam begins. The Minister of Rights reminded. The examinees seemed to wake up from a dream. They took out their draft papers and began to solve the questions. If there was no difficulty in this exam, it would probably be the time. There were only 4 hours. However, seeing that the exam questions were not difficult, this amount of time was enough. Even Feng Lin and Lin Qingye did not feel too much pressure. The small exam did not count towards the total score. Its main purpose was not to select talents, but to warm up for the court examination. It was also to learn the etiquette and rules of the examination hall. The Minister of Rights and the Minister of Dependencies worked together to invigilate the exam. Xiao Lulang sat in the second-last seat in the first row. This seat did not attract the attention of the invigilators, but there was a crutch beside him. The Minister of Dependencies immediately noticed the crutch. He asked the eunuch beside him in a low voice, "Who is that?" The eunuch counted Xiao Liulang's exam number, looked at the cards in his hand, and said, "He is a supervisor of the Imperial College." "Why is it a?" The Minister of Dependencies wanted to say, "Why is he a cripple?" Just as the words were about to come out of his mouth, he felt that it was inappropriate. Since the court had relaxed the requirements for the imperial examinations, then as an official of the court, he should accept it. However, the Minister of Dependencies could not help but look at Xiao Lulang. This was not his fault. Since the beginning of the court, there had not been a cripple who had come to take the imperial examinations. Especially those who had made it to the court examination. There were many who had scars on their faces. Could this kid have scars on his face as well? Wouldn't that scare His Majesty? The Minister of Dependencies decided to take a look. If he was really ugly, then no matter what, he would drop him. At the very least, he could not present his exam paper to the Emperor. They could not afford to frighten the Emperor. As a result, the Minister of Dependencies walked up to Xiao Lulang to take a look. With a single glance, he was completely dumbfounded. Xiao Lulang calmly finished his exam paper. He did not hand it in early, because he could not leave even if he handed it in. In the afternoon, they studied the rules and etiquette before the Emperor. To be honest, there were not many students from humble families among the 210 tributary scholars. It wasn't that they did not work hard enough, but rather that their educational resources and system were far inferior to those of noble families. If a family wanted to raise a grand scholar, they would often have to put in a great deal of effort. For example, the children of the Yuan family and the Zhuang family had great scholars like Grand Secretary Yuan and Grand Tutor Zhuang as their teachers. Just a few words of advice from them would be enough for the children of the family to benefit greatly. Even a Jiangnan scholar like Wang Yuan, who came from a scholarly family and had 2 grand scholars in his family, could also provide him with good guidance. It was difficult for the children of humble families to make a name for themselves. Most of the tributary scholars this time were examinees with a bit of family background. They had hired specialists to teach them some etiquette and rules at home. As a result, everyone's progress in learning the etiquette before the emperor was very fast. At around 5 p.m., the examinees finished learning. They took their examination cards and left the imperial palace. Feng Lin did not learn much, so he asked Lin Qingye. Lin Qingye originally knew, but after Feng Lin asked, he suddenly became uncertain. Lulang. Feng Lin looked at Xiao Lulang pleadingly. Xiao Lulang demonstrated it to the 2 of them in the carriage. Du Ruhan patted his fan and said, Xiao Liuzi, how can your etiquette be so good? At first glance, he did not look like a poor boy from the countryside. He was not bragging, but Xiao Liulang's etiquette was not worse than royal Prince Anne's. Where did this boy learn to have the temperament of a noble son from the capital? Xiao Lulang said indifferently, won't I know if I watch more? You brat, forget it. Du Ruhan waved his fan and did not say what he wanted to ask. It's getting late, I'm leaving. Do you want me to send you back? Feng Lin said, no need, we have a carriage. Feng Lin and Lin Qingye were in the same carriage, while Xiao Lulang was in Lu Quan's carriage. Alright, then let's not meet for the next 2 days. Stay at home and wait for the examination. Du Ruhan said and turned to leave the carriage. Feng Lin said to Xiao Lulang, Lulang, we're leaving too. Xiao Lulang could see that he was nervous and said, don't think about anything. Her Majesty is not a poisonous snake or a ferocious beast. Even if something goes wrong, she will not do anything to you. Just focus on the examination. The same goes for you. He looked at Lin Qingye. The court examination does not test 8-part essay. It only tests on strategy questions. You have improved a lot in this year, so just focus on the questions. Lin Qingye had been learning from Xiao Lulang for so long, but Xiao Lulang had always been a strict teacher and had never praised him. It seemed that no matter how hard he tried, he could not satisfy Xiao Lulang, but just now, Xiao Lulang said that he had improved a lot. Lin Qingye was even more efficient than when he was praised by the teachers of the Imperial College. Xiao Lulang nodded, don't study for the next 2 days. Focus on the examination. Lin Qingye, who had been praised, got off the carriage with high spirits and sat in his own carriage with Feng Lin. For the next 2 days, they stayed at home and did not go out. On the 17th, the court examination officially began. That day, all the colleges in the capital were on holiday, including the Imperial College. More than 200 examinees were waiting outside the palace gates before daybreak. One of the examinees had left his examination token at home and was so anxious that he almost fainted. Fortunately, the owner of the inn he was staying at discovered the token and personally rushed over to deliver it to him. Although the court examination did not discriminate against candidates, if one did not take the examination, they would still be discriminated against. The inspection for the court examination was stricter. Some of the parents of the candidates who lived in the capital also came. However, they were not allowed to get close to the palace and were stopped a few hundred meters away. Imperial court officials like Grand Tutor Zhuang and Grand Secretary Yuan were exceptions. The 2 of them were here to attend the imperial court, and they also gave their children a few instructions. The other candidates saw this and immediately felt a huge pressure. Do your best and don't think about anything else. Grand Tutor Zhuang said to Prince An, who was at the end of the line. Prince An's number was second to last. However, because of Grand Tutor Zhuang's appearance, it caused quite a commotion. Almost all the candidates looked at him. Prince An smiled, "Grandfather, don't worry." Grand Tutor Zhuang smoothed Prince An's sleeves. This was telling him to focus on the examination and leave the rest to him. With Prince Anne's ability and Grand Tutor Zhuang's influence, why would he worry about not getting first place? As for the potential threat, he had 100 ways to make them lose their exam. At this moment, the candidates were extremely envious. They envied Prince Anne's talent and family background. Grand Tutor Zhuang could not stay for too long and turned to leave. Suddenly, a tall and majestic figure approached him. Oh! Isn't this Grand Tutor Zhuang? What a coincidence! Who else could this annoying voice be other than Marquis Xianping? Grand Tutor Zhuang felt a headache whenever he saw him. The person he hated the most in the imperial court was Marquis Xianping. Grand Tutor Zhuang held the ceremonial tablet in his hand and said faintly, "I should be the one saying this. The sun is not even high up in the sky. Why is Marquis Xianping here?" Everyone knew that Marquis Xianping never attended court early. There were many people here and Marquis Xianping was still polite. He said elegantly and calmly, "I am the same as you." Grand Tutor Zhuang snorted. The same as him? What was the same as him? Was he also here to send his children to the court examination? Who? The two useless bastard sons in his family. Marquis Xianping ignored Grand Tutor Zhuang's disdain. He curled his lips and strode forward. Marquis Xianping's aura attracted everyone's attention. The candidates wanted to look but did not dare. They were so nervous that they did not even dare to breathe loudly. Marquis Xianping stopped beside Xiao Lulang. He raised his hand and seriously and solemnly straightened Xiao Lulang's clothes. Chapter 253. Everyone was dumbfounded by Marquis Xianping's actions. What was going on? The great Marquis Xianping was helping an examinee tidy up his clothes. This was not as simple as ordinary affection. Usually, only people who were very close to him or someone who valued him would do this. Xiao Liulang's reputation in the capital could not be considered great, but in the imperial examination circle, he was completely famous. He came from a poor family, but in the spring examination, he was tied with An Junwang for first place. This made him famous. In addition, he was not good at walking, which made people pay more attention to him. He was very easy to recognize. After all, there was no second cripple participating in the court examination. Most people's first reaction when they saw him was, "Isn't this brat too good-looking?" Their second reaction was, "How could he be a cripple?" And after these two reactions, this little cripple actually passed the Hui Yuan exam. Everyone felt pity for him, envy, disdain, in short, their emotions were very complicated. But no one present expected him to enter Marquis Xianping's eyes. That's right, even though Marquis Xianping had shown that he valued Xiao Lulang, no one guessed that they were father and son. Everyone muttered to themselves, wasn't Marquis Xianping a general? Didn't he look down on those pedantic scholars the most? How many outstanding talents had appeared in the past spring examinations? Why didn't Marquis Xianping favor any of them? What part of this little cripple moved Marquis Xianping to make Marquis Xianping, who never went to court early, get up early to send him to the examination hall? Xiao Lulang still did not change. There was no joy or gratitude. Marquis Xianping was not angry, and continued to tidy his clothes. Marquis Xianping had never been a very good father. He spent most of his time in the military camp and paid little attention to his son at home. Xiao Heng was able to become the most talented youth in the capital. Other than his talent, it was mostly due to Princess Xinyang's efforts. Princess Xinyang was both a loving and strict mother. She had studied poetry and books since she was a child. She hoped that her son would also be full of wisdom in the future. She taught him with all her heart. Thus, Xiao Heng was born in the eyes of the world. When Xiaoheng was very young, he would wait at the entrance of the residence every day and recite poems to him. But he always came back very late, and Xiaoheng would fall asleep on the doorstep. Otherwise, Xiaoheng would recite it. He listened perfunctorily and nodded. Xiaoheng was very angry and said, "You didn't listen, you didn't listen. I clearly memorized 3 words wrongly." The young and impetuous Marquis Xianping could not lose face in front of his son. Thus, to cover up his lack of talent, he would bluff and get angry at his son. "What's so great about reciting poems? A real man should go into battle, kill the enemy, and protect the country. Can you hold a gun, or can you wield a knife?" Xiaoheng was very hurt. Before Marquis Xianping had learned how to be a good father, Xiaoheng had died in that fire. Only he knew how much regret he had. Marquis Xianping looked at the expressionless Xiao Lulang and was momentarily absent-minded. He quickly came back to his senses and patted Xiao Liulang's shoulder, then pinched his sleeve. "Go in." This was the first time he had sent someone into the examination hall. He did not have much experience and did not know what to do. He had learned from Grand Tutor Zhuang and Grand Secretary Yuan when he got off the carriage. Xiao Lulang entered without looking back. Behind Xiao Lulang, Du Ruhan was a bit dumbfounded. He was the person closest to Marquis Xianping apart from Xiao Lulang. Marquis Xianping was taller and more handsome than the rumors said. His every movement was noble, and his gaze was deep and dignified. This was a man who did not fear the collapse of heaven and earth when he stood beside him. His aura was too strong. Du Ruhan felt like he was about to suffocate. But such a strong man actually stopped for Xiao Lulang and treated Xiao Lulang like a parent. Du Ruhan was about to go crazy. He was really jealous. What kind of dog's hit luck did this guy have? Xiao Lulang did not know that he was receiving Du Ruhan's jealous eye rolls the entire way. They entered the main hall of Taihe Palace and found their seats according to their exam numbers. It was no different from the small exam. The court exam only lasted for 1 day and only tested 1 subject. The exam papers were handed out at 7 in the morning and collected at 5 in the afternoon. They could hand in their papers early, but they were not allowed to eat in the middle. They were also not allowed to bring their own dry rations. Examinees who had passed the provincial and provincial exams all had good physiques. They would not suffer from hunger for a day, but they were worried that they would not perform well. After all, the emperor was personally invigilating today. The emperor would only come after the morning court. But no one knew how long the morning court would last. What if the emperor suddenly appeared behind them while they were writing? That scene was quite scary just thinking about it. After a series of greetings, the exam officially began. The officials of the Ministry of Rites handed out the exam papers to each examinee. The Minister of Rites, the Minister of Ceremonies, and 4 cabinet scholars sat on 2 stools at the front of the exam room. There was a table and chair in the middle, which should have been reserved for the emperor. Other than the invigilators, there were also imperial guards and eunuchs on duty. Thus, even though there was no separate exam room, it was still very difficult to cheat in front of so many pairs of eyes. Moreover, the policy questions were not fixed questions like the scriptures. There was not much point in cheating. Xiao Lulang quickly received his exam paper. This was a question set by the emperor. Ask the emperor's policy and the emperor's heart. How to govern the country. After experiencing the question of removing the vassals and the virtuous, this question was much more gentle. At least, no matter how one answered it, it would not be wrong. At most, the content of the question would not be practical. It could be boastful, as long as the writing was flamboyant enough. It could also be to the point, with clear flags. It was true that the emperor was selecting talents, but these examinees had never been an official before. To put it bluntly, they were all armchair strategists. The emperor did not expect a court exam to solve a problem that the civil and military officials could not solve. Otherwise, why would he need so many experienced court officials? What the emperor really wanted to see was the mindset of an examinee. A prime minister could hold a boat. The bigger a person's mindset, the wider their future path. Most of the examinees did not realize this point. They were all racking their brains, scratching their ears and cheeks, thinking of new ways to govern the country. Xiao Lulang was not in a hurry to write. He first wrote a draft in his mind. He did not have the habit of writing drafts, but drafts were an important piece of evidence when checking the results. He would usually leave 1 or 2 drafts. After about 2 hours, he deliberated over his wording, deleting and deleting. After about 2 hours, he began to answer the exam paper. This was a policy question. Before answering, one had to be matched by an official to show that one was answering the emperor's question. The official matches. When the official hears that the emperor is in control of the world, there must be a manager of real governance, and then can restrain the crowd, intricate 10,000 machines, and have a rule of Yong 11. There must be a solid heart to advocate, and then can temper the 100 workers, shake up the affairs of the common people, and have a reason to achieve prosperity. Establishing rules and regulations, enforcing laws and regulations, suspending the various images on the way's surface, placing them in the middle of the command armor, first in the rocky corridors, then scattered in the various departments in hundreds of manners, reaching to the corners of the seas of the commanderies. Passing through the latitude of the great and the great, there is nothing not prepared, everything is strictly guarded, there is no leak. What is a solid heart? Shake up laziness, encourage shrewdness, it originates from the depths of the abyss, rises in the midst of the secret, begins in the palace, the wind and the chariot, pouring into the wilderness of the frontier, falling into harmony, the mind, the body, the shape, the bones, the consort. Xiao Lulang mainly emphasized the importance of governing the country according to law and the implementation of evidence. Laws and regulations must permeate the people, and the voice of the people must be heard by the heavens. At the same time, he also proposed to use Confucianism to educate the people, vigorously punish corrupt officials, and let the national treasury be filled. Of course, he also emphasized that the emperor was the son of heaven, and everything he did was ordered by the heavens. Setting up an official position was the emperor appointing a virtuous person on behalf of the heavens, getting rid of an evil person was the emperor crusading against a sinful person on behalf of the heavens. Xiao Lulang only realized later on that this question was really difficult. Everyone's relaxed attitude when they first received the test paper had disappeared. Everyone buried their heads in writing, and no one handed in their papers early. Perhaps because he was too engrossed in writing, even when the emperor stood behind Xiao Lulang for a long time, Xiao Lulang did not notice. From the emperor's point of view, he could only see Xiao Lulang's skull. The emperor did not look for too long. He did not have the bad taste of adding pressure to the examinees in the examination room. He had just come in and happened to pass by Xiao Lulang, and saw Xiao Lulang's delicate and pretty handwriting. He hurriedly glanced at it. The handwriting was not bad. He then looked at the examinee's name, Xiao Lulang. Oh, was it the poor student who was ranked first with Royal Princeton? There was a walking stick beside him. Was he injured or disabled? Actually, the selection of officials in the current dynasty was based on one's appearance. It was mainly because Marquis Xianping's appearance had pulled up the emperor's appreciation of the civil and military officials. Those who were too ugly would be sent out after a few years. The emperor was a little disappointed when he saw the walking stick. He was worried that the examinee's appearance was not good. It was not that the emperor only looked at the face. The old chancellor was not good-looking, but he was still chosen by the emperor. It was because the old chancellor's ability was too valiant. The emperor quickly walked past Xiao Lulang and sat on the chair at the front. The invigilators all knew that the examinee was noticed by the emperor, but they did not know if the impression was good or bad. After the emperor sat on the invigilator's seat, he did not pay attention to Xiao Lulang. After all, he was too far away and could not see clearly. He asked someone to bring over the memorials. While invigilating, he silently read through the memorials until the end of the exam. The examinees stood up and bowed to the emperor. The emperor casually picked a few examinees and asked a few questions. Royal Prince An and Grand Secretary Yuan's grandson were both called out. Xiao Lulang was not called out. At 5:45 p.m., everyone left the palace. Although it was only a day, everyone was more tired than the provincial examination and the imperial examination. Their hearts were tired. Other than a few examinees, most of the examinees had never seen the emperor in their lives. Being under the same roof as the emperor, they almost could not write. So nervous. Feng Lin's back was drenched in sweat. His number was closer to the front. He sat in the first row. That was really under the emperor's eyes. However, he did not dare to raise his head to look at the emperor. He was afraid that he would be accused of being disrespectful. I feel like I failed the exam. I don't even know what I am writing towards the end, he said dejectedly. Du Ruhan comforted him. Don't be discouraged. Everyone is like you. When His Majesty came, he forgot what he was thinking. The emperor sympathized with them. He came after noon. At that time, everyone was almost done with their drafts. Otherwise, he would have been sitting there from the beginning. It was guaranteed that half of the examinees would not even be able to finish their drafts. When the emperor stood behind Xiao Lulang, he was also startled. Their numbers were next to each other. Behind Xiao Lulang was in front of him. He could smell the ambergris on the emperor's body. He was so nervous that his scalp went numb. However, thanks to being stimulated by Marquis Xianping early in the morning, his endurance seemed to be a bit stronger. How did Lulang do? Feng Lin asked Xiao Lulang. Xiao Lulang said, not bad. I wrote everything I wanted to. Feng Lin asked Du Ruhan and Lin Qingye. The two's performance was normal. However, the questions were too subjective. Whether or not they could pass the exam depended on the examiner's preferences. This was not something they could control. They could only do their best and leave it to fate. The group returned home. In the Hall of Supreme Harmony, the examiners started to mark the exam papers. The Minister of Rights and the Minister of Honglu were the examiners. The 4 Grand Secretaries were the examiners. This time, the exam papers were not divided into groups. Every paper would be marked by 6 examiners. The top 20 examinees would be sent to the emperor. Doing well in the spring quarter examination did not mean that they would do well in the court examination. Being able to withstand the emperor's pressure was a part of it. Being able to do well in one's field of expertise was also a part of it. However, examinees like Xiao Lulang, who had tied for first place with Prince An, had received the emperor's attention. Furthermore, the emperor had stayed by his side for a while during the court examination. Therefore, if his exam papers were not in the top 20, the emperor would definitely ask about it. It was very likely that he would ask someone to bring his exam papers over to see how he fell out of the top 20. The court examination papers were not copied. After all, they had to be presented to the emperor. The emperor wanted to see the examinee's handwriting. However, before presenting it to the emperor, the examiners would simply paste the name. In other words, the examiners would not see the examinee's name. However, if the examiners wanted to see it, it was not difficult. Moreover, after the small exam, the examiners had already memorized some of the examinee's handwriting. Xiao Liulang's exam papers quickly reached the hands of the minister of Honglu Temple. He immediately recognized Xiao Liulang's handwriting. Grand Tutor Zhuang had already given the order to not let Xiao Liulang surpass Princeton. If Xiao Liulang's essay was not outstanding and did not pose a threat to Princeton, the minister of Honglu Temple would be assured to place him in the top 20. However, it was clear that Xiao Liulang's essay was too outstanding. This was an essay that the examiners, regardless of taste, could not find fault with. It was definitely a huge threat to Princeton. During the meal, the minister of Honglu Temple quietly went to the toilet. Near the toilet, Grand Tutor Zhuang had been waiting for a long time. "How is it?" Grand Tutor Zhuang asked. "I haven't changed it to Prince Anne's." The minister of Honglu Temple said, "I only changed Xiao Liulang's." Grand Tutor Zhuang handed him a piece of draft paper. This was what Princeton had written from memory after returning to the Fu. It was almost the same as the court exam papers. After the minister of Honglu Temple finished reading, his expression became serious. "The two papers are about the same." How could it be that they were about the same? Grand Tutor Zhuang frowned. He thought of something and asked, "What's going on with Marquis Xianping? I think he seems to have taken a liking to this child." The minister of Honglu Temple said, "Grand Tutor, I'm afraid you didn't look closely at Xiao Liulang's appearance." Grand Tutor Zhuang did not understand what's wrong with him. He was too handsome, so Marquis Xianping took a liking to him. Although Marquis Xianping was dissolute, he was not into men. The minister of Honglu Temple said, "He looks like the young marquis who has already passed away." When this official saw him for the first time, I was shocked. Perhaps because of this, Marquis Xianping favored him. Grand Tutor Zhuang sneered, "His son is dead and he found someone who looks similar to him to replace him." The emperor wanted to suppress the Zhuang family. If there really was someone who was about the same as Princeton, the emperor would not have chosen Princeton to be first. Before today, the emperor would not have chosen Xiao Liulang to be first either. Xiao Liulang's background was too poor. If he was too famous, he would be hated by others. If the emperor really cared about Xiao Liulang, he would not have given him the top scorer. The emperor would have personally chosen someone else to be the top scorer. If the officials had any objections, the emperor would have used Xiao Liulang's exam papers and said that if someone like him did not get first place, how could Princeton get first place? As for the top scorer's exam papers, the emperor would not let anyone see them. This was the imperial court, this was the examination room. However, Marquis Xianping appeared. He was telling everyone that Xiao Liulang was someone he wanted to protect. Anyone who dared to touch Xiao Liulang would have to think twice. This matter would spread to the emperor's ears sooner or later. The emperor would know that Xiao Liulang had a backer and would not have any worries. A cold light flashed through Grand Tutor Zhuang's eyes. "This brat is fawning on my grandson and also fawning on Marquis Xianping. What a way to play both sides. I despise people like him who are in one camp but are in another." 5 days later, all the exam papers were marked. The top 20 were placed in a box by the Minister of Rites and sent to the emperor. The emperor was in the throne room and was not far away. However, the Minister of Rites was halfway there when he bumped into Marquis Xianping. The Minister of Rites was slightly surprised. Why was Marquis Xianping in the palace so early in the morning? Didn't this guy laze in bed recently? A faint smile appeared on Marquis Xianping's handsome face as he said politely, "Ministerly, where are you going?" The Minister of Rites said, "I'm going to deliver the exam papers to the emperor." "Oh, you're out." Marquis Xianping raised his eyebrows and reached out to touch the box containing the exam papers. The Minister of Rites took a step back and his face darkened. "Marquis Xianping. What are you doing?" Marquis Xianping smiled faintly. "I'm going to see if you did anything to the exam papers." The Minister of Rites frowned. "What nonsense are you talking about? We are all examiners personally appointed by the emperor. How could we do such a thing? Aren't you afraid of being beheaded? Marquis Xianping said, I'm afraid there are people who aren't afraid. Marquis Xianping is talking about who isn't afraid. Grand Tutor Zhuang strolled over. Marquis Xianping turned around and looked at Grand Tutor Zhuang with a faint smile. Oh, Grand Tutor Zhuang is here. The Minister of Rites bowed. Grand Tutor Zhuang. Grand Tutor Zhuang nodded in return and then looked at Marquis Xianping. Is Marquis Xianping dissatisfied with Ministerly? Or with the cabinet? Or dissatisfied with the emperor? Marquis Xianping smiled faintly. Don't accuse me too much. I just want to see if these exam papers have been tampered with. In this world, only Marquis Xianping dared to question the cabinet. Grand Tutor Zhuang chuckled. If Marquis Xianping doesn't believe me, you can take a look for yourself. Ministerly looked at Grand Tutor Zhuang in surprise. Grand Tutor Zhuang said, I believe that Marquis Xianping wouldn't take the opportunity to tamper with the exam papers. Ministerly, please let Marquis Xianping take a look. If anything happens, I will take responsibility. Since he said this, Ministerly couldn't not let Marquis Xianping take a look. Marquis Xianping opened the box and flipped through each exam paper. There were names on the exam papers, but he could still recognize Xiao Liulang's handwriting. After all, he had seen it many times in private. He saw Xiao Liulang's exam paper. Grand Tutor Zhuang looked at the exam paper and then looked at Marquis Xianping. He sneered, is there a problem? Marquis Xianping looked deeply at Grand Tutor Zhuang. Grand Tutor Zhuang said calmly, if there's nothing else, I will send these exam papers to His Majesty. His Majesty is still waiting to review them. Marquis Xianping put down the exam paper and hesitated for a moment. His doubtful gaze rested on Grand Tutor Zhuang for a moment. From beginning to end, Grand Tutor Zhuang was incomparably magnanimous. In the end, Marquis Xianping let Ministerly leave. He also stepped out of the palace. Gazing at his retreating figure, Grand Tutor Zhuang smiled coldly. He knew it would be like this. He had long been on guard against Marquis Xianping. Did Marquis Xianping really think that he was looking at Xiao Liulang's exam paper? The handwriting was exactly the same. Even the content was similar. It was just that a few key points had been changed. Marquis Xianping, this boorish fellow, couldn't see it. Don't underestimate these small details. They were enough to anger the emperor. So, what was the point of putting him in the top 20? Xiao Liulang probably wouldn't even be able to pass the second-tier Grand Scholar exam. Grand Tutor Zhuang proudly left the palace. His carriage was waiting at the palace gates. When the servants saw him, they hurriedly opened the curtains for him. He was in a good mood and smiled as he got into the carriage. But he never expected that there would be someone sitting in the carriage. Grand Tutor Zhuang trembled in fear. Marquis Xianping. What was his coachman doing? Why did he let Marquis Xianping get in? Someone come. He shouted sternly. Marquis Xianping calmly said, let's go. The carriage left. Grand Tutor Zhuang's face paled. He lifted the curtains and looked at the coachman sitting in front of him. Only then did he realize that the other party wasn't his coachman. Where was his coachman? Where did he go? His carriage had always been parked at the palace gates, and there were imperial guards there. How did Marquis Xianping swap out his coachman? Grand Tutor Zhuang angrily looked at the other party. Marquis Xianping, what do you want to do? Marquis Xianping sneered. Put Xiao Liulang's exam paper back. Otherwise, your horse will be frightened. This marquis can't guarantee that you'll be able to land safely. After all, you don't know martial arts, do you? Grand Tutor Zhuang was stunned. You, Marquis Xianping chuckled. You want to ask how this marquis found out? This marquis doesn't understand exam papers, but this marquis still understands you, Grand Tutor Zhuang. Grand Tutor Zhuang's face turned ashen. Marquis Xianping's arrogance often made people think that he was a boorish man. But look at what he did today. They left the palace almost one after the other. Marquis Xianping didn't have time to catch people after checking the exam papers. In other words, Marquis Xianping was certain that he would touch Xiao Liulong's exam papers before checking the exam papers, so he caught Royal Prince and early on. Grand Tutor Zhuang gritted his teeth. You have guts. Marquis Xianping replied, same to you. Grand Tutor Zhuang snorted coldly. You think you can threaten this official like this? Marquis Xianping spread his hands. No, I'm just giving you a suggestion. Since you don't want it, this marquis has another set for you. Grand Tutor Zhuang's heart surged with an ominous premonition. The carriage quickly stopped on an empty official road. There were no pedestrians coming and going. Only one carriage stopped in front of the two. Grand Tutor Zhuang opened the curtains. Someone in the other carriage also opened the curtains, revealing Royal Prince and who was tied up and gagged with a cloth. Royal Prince and looked excitedly at Grand Tutor Zhuang. He kept mumbling but couldn't say a complete sentence. Grand Tutor Zhuang's jaw almost dropped from shock at Marquis Xianping's audacity. Do you know what you're doing? You're not holding the imperial palace hostage. You're kidnapping the royal prince of Zhao country. Marquis Xianping indifferently leaned back in his chair and looked at him calmly. So, there wasn't a trace of fear in his eyes. He was as arrogant as a wild horse that could trample on everything at any time. Grand Tutor Zhuang wasn't in the right either. It was a crime punishable by beheading. It was just a matter of who could last until the end. Grand Tutor Zhuang clenched his fists and glared at Marquis Xianping. Marquis Xianping said carelessly, I don't have much patience. I'll tell you one last time. Send the test papers back. Grand Tutor Zhuang didn't admit that he had touched the test papers. However, this didn't seem to affect Marquis Xianping's threat. Grand Tutor Zhuang felt that he was a scholar meeting a soldier. He couldn't explain himself. If it was a scholar, he could still beat around the bush to get the other party in. However, Marquis Xianping wouldn't. He wouldn't give you a chance to beat around the bush. Grand Tutor Zhuang felt a deep sense of powerlessness. However, he didn't admit defeat so quickly. Marquis Xianping, don't be too arrogant. Marquis Xianping looked at Grand Tutor Zhuang and lightly raised his finger. In the other carriage, Chang Jing pulled out a dagger and stabbed Royal Prince An's thigh without hesitation. Fresh blood spurted out. Royal Prince An gritted his teeth but still let out a shrill cry. Grand Tutor Zhuang's expression changed. Marquis Xianping lazily leaned against the wall of the carriage and raised his eyebrows. Remember, this is arrogance. Grand Tutor Zhuang was so angry that his entire body trembled. He flew into a rage. Aren't you afraid that someone will die? If my grandson dies, do you think you won't have to pay with your life? Marquis Xianping laughed coldly. Do you think I'm afraid? Grand Tutor Zhuang was stunned. Chapter 254. All the novels that you can't find online are available here. The Emperor was marking the exam papers in the throne room. The Minister of Rites, the Minister of Honglu Temple, and a few cabinet scholars were all present. Although the exam papers had been marked by them, the Emperor would still ask them if he had any questions. They were all very nervous, and the Minister of Honglu Temple was the most nervous. Of course, not all the exam papers presented to the Emperor were clean. There were a few papers mixed in with the exam papers from the various parties. Of course, they weren't bad, but those who were too weak wouldn't be able to pass the court exam. They were afraid that the emperor wouldn't pick them out and reselect them from the exam papers after the 20th place. This situation was rare, but it wasn't unheard of. Every time the emperor finished reading an exam paper, if he placed it on the right, it meant that he passed and could keep it. If he placed it on the left, it meant that he had an objection. Those who had an objection wouldn't be able to pass the first grade, but they wouldn't fall into the third grade either. The emperor had finished reading 10 exam papers, and there were no failures yet. The weather was good today. The imperial study was quiet, and only a warm spring breeze blew in from outside the door. A corner of the exam paper was blown up. Eunuch Wei quickly took a yellow jade paperweight and pressed it down. The emperor didn't look up, but he enjoyed Eunuch Wei's attentiveness. No wonder he was an old man who had been by his side for so many years. The emperor coughed softly, and Eunuch Wei quickly handed him a cup of hot tea. Look, even the temperature of the tea was just right. Your Majesty, you've been marking all morning. Take a rest. Minister Li worriedly advised, your health is more important. I'm fine. He was just a little heaty. This was the downside of being an emperor. Even the slightest disturbance would cause him to fall off his horse. Therefore, he didn't like to admit that he was unwell. The emperor took a sip of tea and continued to mark the exam papers. He had just finished marking Yuan Yu and Ning Ziyuan's exam papers. Their exam papers were currently in the top 3. The overall strength of the examinees in this round was much more outstanding than the previous rounds. Thus, it was much more difficult to choose. The minister of the Honglu Temple was one of the people who had tampered with the exam papers. He knew that the emperor would soon mark Xiao Liulang's exam papers. Xiao Liulang's score was not high and was at the bottom of the top 20. Of course, there was a reason for this. He had written some treasonous words, but the reason why he was still allowed to enter was because he was a Huiyuan. Huiyuan did not fall behind the curtains. This was an established rule. Even if they wanted to fall behind, it would not be up to them. It would have to be done by the emperor himself. Everything was flawless. The Chamberlain of Dependencies kept staring at the second set of papers. After the emperor finished correcting Song Ping's exam paper, he was not satisfied and placed it on the left side. Minister Li's heart sank. Song Ping was his disciple. It seemed that there was no hope. The emperor raised his hand to take one of the exam papers. This was the exam paper of an examinee named Zhu Guangmao. He came from a humble family and had no background. His performance in the spring examination could not be considered outstanding. In the provincial examination, his ranking was only in the top 10. For the time being, he did not attract the interest of any party. After correcting his exam, it would be Xiao Liulang's. The minister of the Honglu Temple's heart was in his throat. Although there shouldn't be any problems, he had done something wrong. He felt a little guilty. He wondered what he would do if the emperor recognized that it was not Xiao Liulang's handwriting. In reality, the imitation was very good. He was afraid that even if Xiao Liulang himself came, he would not be able to see that it was an imitation. Of course, the emperor would not be able to see it. Just as the minister of the Honglu Temple was feeling nervous, a eunuch suddenly came from outside the door. Your Majesty, Grand Tutor Zhuang requests an audience. The minister of the Honglu Temple's gaze moved away from Xiao Liulang's exam paper and looked at the door. Why had Grand Tutor Zhuang come at this time? The emperor had just picked up the exam paper and put it back. He said to the door, "Summon him." Yes, the eunuch replied. Your Majesty summons Grand Tutor Zhuang for an audience. Eunuch Wei furrowed his brows. This was a newly appointed eunuch. He had promoted him, and he did things too strictly. In front of the emperor, there were not so many rules. Summon what? Just directly let him in. Grand Tutor Zhuang was also stunned. He had originally planned on walking in openly and cupping his hands in greeting. However, this new eunuch had made the scene so formal that he had to kneel and greet the emperor after entering the imperial study. The emperor waved his hand lightly, indicating for Grand Tutor Zhuang to rise. Grand Tutor, what is the matter? The officials also saluted Grand Tutor Zhuang. After Grand Tutor Zhuang saluted, he looked at the emperor and said, I have something to report. Now? The emperor looked at him. Yes. Grand Tutor Zhuang saluted. Ministerly tactfully said, then I will take my leave first. The emperor agreed. Ministerly and the others left the imperial study. They did not go far, and they drank tea in a nearby side hall. The emperor's gaze once again fell on Grand Tutor Zhuang's face. What is it that is so urgent? Can't you wait for me to finish marking the exam papers? Grand Tutor Zhuang discreetly glanced at the exam papers on the table. When he saw that Xiao Yulong's paper was the second one that was about to be marked, he secretly let out a sigh of relief. He stepped forward and said, when I was on my way back, I suddenly remembered that the Empress Dowager's birthday is in a few days. I dare to visit the Empress Dowager in the summer palace. The emperor's expression froze. He put down the imperial brush, lowered his eyes, and took a sip of tea. Then, he looked at Grand Tutor Zhuang and said, Mother's phoenix body is not well. The imperial physician said that she should not be exposed to the wind or receive guests. In a moment, I will send someone to the summer palace to see if Mother has improved and then inform Grand Tutor Zhuang. Thank you, Your Majesty. Grand Tutor Zhuang saluted deeply. The moment he stood up, he seemed to accidentally bump into the exam papers on the table. A stack of exam papers knocked into the emperor's teacup. The teacup fell over, and the exam papers also fell to the ground. I deserve to die. He hurriedly knelt down and begged for forgiveness. He also hurriedly picked up the exam papers. Eunuch Wei hurriedly went to check if the emperor had been scalded by the tea. The emperor also lowered his head and brushed off the water droplets on his body. While the two boys were not paying attention, Imperial Tutor Zhuang hid Xiao Yulong's examination paper in his left sleeve, while from his right sleeve he took out Xiao Yulong's original paper and clipped it between the examination papers. After leaving the imperial palace, Grand Tutor Zhuang saw Marquis Xian Ping with his hands wrapped in a hand warmer. It was already the 4th month. He didn't know why this person was still using these things. Marquis Xian Ping's eyes were cold and his temperament was deep. However, the moment Grand Tutor Zhuang walked over, his eyebrows rose very wantonly. Oh, Grand Tutor Zhuang walks quite quickly. Your treasured sword is still young. Grand Tutor Zhuang was so angry that his breath was stuck in his throat. He couldn't go up or down. I've already put the exam papers back. Why aren't you quickly releasing the royal prince? I'll release him. Marquis Xian Ping turned his head and asked for a beating. Chongjing. Chongjing directly threw royal prince and out of the carriage. Grand Tutor Zhuang was speechless. The Zhuang family's coachman was also released. He hurriedly carried royal prince and back to his own carriage. Royal Prince An was injured and one of his legs was bleeding. Grand Tutor Zhuang clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles cracked. Marquis Xian Ping said, hurry up and treat his injury. Do you want him to become a cripple? TSK, TSK, TSK. Tell me, how are you a grandfather? You don't care about your own grandson at all. Grand Tutor Zhuang almost exploded on the spot. Don't you know how my grandson got injured in your heart? How do you have the face to say such things? It's so infuriating. This guy really infuriates me to death. Humph. Do you think he'll definitely get first place like this? Grand Tutor Zhuang had seen Xiao Yulong's exam papers. To be honest, he didn't do much. Unfortunately, Royal Prince and had already discussed this policy question with the Qin Kingdom's monarch when they were in the Qin Kingdom. At that time, Royal Prince and didn't know that the imperial examination would have a similar question. He was only listening to the Qin Kingdom's monarch talk about how to stabilize the country. Xiao Lulang was indeed a person with real talent. His literary talent was brilliant, his words were meaningful, and he quoted from classics. It was very convincing. However, he wasn't a real politician. He wasn't as experienced as the monarch when it came to governing a country. Thus, what the Honglu Temple officials said was true. The two exam papers were indeed neck and neck. Moreover, Jiangnan scholar Ning Ziyuan and Grand Secretary Yuan's grandson Yuan Yu also had excellent exam papers. Even if His Majesty didn't praise the Zhuang family, wouldn't he praise Grand Secretary Yuan as well? Grand Secretary Yuan was an official who had served 3 emperors. Grand Tutor Zhuang snorted coldly. Don't be happy too early. The top scorer might not necessarily be that kid's. Marquis Xian Ping's face was calm. I'm not listening. Bastard, keep chanting. Grand Tutor Zhuang was speechless. You're the bastard. What kind of person was this? Grand Tutor Zhuang couldn't stay any longer. If he stayed any longer, his life would be shortened. Grand Tutor Zhuang left in a huff. Marquis Xian Ping tilted his head and curled his lips. Take care. I won't see you out. At this time, in the imperial study, the emperor was indeed hesitant about how to rank the top 3. Grand Tutor Zhuang had been loyal to the emperor for many years, so he had a certain understanding of the emperor. In terms of the depth of the essays, Royal Prince An's paper was the most thought-provoking. In terms of literary talent and the structure of the examinees, the emperor liked Xiao Yulong's paper more. However, Ning Ziyuan and Yuan Yu's papers weren't bad either. Of the 4, the youngest was Xiao Lulang. He was 18 years old. Royal Prince An was 19 years old. Yuan Yu was 25. Ning Ziyuan was the oldest at 30. As for their family backgrounds, Ning Ziyuan and Xiao Lulang came from humble families, while Royal Prince An and Yuan Yu came from noble families. Oh, right. Xiao Lulang was that little cripple, wasn't he? Thinking of the crutch he saw, the emperor frowned. All the examinees and their families in the capital began the long and anxious days of waiting for the results. Although everyone was basically a jinsher, and the worst was a jinsher, no one was willing to be a jinsher. The incense in Puji Temple flourished again. It was said that all the examinees came to pay their respects. In Chishui Alley, the family seemed to be calm, but in fact, they couldn't sit still. Old Madam didn't secretly eat candied plums or play cards. She ordered the old chancellor to buy skewers on the street every day. In fact, she was just asking for news. Madame Yao didn't make snacks these days. At dawn, she went to the neighbors' houses to visit. In fact, she was also waiting for news. Little Jing Kong studied very hard these days. He was always worried that his bad brother-in-law couldn't pass the exam. If that happened, his family would have to rely on him. When he grew up, he would take the exam for Jiao Jiao and bring him back. The day of release was April 27th. Because the Jinsha ranking was written on yellow paper, it was also called the Jin ranking. The tributary scholars couldn't wait at home for the announcement. They had to go to the palace to accept the conferment. After they were conferred, the results would be released in all the government offices and tributary courtyards in the capital. At 5:00, Gu Jiao and Xiao Lulang woke up. The two had a simple breakfast. Gu Jiao sent Xiao Lulang to Lu Quan's carriage. It's still early to release the results. Don't wait. Xiao Lulang said to Gu Jiao. Okay. Gu Jiao nodded. Xiao Lulang put down the curtain. He thought of something and opened the curtain again. Gu Jiao looked at him. What's wrong? Xiao Lulang wanted to say something but hesitated. Nothing. It's still early. You go and sleep for a while. Gu Jiao smiled. Okay. Xiao Lulang looked at her and didn't say anything. He put down the curtain and took the carriage to the palace. The tributary scholars had almost arrived. Feng Lin, Lin Qingye, and Du Ruhan were also there. It was unknown if Feng Lin was too nervous during the court examination. When he returned, he fell ill. Fortunately, Lin Qingye and Steward Zhou took care of him. That was why he was able to pull through. It was said that there were people who fell ill and died. Therefore, the road to the imperial examination wasn't easy. Feng Lin had just recovered and his face was still pale. They exchanged a few words. There was a sudden commotion at the back of the crowd. Then, they saw a royal prince and walk over with the help of several servants. Du Ruhan's eyes widened strangely. Why is his leg crippled? Xiao Lulang was also surprised. He looked at the other person. Coincidentally, Royal Prince An was also looking at him. Their eyes met. Xiao Lulang could clearly feel a trace of coldness in Royal Prince An's eyes. Xiao Lulang didn't understand and didn't take it to heart. He was just an insignificant person. What did it matter if he liked or disliked him? The group of people still entered the Hall of Supreme Harmony in the order of the quotation marks. The tables and cushions of the palace examination had already been removed. The palace hall was bright and spacious, simple and unadorned. Because of the presence of the emperor, Grand Tutor Zhuang, Grand Secretary Yuan and other cabinet ministers, it appeared especially solemn and respectful. The group of people kowtowed to the emperor under the lead of the ceremonial officials. Then, Eunuch Wei presented the name list to the emperor. The examinees were about 3 meters away from the emperor. In reality, it was still a bit far. Some people wanted to see the emperor's face, but before they could raise their heads, they were suppressed by the emperor's aura. The emperor didn't like to do things that were deliberately mysterious. He directly began to announce the top 3. Examinee Ning Ziyuan from Jade City of Guangzhou. 3rd place in the 4th month of the Zhengwu year. He is bestowed the title of Grand Scholar. Ning Ziyuan was stunned. The examinees were shocked. Was there a 3rd place candidate? Cough. The eunuch at the side gave a look to the stunned Ning Ziyuan. Ning Ziyuan quickly came back to his senses and stepped out of the line. He walked to the emperor and stopped at the designated place. He lifted his clothes and kowtowed 3 times and 9 times. He said with a choked voice, I, Ning Ziyuan, thank the emperor for his kindness. Long live the emperor. The emperor asked him to rise and continued to read. In the 4th month of the Zhengwu year, the 2nd place of the first scholar, Zhuang Yuheng, is bestowed the title of scholar. Everyone looked at Royal Prince and Prince An was 2nd place. This was a bit unexpected. A trace of disappointment flashed through Prince An's heart. He dragged his injured leg and came to the emperor under the envious and surprised gazes of the crowd. He also kowtowed 3 times and 9 times. I, Zhuang Yuheng, thank the emperor for his kindness. Long live the emperor, long live the emperor. The emperor glanced at Prince An and didn't say anything. Next was the top scorer. The emperor's gaze stopped for a moment on Grand Secretary Yuan's grandson, Yuan Yu. He opened the name list and said loudly, in the 4th month of the Zhengwu year, the 1st place of the first scholar, Xiao Lulang. Com Biku Gu mobile reading website, mzhbqg. Com. Chapter 255. This year's court examination was a complete surprise. First, Prince An didn't become the top scorer. Then, Grand Secretary Yuan's grandson didn't make it into the top 3. Xiao Lulang and Ning Ziyuan, these two dark horses who had come from the humble class, directly stunned all the candidates present. Originally, the 3 most popular candidates were Prince An, Yuan Yu, and Wang Yuan, the scholar from Jiangnan. Everyone guessed that the 3 of them would make it into the top 1. Prince An would be the top scorer, Yuan Yu would be the second, and Wang Yuan would be the third. But they were all wrong. In fact, Xiao Lulang and Ning Ziyuan's results had been very stable, especially Xiao Lulang. He didn't get first place in the college examination, but he was the top scorer in all the other examinations. It was only natural that he would become the top scorer. However, he met Prince An, who was even more popular. Prince An overcame all the difficulties and didn't get second place. Who would believe that he would lose to Xiao Lulang? The Zhuang family had so many highly educated people, but their children couldn't beat a poor boy from the countryside. Forget it, it wasn't their turn anyway. They just needed to watch. The top 3 in the top 1 were the top scorer, the second, and the third. They would be given the title of Jinshi. This was the highest honor in the court examination. There were 72 people in the top 2 and they would be given the title of Jinshi. The remaining 135 people were all Jinshi and they would be given the title of Jinshi. Du Ruhan was 13th, 2 places higher than in the metropolitan examination. He was quite satisfied. Feng Lin was 176th in the metropolitan examination. He didn't have much confidence at that time, and he was too nervous in the court examination. He didn't perform well and expected that he wouldn't be able to make it into the top 2. As expected, he was ranked 200th. Even though he expected it, he couldn't help but be disappointed when he saw it. As for Lin Qingye, he was ranked 123rd in the metropolitan examination. This time, he was ranked 99th in the top 100. Lin Qingye was also very satisfied with his results. He wasn't a gifted examinee and was only able to get to where he was today because of his hard work and Xiao Liulang's guidance. His father's initial expectations for him was only to pass the high scholar examination. Now that he was able to pass all the way to the capital, even if he was also a grand scholar, his father would be overjoyed. He was also very happy. Finally, he didn't have to go back to inherit his family's wealth. The top 3 of each family were announced by the emperor himself, and the rest were announced by a special messenger. After the announcement, the messenger led the 3 first-class Jinshi to the steps in front of the emperor's throne to receive the ranking of Jinshi. Most importantly, it was the top scholar who received it. The other 2 followed behind him and bowed. The positions of the 3 were also particular. The champion was in the middle, slightly ahead of the other 2. He stood on the giant turtle head engraved in the center of the first Dao control stone, also known as the Soul Champion. The emperor stared at Xiao Liulang's face, which was almost within reach, for a long time. Xiao Lulang lowered his eyes and calmly allowed the emperor to examine him. "Your Majesty." Eunuch Wei reminded him in a small voice. The emperor made a sound of acknowledgement and retracted his gaze. He handed the ranking to the messenger, and the messenger handed it to Xiao Lulang. After receiving the ranking of Jinshi, Xiao Lulang led the Jinshi to once again thank the emperor for his kindness. After the release of the results of the court examination, there was an important event, which was the parade of Jinshi through the streets. All the Jinshi changed into the Jinshi robes issued by the court. Under the leadership of the new champion, they walked through the streets of the imperial city to receive the congratulations of the people. Among them, the champion's robes were red brocade, also known as Fei Luo brocade. It was the only pure red. The second place and third place wore black brocade robes, while the rest of the Jinshi wore dark blue official robes. The emperor gave Xiao Lulang and the other 2 flower hairpins. The 3 of them wore the flower hairpins on their official hats. To be honest, Xiao Lulang and Prince An were extremely beautiful. Wearing the flower hairpins didn't make them look feminine. Instead, they looked valiant and valiant, as beautiful as peaches and plums. On the other hand, Ning Ziyuan, who came in 3rd place, was barely satisfactory. He was dark and skinny, and his looks were ordinary. The flower hairpin on his head made his dark skin look unbearable to look at. It directly interrupted the fine tradition of the 3rd place winners being handsome men. The imperial guards led the way, and the officials from the Ministry of Rites followed closely behind. Xiao Lulang rode on his horse, leading more than 200 jinshi on the back of a beautiful horse. They were majestic, receiving the cheers and gazes of all the people. He had returned to the capital, and in this way, he was not allowed to hide or retreat. He was completely standing under the sun, standing in front of everyone. The Imperial City Guards army had long filled the entire Imperial City Imperial Street. Even so, they could not stop the passion of the people. Many people rushed in, but the Imperial City Guards army blocked them with their bodies. They could stop people, but they couldn't stop the things in their hands. The people originally came for Prince An, but who would have thought that the new champion was so beautiful? Was he really human? Was he not a fairy that descended to the mortal world? Was he the world's literary star? Champion. Look at me, look at me. Champion. Look over here. A bold girl actually shouted at the top of her lungs. There were also people who shouted for Prince An, but it didn't sound like it was the case. The titles Zhuang Yuan and 3rd place were easy to shout, but the 2nd place Ning Ziyuan, why was it so strange? One girl didn't know if she was too nervous or she couldn't speak clearly, but she suddenly shouted, "Ungrateful wretch," and Prince An's face turned black. Feng Lin Qi wasn't happy at first, but in the midst of the cheers and congratulations, he suddenly felt his blood boil. This was what it meant to bring glory to the face, this was it. So what if they were both jinshi? All the people in the capital came to celebrate for them, so any hardship was worth it. Suddenly, a sachet was thrown into Feng Lin's arms. Feng Lin was shocked at first, but then he picked up the sachet and looked in the direction it came from. Up there. A girl wearing a veil waved at him. Feng Lin's face turned red. This was the first time a girl gave him something. It was good to study, and it was good to become a jinshi. There was only one champion, and only one Prince An. Everyone couldn't snatch him, so they went to snatch other jinshi. Feng Lin was hit by the sachet a few times, and his face was as red as a monkey's butt, making the girls laugh. There were many sachets on Prince An's body. He didn't deliberately catch them, but he couldn't throw them away. Give them to me if you don't want them. Ning Ziyuan, who was riding beside him, took the sachets from his saddle. They're all high-quality thread, so they can be sold for a lot of money. Prince An, Xiao Lulang received the most sachets, but he didn't take any of them and threw them away without hesitation. Moreover, he had a cold face the whole time, which really broke the hearts of the girls. Why was it so hard to hook up with the champion these days? The young ladies didn't really want to get married, but this was the tradition of the parade. It would be best if they could get a jinshi, but if they couldn't, it would be good to have some fun. Xiao Lulang was a bit absent-minded. So many women came to see him, why didn't she come? Before he left, he told her not to wait for the results to be released, so she really didn't come to see. At that time, he wanted to say something, but he stopped. In fact, he wanted to tell her that the new champion would lead the jinshi on a parade, but he was too shy to say a word. That was true. She wasn't a girl from the capital, so she didn't know about the parade. That was why she didn't come. What if she came? Did he want to take a look? No. He thought no in his heart, but his hands tightened on the reins. His head slowly looked to the sides of the street. He first looked at the crowd on the street, then looked at the room above the shop. The champion is looking at me. He's looking at me. Nonsense. He's clearly looking at me. It's me. Champion, with just a small glance, it caused a terrifying commotion. The Imperial Guards nearly failed to stop them, and dozens of scented sachets suddenly flew over. Xiao Liulang's body trembled, and he no longer dared to look at the crowd. She really didn't come. What a joke, what was he disappointed about? Paw! Another sachet landed on his saddle. He didn't look at it and planned to throw this sachet away, but when he picked it up, he felt that something was wrong. He paused and looked at the sachet in his hand. The stitches were very fine, but the thread was on the outside. His heart shook and he looked up in disbelief at a tea house on the right. He suddenly tightened the reins and stopped the horse. No Grand Scholar could walk in front of the new champion. When he stopped, all the Grand Scholars behind him had to stop as well. The Imperial Guards that were responsible for escorting them also had to stop. The entire group and the entire street stopped for one person. Xiao Liulang held the sachet in his hand and looked at the young girl in the tea house. The young girl was wearing a blue dress and had a slender figure. Her eyebrows were picturesque and the red birthmark on the left side of her face was like the clouds in the sky. It was also like a begonia flower falling in the wind. It was beautiful to the heart. Gu Jiao leaned against the window and looked at him with her chin in her hand. Her lips were slightly curved. Xiao Liulang's mood suddenly became better. The coldness in his eyes disappeared and he also smiled. His serious face was already charming to death. When he revealed a smile, it was like ice and snow flowers blooming, all things coming back to life, and the morning light coming. This moment of amazement was hard to describe. Then everyone saw Xiao Liulang hang the only sachet he received today on his waist. The girls were jealous to death. Didn't the new champion not accept sachets? Why did you make an exception? Why didn't you reject it? Also, why are you smiling? You're not allowed to smile. Just when the girls thought that this was enough to make them despair, something even more despairing happened. The new champion actually took off the royal flower hairpin. Everyone was stunned. It can't be. The champion wasn't going to give her the flower hairpin. No, no, no. They wouldn't allow it. Chapter 256. In Zhao country, there was a tradition of the top scholar receiving a flower hairpin. At first, it was just the top scholar receiving a flower hairpin, but it slowly evolved into the 3-tripod hairpin. These hairpins were bestowed by the emperor and had a very special meaning. Every daughter of Zhao country was proud to receive a 3-tripod hairpin. That's right, the 3-tripod hairpin was not given to men. But generally, it was not given to women casually. First, it was bestowed by the emperor, and everyone cherished it. Second, they were afraid of offending someone by favoring one and discriminating against another. Such a thing happened in the previous dynasty. A top scholar gave his flower hairpin to a famous brothel prostitute. As a result, he angered the daughter of an aristocratic family who secretly had feelings for him. That daughter's father was a powerful official in the court. The result was obvious. The top scholar's career was not smooth for many years. The second and third place of the imperial examination all entered the cabinet. Only he was sent to a small county to be the county magistrate. Of course, this was an exception. But no matter what, the flower hairpin was very rare. There were 2 ways to get a flower hairpin. One was to give it to the top scholar willingly. The other was to challenge the top scholar to a competition. If you won, you could win the other person's flower hairpin. In the past, the crown princess used this method to win 2 flower hairpins from the top scholar and the second place of the imperial examination. It was a popular story in Zhao country. If no one challenged Xiao Lulang, then Xiao Lulang could give the flower hairpin to anyone he wanted. But if someone challenged him, he had to accept the challenge and win. Only then could he give the flower hairpin to the person he wanted to give it to. If he didn't want to accept the challenge, it was fine. But he couldn't give the flower hairpin away. This was the rule. He took out the flower hairpin. It seemed that he was going to give it away. This was something that made people jealous. In the tea house next to Gu Jiao's, it was also on the 2nd floor. The window was open, and a girl in purple with a veil on her face was leaning against the window. Judging from her attire, she was either rich or noble. Her temperament was also not bad. There was also a maid beside her. She should be the daughter of an aristocratic family. She didn't even look at Gu Jiao next door. She just raised her chin and raised her eyebrows. Her gaze fell on the handsome new top scholar and said, "My daughter has a couplet that she would like to consult with the top scholar. I wonder if the top scholar would do me the honor." This meant that he wanted to challenge the top scorer. Every year, when the Zhuangyuan paraded through the streets, there would be daughters challenging the top 3. However, not many people actually accepted the challenge, and even fewer lost after accepting it. Up until now, only the crown princess had successfully won 2 flower hairpins. This girl is really bold. Who is she? Everyone couldn't help but look at the purple-clothed girl. The purple-clothed girl didn't seem to mind being stared at. She smiled and arrogantly and innocently said, "What? Is the new top scholar afraid that he won't be able to match a girl's couplet? It's fine if you don't get it right, but you won't be able to give it away." Everyone finally understood. This lady couldn't have it herself, and she didn't want anyone else to have it. Alright, even though it sounded a little hateful, they were a little happy. That's right, the top scholar, you can only keep your hairpin for yourself. You're not allowed to give it to other women. Xiao Lulang nodded slightly at Gu Jiao, and then looked at the young girl from afar. His eyes regained their coldness. "Miss, please enlighten me." The purple-clothed girl said proudly, "River-gazing tower, river-gazing tower, river-gazing tower, river-gazing tower, river-gazing tower for eternity, river-gazing tower for eternity, river-gazing tower for eternity." Everyone was astonished. This young lady had such literary talent. Xiao Lulang didn't even think about it as he said indifferently, "Moon imprinted well, moon imprinted shadow, moon imprinted well, moon imprinted shadow in moon imprinted well, moon imprinted well for 10,000 years, moon imprinted shadow for 10,000 years." Everyone clapped and cheered, "Great." She was indeed worthy of being the new top scorer. This pair was amazing. The purple-clothed girl choked. She didn't expect the other party to match her so quickly. She wasn't convinced and threw out another couplet, "Fog locks up the mountain, fog locks up the mountain." Xiao Lulang, the sky connects the water, the tail water connects the sky. The purple-clothed girl, the moon shines on the screen window, all the pavilions are bright. Zhuge courtesy name Kongming. Xiao Lulang, snow flies on the plum mountain, everywhere is fragrant mountain by Letian. By Zhiyi, courtesy name Letian, nickname fragrant mountain. The purple-clothed girl anxiously scratched her head. She wanted to continue, but Xiao Lulang said indifferently, "Miss, you've used up all your questions." She was the first person to challenge, so she could ask 3 questions. The challengers after her could only ask 1 question each. This was also the rule. She was furious. She turned around and said to the other young Taoist nun in the room, "Elder sister. You do it." The young Taoist nun took a sip of tea and said leisurely, "Don't make a fool of yourself. Come back. If the new top scholar can be stumped by a few couplets, then he doesn't deserve to be the top scholar. But the purple-clothed girl stomped her feet and sat back down on her chair with a cold snort. The purple-clothed girl took the lead. After that, a few bold daughters challenged the new top scholar, but without exception, they were all defeated. Then came a ruthless test. She didn't test him on couplets or poems. Instead, she made Xiao Lulang recite a passage from Left Turn Backwards. She used a book to test Xiao Lulang. Left Turn had more than 90,000 words. How proficient did he have to be able to recite it from where she pointed, and backwards? This was too cruel. The crowd was originally gloating, but now they sympathized with the new top scholar. The official from the Ministry of Rights broke out in cold sweat. He knew that there should be rules in the competition. For example, only couplets or poems could be recited. There shouldn't be such a deviant question. Wasn't this just embarrassing? Only those who had studied would understand how difficult this question was. However, the common people didn't understand. The common people would only think, aren't you the new top scholar? How come you can't even recite a book? The daughter stood on the second floor and said with a smile, you can't answer it, right? Top scholar, your flower hairpin is mine. Xiao Lulang calmly said, White Feather, analyzed by Su Xingzi, the king's envoy, Chu Dong. The daughter was stunned. She stared at the book in her hand. He actually didn't make a single mistake. Thank you for letting me win. Xiao Lulang politely and distantly looked away. Is there anything else? He asked. The scene was silent. Everyone was shocked by his recitation of Left Turn. For a moment, no one dared to come forward and embarrass themselves. Xiao Liulang's eyes fell on Gu Jiao's face. His eyes had a temperature that made people jealous. Miss, please give me your question. Ah, it was her turn. Gu Jiao was stunned. Everyone was reciting poems, but she didn't know how to recite poems. Actually, she did. It was just that she was so focused on looking at the handsome man that her mind was blank. Gu Jiao blinked her eyes and rolled her eyes. Ah. White sun against the mountain. Everyone staggered. No, miss, what kind of question did you set? Even a 3-year-old child could do it. The new top scorer was a godly person who could recite Left Turn Backwards. Xiao Lulang made an "oh" sound and looked at her steadily. He said in all seriousness, this humble one doesn't know how to. This humble one loses. Everyone, are you kidding me, the new top scorer? You can't even. The crowd didn't know what to say. At this moment, another young lady stepped forward and said something that most of the people present couldn't understand. Xiao Lulang looked at her coldly and said something that most people couldn't understand. The purple-clothed girl was confused. Sister. What were they talking about? The young Taoist nun raised her eyebrows and said, that young lady just now said to the new top scorer in the language of the state of Qin, white sun against the mountain. Ah. The purple-clothed girl was shocked. The young Taoist nun said slowly, then the new top scorer used the languages of the state of Qin, the state of Liang, the state of Zhao, the state of Jin, and the state of Yan. Oh, right, the next sentence, the yellow river flows into the sea. Did that girl really think that the new top scorer couldn't match this sentence? Did she think that she could pick up the scraps? Did she think that she was better than the girl in green? Did she think that the new top scorer would look at her differently? In the end, she was slapped in the face. What others asked, he would answer. What you asked, he wouldn't answer. Winning against everyone in the world, only to lose to you. Most people didn't know what had happened. They just looked at the girl who was speaking in the language of birds and her face suddenly turned the color of pig liver. The Taoist nun's words were spread by the maidservants. Then, everyone knew what was going on. In order to watch the lawsuit parade, they didn't even eat breakfast. Now, they were all full and their teeth were about to fall out. In the end, Gu Jiao received the new top scorer's hairpin. She looked at the hairpin in her hand and couldn't bear to put it down. It was so beautiful. Xiao Lulang looked at her from afar. There was a gentleness in his eyes that he didn't even notice. Suddenly, a little head popped out from under Gu Jiao's arm. Flower. Jiao Jiao, I want to wear it. Little Jing Kong said as he patted his little bald head with his two little hands. The daughters of wealthy families all reached out their hands. Little brother, you don't have hair. You should give it to your sisters. Their hair is so thick. Little Jing Kong snorted and turned his face away. No, he wanted to wear it himself. Gu Jiao made a headband for little Jing Kong with a veil and put the flower into the headband. Little Jing Kong wore a big red flower and shook his little bald head happily. Then, the new top scorer's face darkened. Gu Jiao's goal was to get 3 hairpins. She already had the top scorer's hairpin. Next was the top scorer's hairpin and the top scorer's hairpin. Facing Royal Princeton, she was very calm. She didn't feel like she was in a mess at all. She directly threw an arithmetic question. Royal Princeton was speechless. Royal Princeton had planned to lose to her on purpose like Xiao Lulang did from the beginning. However, he didn't expect her to give him such a difficult question. Who taught her? Xiao Lulang. Why was she so merciful to Xiao Lulang and so serious when it came to him? Royal Princeton took a deep breath and said, I admit defeat. Xiao Lulang narrowed his eyes and watched Royal Princeton throw the hairpin to Gu Jiao. His eyes were frighteningly cold. But soon, Gu Jiao set her eyes on Ning Ziyuan, who came in third. Because of Ning Ziyuan's appearance, no one had challenged him yet. Therefore, he could choose to give the hairpin to Gu Jiao. However, Ning Ziyuan didn't want to give it to her. He had made up his mind. If anyone challenged him, he would reject them all and keep the hairpin for himself. Seeing that Gu Jiao wanted Ning Ziyuan's hairpin, Xiao Lulang wasn't angry anymore. Ning Ziyuan clutched his hairpin tightly. He wasn't going to give it to her. He wanted to keep it as a family heirloom and pass it down to his descendants. Give the hairpin to her, the new top scorer threatened. No, Ning Ziyuan refused. There will be serious consequences if you don't give it to her, the new top scorer continued to threaten. I'm the top scorer. I'll make things difficult for you. Ning Ziyuan was speechless. The top scorer was qualified to enter the Hanlin Academy directly. The top scorer's position was higher than the top scorer's position. Therefore, the top scorer could make things difficult for the top scorer. In ancient times, Go Jian, the king of Yu, endured hardships. Today, Ning Ziyuan gave the hairpin to her with tears in his eyes. Ning Ziyuan swallowed his humiliation and gave the hairpin away. Oh, the family heirloom was gone. Gu Jiao received 3 hairpins and became the first woman to collect 3 hairpins since the founding of the Zhao kingdom. She was in the limelight for a while and even the crown princess paled in comparison. Xiao Lulang was the new top scorer. He was the most popular man today, and Gu Jiao was undoubtedly the most popular woman today. Needless to say, there was a lot of heated discussion among the people. The parade lasted for nearly 2 hours. Then, the new top scorer led them through Chang'an Avenue and arrived at the Imperial Palace. He was enthroned and had lunch before going home. Lulang, I feel like this is unreal. In the main hall of the Imperial Palace, Feng Lin said to Xiao Lulang excitedly, I've seen so many people looking at me along the way. I've never been so popular in my life. His glory was not worth mentioning compared to the new top scorer, but he had never thought of comparing himself with Xiao Lulang. The disappointment of being the same Jinsher had long disappeared in the process of riding a horse and parading through the streets. He was full of enthusiasm and only wanted to do his best to serve the imperial court. Chapter 257. In fact, Xiao Lulang also had a feeling that it was as if a lifetime had passed and that it was not real. He had been to the palace so many times, but this was the first time he came out from the main gate of the Meridian Gate. This gate was only opened for the master of the palace. However, Shi Yi, who was the top scholar, the second scholar, and the third scholar, was qualified to use it once. He thought he didn't care. The moment he came out, he felt different. However, he wasn't as excited as Feng Lin. He was calmer. He said to Feng Lin, "There will be many opportunities to serve the court." Feng Lin whispered, "But I don't want to go back to the county to get an official position. I want to stay in the Hanlin Academy. I envy you for being able to enter the Hanlin Academy." The top scholar wasn't the highest rank of scholar. The Hanlin Academy was. There's a saying, if you're not a Jinsher, you can't enter Hanlin, and if you're not a Hanlin, you can't enter the cabinet. Since ancient times, Hanlin Academy has been known as the place of the heir apparent. Be it Grand Tutor Zhuang, Grand Secretary Yuan, or even the old Chancellor, they were all from Hanlin Academy. Entering the Hanlin Academy didn't guarantee success. However, if you didn't enter, you wouldn't have much hope as a civil official. Xiao Lulang said, "The top 2 scholars and top 3 scholars will take the imperial exam next month. As long as you pass the exam, you can stay in the capital. After 3 years, the school will be closed. Those with good results can also enter the Hanlin Academy." Feng Lin could only look forward to it. After Gu Jiao saw her husband leave, she didn't go to Lu Yixing immediately because she didn't know where Lu Yixing lived. She could only wait for Lu Yixing to come to her. However, she didn't go back to the clinic. She went to the Qingfeng gang. The Qingfeng gang lost a lot of money this time. Many people bet on Prince An and Yuanyu, but not many bet on Xiao Lulang. Gu Jiao's 5,000 taels suddenly became 25,000 taels. This was because there were more than 10 people who took risks. Otherwise, the odds would be higher. Furthermore, those who had bet on Zhuang Yueshi and Gu Jinyu winning the flower hairpin had lost everything. The one with the highest odds was Gu Jiao. On the lonely hairpin list, only 2 people had bet on her. One was Zhuang Mengdai and the other was Prince and Royal Prince and earned a fortune, but he wasn't happy at all. Zhuang Mengdai was also not happy. If she had known that this girl would win the flower hairpin, she would not have bet a single copper coin. She would have bet all her assets. Gu Jiao was very happy. The Cool Breeze gang gave her cash. She put the shiny silver in a sack and went back happily. Jadewater Alley had also received the good news of Xiao Lulang becoming the top scholar. The number of people who came to congratulate him was almost enough to break the doorstep. Brother Hua, how did you two raise your child? Why was Lulang so powerful? It's harder for my son to study than to take his life. Uncle Zhao thought of his youngest son, who only knew how to fool around all day. He really had given birth to this son for nothing. Don't say that. Brother Yang is very good. The old chancellor comforted Uncle Zhao. He even forgot to apologize to the former emperor in his heart. He and the Empress Dowager were not husband and wife. They had a pure monarch and vassal relationship. The old madam was very happy today. She deliberately went easy on the game so that the neighbors would lose less money. Madame Yao was also very happy. She personally cooked the desserts. After she became pregnant, she rarely cooked. Today, she was so excited that Nanny Fong couldn't stop her. Nanny Fong had to help her. Madame Yao made walnut cakes. The children didn't like to eat them, but she found that Xiao Lulang liked them very much. She kneaded the dough and said, "At first, I saw that he was good to Jiao Jiao and was hardworking and willing to endure hardships. However, I never expected that he would become the top scholar. Now, Jiao Jiao is the top scholar's wife. Isn't that so?" Nanny Fong added a handful of firewood to the stove with a smile. To be honest, Nanny Fong didn't think highly of the son-in-law at first. Like Marquis Gu, she felt that the son-in-law wasn't good enough for eldest Mississippi. Although eldest Miss grew up in the countryside, she was still the descendant of the Marquis's household. What did the son-in-law have? He didn't have a good family background and was still a little cripple. Although all things were inferior, only studying was good. However, there was a saying that scholars were useless. Nanny Fong was always worried that this son-in-law would achieve nothing in the end and that eldest Miss would be wronged by him. Fortunately, although she was unhappy, she didn't show it on her face. Otherwise, if she offended the top scholar's son-in-law, her life would be awkward. Gu Jiao Jiao and little Jing Kong arrived home first. Everyone didn't know what to say when they saw the money she brought back with a sack. Xiao Lulang, on the other hand, was only sent back when the sky turned dark. It wasn't Feng Lin or Lin Qingye. It was Ning Ziyuan, who was cheated by Xiao Lulang today. Today was a big day for all the scholars, so they should drink a few cups. Xiao Lulang was the new top scholar, so he should drink a lot. Xiao Lulang had never drunk before, so he couldn't hold his liquor well. However, the few cups of wine at the lunch banquet weren't enough to get him drunk. The problem was that after the banquet, some of them went to other places in twos and threes. It was a bit difficult to talk about what happened. Xiao Lulang didn't want to stay there and insisted on going home. Everyone was unhappy and asked him to punish himself by drinking 3 cups before letting him go. This guy really dared to drink. After drinking, he passed out. Ning Ziyuan had a family. He didn't like that kind of occasion, so he suggested to send the new top scholar back. "It's to the left, right? Is it that alley?" Ning Ziyuan asked Xiao Lulang in the carriage. Xiao Lulang was so drunk that he ignored him. Ning Ziyuan shook his head and asked the coachman to go forward. Perhaps he was in a hurry, so he almost bumped into someone when he reached the entrance of the alley. It was 2 women, one in a Taoist robe and the other in purple. I'm sorry. The coachman hurriedly apologized. Ning Ziyuan also lifted the curtain and got out of the carriage. He bowed to the 2 and apologized. "Are you all right, ladies?" "I'm sorry, I was in a hurry and bumped into you." Ning Ziyuan was still wearing the 3rd place official's robe. The girl in purple recognized him at a glance. She smiled and whispered in the Taoist nun's ear, "Sister, it's that black 3rd place official." Ning Ziyuan, "Am I black?" Then his face darkened even more. The Taoist nun gave the girl in purple a warning look. The girl in purple stuck out her tongue. The Taoist nun looked away and bowed slightly to Ning Ziyuan. "It's okay, goodbye." Then she took her sister's hand and walked away. When the 2 of them passed by the carriage, the night wind suddenly blew the curtain of the carriage open, revealing a young man who was half leaning against the carriage wall and resting with his eyes closed. The moonlight flowed and fell on his red embroidered top scholar's robe, reflecting a faint glow. His eyes were closed, and his facial features were as exquisite as jade. There was a hint of drunkenness, and he was so handsome that it was suffocating. The Taoist nun grew up in a Taoist temple and thought that she had cut off the 7 emotions and 6 desires of the human world. But at this moment, she had to admit that this young man was really tempting. Of course, she was just looking at him. She didn't forget that this young man was taken. She didn't care about other people's things. When the two of them were far away, the girl in purple suddenly came back to her senses. She touched her hot cheeks and said, "Sister, sister. Did you see that just now? The one in the carriage is the new top scholar. Oh my God. He's too what?" The girl in purple suddenly couldn't find the words to describe it. Her heart was pounding. She already thought that he was handsome when she saw him from afar during the day. But when she saw him from such a close distance, she realized that he was more than handsome. She was simply mesmerizing. She shook the Taoist nun's hand excitedly. "Sister, sister. You don't have a chance." The Taoist nun poured cold water on her. The girl in purple's heart broke. Wah wah, the two of them got into their own carriages. Ning Ziyuan also helped the drunk Xiao Lulang out of the carriage. What they didn't notice was that there was another carriage parked at the other end of the alley. The crown princess was sitting in the carriage. She was passing by and accidentally saw the top scholar of the imperial court get off the carriage to apologize to a daughter of the Yuan family and a Taoist nun. She knew who the top three were. However, she didn't go see the top scholar parade on horseback, so she didn't know Ning Ziyuan. She recognized him only because of his official robes. There was nothing to see about an ordinary-looking top scholar. She was about to leave when Ning Ziyuan helped a young man out of the carriage. That was the new top scholar, which was him. A young and tender face involuntarily flashed across the crown princess' mind. The 13 or 14-year-old young duke was still a young man who had just lost his childishness. He was very likable, but not in the way that men and women liked each other. The young man in front of her had a face that was almost identical to his, but seemed to be completely different. He was taller, and his facial features had matured. He had the air of a young man and also the strength of a man. He was beginning to exude the charm of a man. Knock, knock, knock. Ning Ziyuan knocked on the door of a family's courtyard. With a creak, the door was opened. "Who are you looking for?" "Excuse me, is this Xiao Lilang's house?" Ning Ziyuan asked. Isn't this Lulang?" Auntie Lu recognized Xiao Lulang and hurriedly ran out. She ran forward a few houses and said, "Jiao Jiao. Lulang is back." Then, the crown princess saw a girl in green walk out of a house. She quickly walked up to Ning Ziyuan and Xiao Lulang and took Xiao Lulang from Ning Ziyuan's hands. Xiao Lulang was a bit drunk. The moment the girl put her arm around his waist, he opened his eyes warily. "It's me," Gu Jiao said. "Jiao Jiao. I'm here." "Oh." Xiao Lulang gave up resisting and was helped back to the courtyard by Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao should have thanked Ning Ziyuan, but the crown princess didn't notice. Her gaze had been fixed on Gu Jiao's arm that was wrapped around Xiao Lilang's waist. She suddenly felt a bit irritated. "Crown princess." The female official to the side cautiously called out to her. Only then did the crown princess notice that she had torn her handkerchief. She loosened her grip and said with a smile, "My stomach felt a bit uncomfortable just now. Let's go back to the palace." The female official quickly said, "This servant will quickly call an imperial physician for you." The crown princess nodded. She took one last look at the two people holding each other in the night. He wasn't Aheng, he wasn't. Aheng wouldn't fall in love with another woman, nor would he let another woman get close to him. Never. Gu Jiao helped him into the courtyard. Xiao Lulang was this drunk. Naturally, he couldn't sleep in the same room as little Jing Kong. If something happened during the night, little Jing Kong would be scared, and he wouldn't be able to take care of him. Gu Jiao helped Xiao Lulang back to her room. She helped Xiao Lulang lie on her bed and took off his official hat. It was already not cold at the end of April. The thick top scholar's robes felt heavy and stuffy on his body. Xiao Lulang was sweating. Gu Jiao went to fetch some water and planned to wipe him down. Just as she sat down, she heard him mutter, "Jiao Jiao, I'm hot." Normally, his words were cold and clear. Now that he was drunk, he suddenly had a bit of a seductive charm. Speaking of which, when they first arrived here, his voice was still going through puberty. It didn't sound bad, but it wasn't too pleasant either. Later on, his voice gradually matured. It was just that Gu Jiao was with him every day, so she didn't notice the change. Until that voice just now. Gu Jiao was startled, and her ears went limp. Gu Jiao put down the basin of water and unbuttoned his clothes. Just as she undid his collar, his slender neck was revealed. The delicate Adam's apple on his neck moved. It was a bit seductive. Gu Jiao used her strong willpower to unbutton his clothes and remove his thick official's robes. Then, Gu Jiao began to wipe his face. He drank wine, and his cheeks were slightly red. His lips were very moist, and there was a glint of water from the wine. Perhaps he was woken up by the wipe, as he slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was a bit hazy, and it was extremely seductive. Gu Jiao, I didn't drool. No. Xiao Lulang asked drunkenly, why are you looking at me like that? Gu Jiao said honestly, you look good. He smiled gently. Which part of me look good? You look good everywhere. His eyebrows were good, his eyes were good, and his nose was good. Gu Jiao glanced at his red lips, and silently added in her heart, his lips are good too, the best. He laid on the bed and looked at her, revealing a hazy and seductive gaze that would never appear on a normal day. He curved his lips. Just looking. Ha! Gu Jiao was stunned. In the next second, he raised his slender arm, and his jade-like hand clasped the back of Gu Jiao's head. With just the right amount of force, he pulled her towards him. Chapter 258. Gu Jiao was stunned by this sudden action, but she didn't resist. The moment his hot palm clasped the back of her head, she seemed to be unable to move. She opened her eyes wide and let him press her down. In her 2 lives, she had never been so intimate with anyone, and no one had ever been so presumptuous in front of her. Her code name was Shadow, and she was a killing machine in the organization. She liked to collect handsome men, but she had never been addicted to them. Because her godfather said that men were poison, bitter and astringent, and it was good to keep them in a bottle and look at them. But tonight, she tasted this poison. It was soft and moist, with a hint of flower-brewed wine fragrance and a sweetness that was unique to him. It was not bitter at all. Her godfather was lying. Men were clearly delicious. Oh, no, he was very delicious. The night was gentle, and the moonlight was soft. Gu Jiao pressed down on his body, one hand holding her chin, and looked at him without blinking. Her mind was thinking about the taste just now, and the corners of her mouth were slightly curved. Xiao Lulang fell asleep, his chest gently rising and falling, and his even breathing came from his nose. The young man's body was full of vitality, and the sun was like fire, burning the whole room as if it had been rolled by a heat wave. Was he asleep? Then he couldn't hear anything she said. Gu Jiao's eyes darted around. She crouched down and hugged his hand with one of her small arms. She smiled evilly in his ear and said bewitchingly, "Brother's waist is not a waist. It's the scimitar of Killer San Lang." Xiao Liulang's breathing was even. Gu Jiao glanced at his long and slender legs again and naughtily climbed up with 2 fingers. She walked a few times and continued to whisper in his ear, "Brother's legs are not legs. They are the spring water of the Seine River." After saying this, she buried her head in the blanket. Xiao Lulang slept soundly. Gu Jiao's courage grew. She crawled out of the quilt and whispered in his ear, "You're really good at eating." Then, she laid down beside him, closed her eyes, and fell asleep. While she was half awake, a warm breath came close to her, and her lips were lightly pressed again. Oh, it must be because it was so delicious that she was dreaming. What Gu Jiao didn't know was that she really had a dream after she fell asleep. She dreamed of Xiao Lulang again. This time, it was not some unspeakable scene, but Xiao Lulang going to the palace to participate in the Deer Cry banquet. The Deer Cry banquet was a banquet that the emperor held for the grand scholars on the second day of the release of the results. One reason was to celebrate the students of the Zhao kingdom becoming grand scholars. The other reason was to display the emperor's courtesy to the scholars. At the same time, it was to establish a relationship with the grand scholars. No matter who the grand scholars were before, after the Deer Cry banquet, they would all be the emperor's disciples. Xiao Lulang, as a poor student, had become the Zhuangyuan, attracting the jealousy of many people. As the saying goes, when a person becomes famous, there are many problems. The number of people who slandered him also increased. In the first half of the dream, Xiao Lulang was being mocked and ridiculed by some people. Xiao Lulang himself didn't care about it, so strictly speaking, it wasn't much of a blow. But very quickly, Xiao Lulang was summoned by the crown prince. On the way to the eastern palace, a white cat suddenly fell from a tree, and coincidentally landed on Xiao Lulang's shoulder. It was also in the dream that Gu Jiao found out that Xiao Lulang was afraid of cats. Xiao Lulang instinctively flung the cat away. The cat was thrown to the ground. It whimpered and then scurried away in fright. Coincidentally, at this time, Ning Wangfei was passing by. The frightened cat bumped into Ning Wangfei's stomach and knocked her down. Ning Wangfei was 3 months pregnant. Her pregnancy wasn't good. With this fall, the child was gone. The white cat was frightened because of Xiao Lulang. Xiao Lulang couldn't avoid being accused of murdering the imperial grandson. He had only been the Zhuangyuan for a day when the emperor took away his title and sent him to the Zhao prison. This kind of situation was the most helpless because even the emperor knew that Xiao Lulang didn't do it on purpose. But so what if he didn't do it on purpose? Wasn't killing by mistake considered killing? The rules of the palace were like this. He could only blame himself for being unlucky. Gu Jiao held her breath during this dream. It was rare that she wasn't woken up by the biological clock in her body. When she opened her eyes, it was already dawn. Xiao Lulang was no longer in the room. The embroidered Zhuangyuan robe on the chair showed that he had indeed slept here last night. Gu Jiao dressed neatly and went to the ancient well to get water to wash up. The water had already been prepared. It was her copper basin. Her towel was placed on the edge of the basin. The water was slightly steaming, as if it had just been poured. Senior servant Fang came over with a dustpan of dried chili. She looked back at the kitchen and smiled at Gu Jiao. The son-in-law prepared it. When he heard the movements in your room, he immediately prepared the hot water. Gu Jiao, husband is so good. Xiao Lulang was currently helping Madame Yao in the kitchen. Yesterday, Madame Yao made Xiao Lulang's favorite peach pastry. Unfortunately, Xiao Lulang didn't get to eat it when he came back late, so she got up this morning to make it for him. Xiao Lulang came over to help, but Madame Yao didn't let him. How could a Zhuangyuan go to the kitchen? However, since Madame Yao didn't let Xiao Lulang do this, Xiao Lulang went to do other things, such as watering the vegetable field and cleaning the chicken coop. In short, he wasn't idle. She didn't know what to do with Xiao Lulang. Soon, the family members got up one after another. Gu Yan and Gu Shaoshun congratulated their brother-in-law. Little Jing Kong was rarely picky. After all, that flower was quite beautiful. Among the 3 flower hairpins, the Zhuangyuan's flower hairpin was the most complicated, the best quality, and also the most beautiful. The Zhuangyuan would have a beautiful flower hairpin. Little Jing Kong equated the two in his heart. He was even more determined that he must be the Zhuangyuan in the future. At this moment, no one knew that the future Six Nations Divine General had set himself up as the Zhuangyuan just for a flower hairpin. Old Madame Fu gave Xiao Lulang a red packet, and also gave Gu Jiao a red packet. Old Madame Fu's principle of giving out red packets was that if Lulang had it, Jiao Jiao would also have it. If Lulang didn't have it, Jiao Jiao would still have it. The family sat at the dining table and ate breakfast. Xiao Lulang sat opposite Gu Jiao. The interaction between the two was no different from usual, especially Xiao Lulang. He looked serious and calm, as if he didn't remember what happened when he was drunk. Little Jing Kong was eating the buns in his bowl. Suddenly, he tilted his head and said, "Jiao Jiao, your and brother-in-law's lips are so red. What did you eat?" Xiao Lulang didn't know what to say. Gu Jiao didn't know what to say. After breakfast, Xiao Lulang sent little Jing Kong to school. In the morning, he went to the government office to register his household registration. After becoming the Zhuangyuan, his household registration would be transferred to the Hanlin Academy. From now on, he also had a household registration in the capital. It was said that this was the treatment of the top 3. At noon, the old chancellor would take him out to meet a friend. They wouldn't come back in the afternoon. They would go directly to the deer banquet. Gu Jiao asked about his schedule and didn't say anything. She watched him go out and turn to the medical center. Xiao Lulang registered his household registration and met an elder in the court. He didn't enter the palace until the afternoon. It was still early, but many Jinshi had come to the Hall of Supreme Harmony. They were talking with each other. Some of them might become colleagues in the future. It was always right to establish a good relationship with them in advance. Feng Lin and the other 2 didn't leave early last night. They watched a lot of singing and dancing to their heart's content, satisfying the craving of being a romantic scholar. Today, the 3 of them woke up late, but they still arrived earlier than Xiao Lulang. Lulang. Feng Lin was about to step into the Hall of Supreme Harmony when he saw Xiao Lulang from the corner of his eyes. Among the 3 of them, Feng Lin had known Xiao Lulang for the longest time. He owed Xiao Lulang the most and also spent the most time with Xiao Lulang. Therefore, he was always the first to notice Xiao Lulang. Lulang. Lin Qingye also turned into a little fan and greeted him. Only Du Ruhan curled her lips and snorted. "You drank too much yesterday. Are you okay?" Feng Lin asked with concern. Then he felt ashamed. "I should have sent you back yesterday." "Cough, I'm okay," Xiao Lulang said seriously. Du Ruhan snorted. "Didn't I say he was okay? He has a wife. When he goes back, his wife and children will warm his bed. Why do you need to worry?" Xiao Liulang's expression changed slightly. He cleared his throat and said, "Let's go in." The 4 of them entered the Hall of Supreme Harmony. Yesterday, Xiao Lulang left early, which made some people unhappy. This was the way of the world. If you were too clean, you would make others seem dirty. What's so great about him? Why didn't he think about how he became the top scholar? Lower your voice. Be careful not to let others hear you. In the Hall of Supreme Harmony, a few grand scholars were talking with their backs to the door. The one who snorted was called Wang Yuan. He came from a noble family in Jiangnan. Like Lin Qingye, he was a concubine's son. However, he was more famous and promising than Lin Qingye. He had entered the top 10 in the spring examination. Concubine Shu had bet on him to be the Tanhua, but he didn't receive the emperor's favor. The paper that entered the top 20 but was kicked out by the emperor was his. In the end, he was ranked 75th, at the bottom of the second rank. Hearing the grand scholars around him trying to persuade him, he didn't listen. Instead, he said with disdain, "Why are you afraid of being heard? I didn't say anything wrong. Only he can do it, and no one can talk about it. Isn't it because he looks like Marquis Xuanping's youngest son that he was favored by Marquis Xianping? He really thinks he's the Marquis's son." In the end, they were in the imperial palace. Wang Yuan didn't dare to be too explicit. Otherwise, he would be openly questioning the emperor's unfairness. However, just because he didn't say it here didn't mean he didn't say it elsewhere. In fact, right after Xiao Lulang and Ning Ziyuan left last night, rumors about him spread like wildfire in the brothel. Thus, there was a reasonable explanation for Marquis Xianping coming to fix Xiao Liulang's clothes on the day of the court examination. Not only that, Xiao Liulang's past results were all dug up. He entered Tianxiang Academy with the lowest score. After that, he was always at the bottom. Just like that, he took first place in the county examination a few months later. Can you believe it? Why is that? Why else? The dean of Tianxiang Academy is the old chancellor's eldest disciple and the marquis's eldest martial brother. He looks like the marquis, so Dean Li took care of him and bribed the county magistrate to let him take first place. Then, what about the prefectural examination? Needless to say, the chief examiner of the prefectural examination is Provincial Governor Zhuang. You've all heard of him, right? He used to be the Crown Princess's teacher. The Marquis and the Crown Princess grew up together. He also attended Provincial Governor Zhuang's classes, so he can be considered half a student of Provincial Governor Zhuang. Do you think Provincial Governor Zhuang won't remember the Marquis when he sees this face? Then, why didn't he take first place in the college examination? Because the first place in the college examination is the Luo family's relative, He Jinghong. Who dares to touch him? This was simply illogical. Not to mention that Xiao Lulang was first place in the college examination, it was He Jinghong who switched Xiao Liulang's examination papers. Even if Xiao Lulang really did use unscrupulous means to get first place, why did he lose to He Jinghong in the college examination and then win against He Jinghong in the provincial examination? If he was afraid of a small college examination, why wasn't he afraid of a big provincial examination? This conversation was spread last night. Feng Lin and Lin Qingye drank too much and didn't remember clearly, but now that they were mocked by Wang Yuan, they remembered everything. The two were furious and wanted to rush up to argue with Wang Yuan, but were stopped by Xiao Lulang. Don't cause trouble in the imperial palace. Feng Lin gritted his teeth. But, Du Ruhan looked at Xiao Lulang and said to Feng Lin and Lin Qingye, "He's not angry himself, so why are you angry? Besides, their mouths are on their bodies, can you sew their mouths shut?" How many people's positions had been affected by a poor student becoming the top scholar? Slander and discrediting were only the most insignificant injuries. The real ostracization had yet to come. The Dear Cry banquet was about to begin. Everyone found their seats and sat down. There were no clear rules regarding the order of the seats, but everyone agreed to sit according to their results. For example, the lower left seats were for the top scholar, second place, and third place. The lower right seats were for the first place and the second place and the first place and the third place. However, after Prince An walked into the hall with injured steps, he didn't sit next to Xiao Lulang. Instead, he walked to the opposite side and sat in the seat that originally belonged to Jia Er. With such a clear distinction, the only thing missing was the words, "I am the top scholar and I are each doing our own thing," written on their faces. He didn't sit next to Xiao Lulang, and no one dared to sit. The seat next to Xiao Lulang was empty. The third place was also empty. Ning Ziyuan hadn't arrived yet. Ning Ziyuan came late. He found that the second place and third place were empty. He glanced at Commandery Princeton, who was already sitting across from him. He didn't say anything and silently sat beside Xiao Lulang. Chapter 259. Everyone was surprised to see him sit next to Xiao Lulang instead of his own seat. However, on second thought, he left early last night and sat late today. He probably didn't hear the rumors about Xiao Lulang. He also came from a poor family and didn't know the rules of the seats. He probably thought that the top scholar and the second scholar sat on opposite sides. This was the tragedy of poor students. They couldn't see the situation clearly and didn't understand the rules. They didn't know when they offended someone. However, everyone hated Xiao Lulang the most. They didn't hate Ning Ziyuan that much. Ning Ziyuan had neither looks nor background. Compared to Xiao Lulang, he wasn't even worth mentioning. Everyone quickly turned their cold gazes to Xiao Lulang again. They whispered to each other from time to time, mostly criticizing Xiao Lulang. Xiao Lulang sat upright on the cushion. He didn't seem to hear it, but he also seemed to ignore it. The hall was noisy, but his figure was a bit thin. Ning Ziyuan took a sip of tea and suddenly said to him, "I went to the Ministry of Rights to check the test papers. I read your essay. You are indeed worthy of being the top scholar. Don't worry about other people's opinions. Royal Princeton also did a good job in his essay, but compared to you, he lacked a bit of innocence. I think that's what really moved His Majesty. On the other hand, my essay wasn't as good as Yuan Yu's, but in the end, I got third place and he got fourth. Maybe it's because Yuan Yu is the grandson of Grand Secretary Yuan. It's easy for him to get ahead. For a poor student like me, if I don't get into the top 3, I have almost no hope of getting a meteoric rise." Xiao Lulang looked at Ning Ziyuan in surprise. He had threatened him so much yesterday, but he could still say this to him. It seemed that he wasn't unaware of the rumors. Xiao Lulang looked away. "You still have the guts to sit here and talk to me. Aren't you afraid of getting yourself into trouble?" Ning Ziyuan was silent for a while before he said in a low voice, "If it weren't for you, I would be the one being ostracized." Ning Ziyuan was also born into a poor family. Unlike Xiao Lulang, who was favored by a wealthy family, he had no one to back him up. If he was ostracized, he might not be able to stay in the capital anymore. Xiao Liulang's results were better than his, and his halo was bigger than his. He attracted everyone's jealousy, and almost no one had the time to ostracize him. "Hang in there." Ning Ji took a deep breath and said, "Otherwise, if you fall, I'll be next." Xiao Lulang, who was almost touched by him, after the emperor came over, everyone was silent. When the emperor saw Prince and seat, he didn't say anything. After he sat down, he had the musicians play the song Dear Cry. Then, all the scholars chanted the song Dear Cry together. Finally, he selected 3 scholars to each write a poem, which set off the academic atmosphere very well. The meals for the Dear Cry banquet were all prepared by the imperial kitchen. This was much more sumptuous than the simple meals on the day of the small exam and the court examination. Many people had never eaten palace food in their lives. Today was probably their first and last time. Even though the emperor's power was terrifying, they still ate with relish. After all, it was really too delicious. The emperor left after a while, leaving the scene to the officials of the Ministry of Rights. Near evening, the banquet ended, and the scholars left one by one. Xiao Lulang, Feng Lin, and the other 3 walked out of the Hall of Supreme Harmony. Not long after they left, a eunuch came over with a smile. "Excuse me, is this Xiao Zhuangyuan?" Xiao Lulang looked at him indifferently. "Who are you?" The eunuch smiled. My surname is Huang, I am the Crown Prince's servant. The Crown Prince wants to see Xiao Zhuangyuan, please come to the Eastern Palace. Xiao Lulang paused. Why does the Crown Prince want to see me? The eunuch smiled. I am just a messenger. If Xiao Zhuangyuan has any questions, you can ask the Crown Prince face to face. Du Ruhan frowned. He couldn't refuse the Crown Prince's summons. Feng Lin was very happy. Lulang, the Crown Prince wants to see you. Yes, I know. Xiao Lulang nodded. He said to the eunuch, please lead the way. The eunuch made a gesture of invitation. Xiao Zhuangyuan, please. You go back first, no need to wait for me. Lu Quan will come to pick me up in a while. Xiao Lulang finished speaking and walked towards the Eastern Palace with the eunuch. Feng Lin smiled and said, the Crown Prince has heard of Liulang's talent and wants to win over Lulang, right? He couldn't be blamed for thinking so. The Crown Prince was Marquis Xuanping's nephew. If Xiao Lulang looked like Marquis Xuanping's son, then wouldn't he look like the Crown Prince's cousin? They were a family. Du Ruhan curled his lips and said, the Crown Prince married his cousin's fiancée. Who knows how the Crown Prince will feel when he sees someone who looks like his cousin? Feng Lin trembled. Ah, I forgot about that. The capital, the Lu residence. The once magnificent Lu residence had long been confiscated. Now, the Lu residence was squeezed into a small, shabby house. Although it was called the Lu residence, it was only left with one master, Lu Yixing. There was also a mute slave and an old woman who was too old to do anything. When Gu Jiao stepped into the Lu residence, Lu Yixing was squatting on the ground. He was using an old brush soaked in water to practice writing on a broken stone slab he picked up from outside. He didn't have money to buy a pen and paper, so he could only practice in this way. When he saw a small figure suddenly appear in the courtyard, he was slightly startled. A trace of embarrassment flashed in his eyes, but it was replaced by self-mockery in an instant. He was already lowly to the dust. What dignity did he have to speak of? He continued to practice, ignoring Gu Jiao. The mute slave in the courtyard vigilantly grabbed a stick and stood in front of Lu Yixing. It seemed that Lu Yixing was often bullied. Lu Yixing smiled coldly. Back down, Agnew. You can't beat her. Agnew didn't back down. He stared at Gu Jiao like a tiger watching its prey. He was young, about the same age as Gu Shaoshan. Gu Jiao took a piece of candy from her pocket and handed it to him. Do you want to eat? Agnew's eyes lit up. He drooled, but he didn't go forward. Instead, he stood his ground. Lu Yixing sneered. Go ahead and eat. If she wants to kill you, she doesn't have to go through so much trouble. Agnew hesitated for a while before putting down the stick. Like a little monkey, he grabbed the candy that Gu Jiao handed to him. It was as if he would be killed by Gu Jiao if he was a second slower. After he took the candy, he took a small bite of it and put the rest into his pocket. What are you doing here? Lu Yixing asked. Here's your medicine. Gu Jiao threw a bundle of medicine to him. It's the last course of treatment. But I don't feel pain anymore. He was referring to his cholecystitis. You have to take it even if it doesn't hurt. This is the treatment, Gu Jiao said. Lu Yixing said, I don't have money. Gu Jiao said, I know you don't have money. Sell me the information, and I won't charge you for the medicine. Neither of them mentioned the bet or the hairpin, as if they had both forgotten about it. Lu Yixing's hand, which was practicing calligraphy, paused. What information do you want? Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows. Did your Lu family really rebel? Lu Yixing chuckled. So what if they did? So what if they didn't? Gu Jiao rubbed her chin. If they did rebel, they should know a lot about the imperial palace. For example, do you know how to enter the imperial palace? Lu Yixing was speechless. Meanwhile, eunuch Huang was leading Xiao Lulang to the eastern palace. Just as they were about to pass by the imperial garden, Xiao Lulang suddenly stopped in his tracks. Eunuch Huang asked, "Scholar Xiao, what's the matter?" "Nothing." He thought he heard a cat meow. It was a very faint sound, but it made his hair stand on end. Eunuch Huang smiled. "If there's nothing else, let's go quickly. Don't keep the crown prince waiting." Xiao Lulang nodded with an indifferent expression. Not far away, a white cat was lying on a banyan tree. It was happily gnawing on the dried fish on the tree. The two of them passed through the imperial garden. Just as they were about to pass by the banyan tree, a young palace maid suddenly ran over from the other entrance of the imperial garden. "Aya, not good, not good. Someone's coming." Xiao Lulang turned around. Eunuch Huang frowned. He pointed at a young eunuch beside him and said, "Go and see what's going on. I'll bring Scholar Xiao to see His Highness." "Yes." The young eunuch quickly left. Unexpectedly, the young palace maid pushed him aside and ran all the way to Eunuch Huang. She fell to her knees. "Eunuch Huang. It's great that you're here. I beg you, please save His Highness. His Highness is about to die." "Who's she?" Xiao Lulang asked Eunuch Huang. Eunuch Huang was furious. He tried to break free from the young palace maid, but she hugged his leg tightly. "Eunuch Huang. Please save His Highness." Eunuch Huang was flustered and exasperated. "How can I manage His Highness? You have to report this to His Majesty." The young palace maid cried, "If I could see His Majesty, why would I beg you? Please take me to see the crown prince. Although His Highness is a hostage, he's still a prince of Qin state. You can't just ignore him. His Highness has been sick for a long time." "What happened?" Princess Ning, who was taking a walk near the imperial garden, also heard the commotion. She slowly walked over with the help of a servant. Noble consort Zhuang valued Princess Ning's pregnancy very much. She especially asked the emperor for grace to allow her to raise the fetus in her everlasting palace. Eunuch Huang saw noble consort Zhuang walking over and looked at the banyan tree not far away. A dark light flashed through his eyes. He secretly cursed the young palace maid for ruining things. If a hostage of Qin state is sick, then so be it. He's here as a hostage, not as a prince. Don't you know that? He was so angry.